the machete in one hand and the rifle in the other. Even true spirits would be afraid to see him wielding such weapons. The black-browed viper hissed at Dong a few times, then turned and disappeared into a nearby crevice. Soon, Dong saw the black-browed viper's trace from over 10 meters down the slope. It was scared off by him. Good, you know what's best. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind killing you and putting you in the spiritual spring space, waiting for a Cantonese chef to make a nourishing snake soup, Dong said irritably. After the black-browed viper left, Dong approached the wild ginseng, marked the area with red string, and used a shovel to clear the surrounding shrubs and debris. Let's dig for ginseng. When the ginseng's top appeared before Dong, seeing the densely packed ginseng cups and the color of its skin made him extremely excited. Could this be the century-old wild ginseng king? Chapter 175, Discovering a Beautiful Foreign Pony. Dong wasn't sure if the wild ginseng in front of him was the one reported in the newspapers later as the wild ginseng king. However, as he carefully cleared the top, he saw the horsetooth ginseng, pileflower ginseng, round ginseng, and the distinct cups on the round ginseng. Examining these cups, the sheer number made anyone with a fear of clusters feel overwhelmed. He roughly counted these cups and found about 70 or 80 rings. The main root had fine, deep iron wire patterns, and the lines were clear and tight. As he dug deeper, he found that the fibrous roots were adorned with small pearl-like points. The skin was yellow-brown, and the body of this wild ginseng was of the slender type. The so-called slender type is characterized by a long and thin shape, while the horizontal type is short and thick. Digging this wild ginseng took Dong over 3 hours, as he tried his best to preserve the roots intact. Just digging the hole was over a meter deep. Fortunately, there weren't large rocks underground, making it easier for him to dig and allowing him to preserve the ginseng's roots as much as possible. After extracting this wild ginseng, Dong immediately stored it in the spiritual spring space. Looking at it floating in the spiritual spring space, filled with large and small roots, some thick and some thin, with the longest root reaching the top of the ginseng, estimated to be about 1.5 meters long. The ginseng's body took on a slender human shape, with many pearl-like points on some of the larger roots. Just a moment ago, he had carefully counted the rings on the round ginseng, and there were a total of 91 rings. Adding the horsetooth ginseng and pileflower ginseng, this wild ginseng was definitely over 100 years old. Generally, for wild ginseng that has been growing for a long time, one ring may not necessarily represent 1 year. It could be a year or more. The rings can help determine the age of a ginseng plant, but it's not definitive. However, one thing is certain. The wild ginseng Dong dug up is definitely over 100 years old. Given the location where the wild ginseng grew, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to climb up. Moreover, with such a large black-browed viper guarding it, one could easily be bitten if not careful. In a place so far from the living area, without carrying snake medicine, one could easily lose their life in the mountains. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Dong checked the luck-finding ruler in the spiritual spring space. After activating the luck-finding ruler, within 24 hours, it would rotate a few times before returning to its inactive state, and he would have to wait until the next week to use it again. Not knowing if there is a century-old wild ginseng in the good luck area pointed out by the fortune-seeking ruler, Dong thought to himself that if that were the case, and he could dig up 2 century-old wild ginseng kings, then this trip would be a huge profit. Excited, he thought. Without hesitation, he slowly walked down the hillside, surrounded by a pack of dogs, heading towards the direction indicated by the fortune-seeking ruler, which was deep into the Xiongxiazi Valley. Ahead, Da Huang led a Da and a few dogs to scout ahead, while Da He and Xiao Huang accompanied Dong behind him. This time, he walked quickly because it would be dark in 4 hours, and he wanted to see if he could find the wild ginseng king before nightfall. Tonight, he was destined to find a nearby place to sleep. Walking at night here was simply unrealistic, as it would be pitch black with no visibility. Even with a flashlight, it would be difficult to distinguish directions. Dong also couldn't use the ability of the hard observation mirror just to hurry. Woof woof woof. Da Huang returned in front of Dong, barking softly, and then used his right paw to draw a human character on the ground. Someone ahead. Seeing Da Huang's drawing, Dong whispered. This was something he had taught Da Huang in the morning. If they encountered other people in the mountains, they should draw a human character on the ground. And if they found a ferocious beast, they should stomp on the ground. Da Huang naturally did not know that the character it drew on the ground meant human, but it expressed its finding of a person in this way, following Dong's instructions. Found a person. This made Qindong alert. In the mountains, the most feared encounter was not with ferocious beasts, but with people. Humans in the woods were the most dangerous. Qindong quickly put a Da and the other 8 dogs into the spiritual spring space, leaving only Da Huang and 2 other dogs by his side. These 3 dogs were smart and could understand simple commands, especially Da Huang, who could understand human speech to the level of a child aged 8 or 9. Da Huang. Hey, you go ahead and scout the way. If you find a person, don't make a sound, and then lead me over. Qindong instructed Da Huang in a low voice. After gesturing, seeing Da Huang nodding, he believed it understood his words. Xiongxiazi Valley was already remote and dangerous, so it was unlikely that anyone would come here. The appearance of people here was suspicious. They could be bandits, criminals, or foreign armed elements. It should be noted that the northern edge of this old forest is close to the borders of Outer Mongolia and Russia. Foreign armed elements could have crossed the border, entered the country from the old forest, and carried out armed sabotage or espionage activities. Qindong had been in Xiongxiazi Valley all day, and earlier in the morning, he had fired several shots while hunting, which people here would definitely have heard. However, as the day was coming to an end, he had not heard any other gunshots from within the valley. Now that Da Huang had found someone, it meant that the people inside were definitely not hunters. In this day and age, how could hunters not have guns? Guns were not restricted. Therefore, they must not be hunters. And if they were not hunters, no matter who they were, they represented a potential danger to Qindong. Logically speaking, Qindong should turn around and run without a second thought, regardless of the wild ginseng king. However, he was somewhat unwilling, as the direction indicated by the fortune-seeking ruler was ahead. With his abilities in the dense underbrush and trees in the mountains, if he wanted to hide, and combined with the hard observation mirror's capabilities, he had the ability to counterattack if they tried to deal with him. After walking more than 100 meters, Qindong saw Da Huang standing on a rock several dozen meters away, looking towards a cave surrounded by many bushes on the hillside. Qindong immediately focused on the cave and noticed that the bushes in front of the cave were slightly swaying, so he quickly hid behind a large tree. Then he took out a monocular and lay on the ground, using the bushes to conceal himself, peering through the lens. Through the lens, he saw a little foreign girl with blonde hair and braids, looking quite decent. This is Chapter 176, Discovery of Traitors. A Russian woman. The appearance of a Russian woman here was clearly abnormal. Seeing her tall and graceful figure, dressed in special grass-green clothing, indicated that this little foreign girl was not simple. She could possibly be a Russian armed element. Qindong really wanted to take out a big gun from the spiritual spring space and shoot this little foreign girl. But he didn't know how many people were in this cave. Although he had the hard observation mirror and a puppet talisman for protection, putting his life at risk was clearly not in line with his style of doing things. He could fight for his parents, for his wife, and for his woman. But to fight for an abstract concept of justice, he couldn't do it. Leaning against a big tree and lying in the bushes, Qindong held the monocular. Watching the direction of the cave, he saw the little foreign girl pull out a monocular and first look in the direction of Da Huang and Da He, then look around with her binoculars. Qindong retracted his monocular. At a distance of 200 to 300 meters, with his eyes modified by the spiritual spring water, he could see the situation on this side of the cave. Watching as Da He and Da Huang moved quietly and then disappeared into the bushes, Katerina returned to the cave from the entrance. All right, it's nothing, just 2 hunting dogs that came over here, probably hunting dogs belonging to hunters. The hunter might be nearby. Once back in the cave, Katerina spoke in fluent Chinese. She had set up transparent, easily breakable lines outside the cave as a device to detect if someone appeared nearby. Once someone or an animal touched those transparent lines, they would break, and the alert device inside the cave would be activated. Just now, this detection device had been triggered, and after she walked out, she found 2 hunting dogs. She observed the surroundings with her binoculars and found no trace of humans. Wu Liangxin, looking anxious, said in a low voice, "You should go and kill the hunters. Their hunting dogs have come over here. If they catch our scent and report back to their owner, then I'm done for." Yang Koski immediately retorted, "Wu, don't be too nervous. We can't kill the hunters who come here. Killing them doesn't guarantee that their companions won't be outside. If their companions find us here, then our whereabouts will be exposed. Once our whereabouts are exposed, it will attract the attention of national security and the military, and then we'll really be finished. Even if we don't end up dead, we'll have to change locations, and when the people coming to pick us up try to find us, it won't be so easy. Unless we are discovered by the hunters who come here, then we will definitely act." Lao Wei also comforted. Director Wu, don't be too anxious. It's normal for hunters to come here to hunt. We can't just want to kill them because they came. That would easily expose our whereabouts. As long as the hunters don't find us, we are still safe. Once we act against the hunters, we will definitely have to change locations. And then it will be a lot harder for the people coming to pick us up to find us. Wu Liangxin frowned and said, I'm just worried that the hunting dogs will report our presence here to their owner. Lao Wei couldn't help but laugh. Director Wu, your worries are unnecessary. Dogs can't talk. How can they report our presence here to their owner? At this moment, behind a large rock more than 300 meters away from the cave, De Huang was once again using his paw to draw a human character on the ground for Qindong. Qindong patted De Huang on the head, indicating that he understood. The armed men didn't come out to look for me. They returned to the cave instead. I don't know what they're hiding here for. Are they planning something big in our country? Why worry about that? I should just retreat first and keep a safe distance from these armed men. Qindong thought to himself. As for the wild ginseng that Xiao Huang and Da He discovered, I can dig it up later. There's south also the place where I found that 100-year-old wild ginseng. There are a few younger wild ginseng plants around it. I wanted to find the lucky area indicated by the fortune-seeking ruler and see if there's another 100-year-old wild ginseng. So I didn't dig those few wild ginseng plants yet. It's not too late to dig them later. With so many years of growth, there can't be no other wild ginseng growing around. They bloom and seed every year, and some seeds fall nearby, taking root and sprouting. Looking at the direction indicated by the fortune-seeking ruler in the spiritual space, it points right to the location of the cave, which made Qindong hesitate. What if that wild ginseng king is near the cave? Or is my good fortune tied to someone in the cave? Did they capture someone important? Fortune isn't just about wealth. It also includes connections and romance. After hesitating for a moment, Qindong used his heart observation mirror ability, taking in everything within 100 meters, and then he stealthily made his way toward the cave. This was his first time using the fortune-seeking ruler, and he wanted to see what kind of good fortune it would bring him. If these armed men really have taken someone important, and someone who brings me good fortune, then I'll find a way to rescue them. Of course, I also need to assess how many people are in the cave and judge based on my own abilities. Qindong was never one to shy away from danger. Having spent a lifetime in business, he was no stranger to decisiveness and ruthlessness. To put it bluntly, many business opportunities were earned through his hard work. However, in this new life, he didn't want to push too hard. He wanted to enjoy life and live well. 5 minutes was enough for me to slowly approach the cave. At that time, I would use the heart observation mirror ability again to see what the situation inside the cave is like. As Qindong gradually approached the cave, he observed from a godlike perspective with the heart observation mirror, and nothing unexpected happened during this process. Just as his heart observation mirror ability was about to end, he quietly reached a dense thicket less than 10 meters from the cave. Then, under the observation of the heart observation mirror, he discovered there were 5 men and 1 woman in the cave. Among them was the beautiful girl he had seen earlier, along with a tall and a short man. The other 3 men had the appearance of Chinese nationals. The fortune-seeking ruler in the spiritual space trembled a few times, pointing in the direction of the cave before drooping down. Could my good fortune be tied to someone in the cave? The 3 men looked tough and were likely professionally trained. Among the 3 Chinese men, one was a skinny man with small eyes and a mustache, looking like a tough character. Another was a middle-aged man with a round face and a bronze complexion, resembling a seasoned mountain dweller. As for the middle-aged man with fair skin and a slightly plump bald head, he looked like a petty thief. From Qindong's judgment, this seemingly petty thief might be the key to the group's mission. As the heart observation mirror ability ended, he could no longer see the situation inside the cave. So he immediately activated the heart observation mirror ability again. What is wrong with this group? They haven't spoken a word in these few minutes. Just as Qindong was cursing inwardly before the new heart observation mirror ability was about to end, the bald middle-aged man finally spoke, prompting Qindong to quickly extend his heart observation mirror ability again. If you can't provide me with anything useful after using the heart observation mirror 3 times on you, I'll find a way to deal with you. Soon, the words of the bald middle-aged man in the cave revealed his identity to Qindong. He was a traitor. Chapter 177. Qindong, I must make a big move. In the cave, Wu Liangxin spoke uneasily. Yankovsky, I can only tell you the location of the documents regarding our country's secret weapons once I am safely taken to your country. Lao Wei shook his head and laughed. Director Wu, you've said this many times over the past few days. Don't worry. They will definitely find a way to get you to the Russian country. You've helped them acquire such important information. How could they treat you poorly? Wu Liangxin shook his head, his brow furrowed, looking tense and worried. I'm worried that the contact person with the surname who will tell the public security about my situation here to save his own life. If I fall into the hands of national security, the outcome will be dire. The contact person with the surname who was caught at the worst possible time. Katerina snorted coldly. Wu, don't worry about this. We three are members of the country's Alpha team and have the capability to take you to our country. After saying this, she stood up and walked outside to observe the surroundings with binoculars. Meanwhile, Qindong, hiding in the dense thicket 10 meters below the cave, felt a bit nervous when he saw Katerina approach the cave. He feared being discovered. This middle-aged bald man was actually a traitor stealing the country's top-secret weapon information. Damn it, Qindong cursed inwardly. When he became a big boss and achieved success, he often had tea and chats with other big bosses about the past of the country, discussing things that happened after the reform and opening up, including the topics of traitors, spies, and the theft of important classified documents from the country, which made them all deeply resentful. During the early stages of the country's reform and opening up, there were numerous cases of spies stealing top-secret information, causing many research projects to stagnate or be mastered by other countries, leading to corresponding counter-research. There were also spies lurking in the government who, through their power, led the country down wrong paths, resulting in slow development. He never expected to encounter such a traitor who was stealing national secrets. A fire was burning in Qindong's heart. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Hearing the woman claim to be a member of the Alpha team made Qindong cautious. Members of this team sounded formidable, like seasoned special forces. Although Qindong had the hard observation mirror to assist him, had a spiritual space, top-notch shooting skills, and was a master of Xingyiquan, he still lacked confidence in facing off against 3 members of the Alpha team at the same time. Katerina, standing at the cave, was observing the surroundings with binoculars. Due to her years of combat experience, she had a feeling that there were eyes watching her in the shadows. However, after carefully scanning the area, she didn't find anything suspicious. Perhaps she was overthinking. The person here was just a hunter hunting for sport, Katerina thought to herself. It was only when Katerina returned to the cave that Qindong breathed a sigh of relief, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. If she had discovered him, even with the hard observation mirror and the 3 puppet talismans, he wouldn't have felt confident against 3 Alpha team members. Looking at this big spy who sold state secrets, Qindong really wanted to shoot him. But whatever, this era has its own developments. Why bother worrying so much? I just need to live my own life well. The country's development sometimes requires taking a few wrong turns, Qindong thought to himself. But he still felt a bit uneasy. The protagonist is a reborn individual with a miraculous spiritual spring space, aware of certain future developments in the country. Now, having encountered a traitor who sells the nation's top secrets, he feels uneasy about not taking action. As a result, he uses his heart-viewing mirror ability twice to gather information from conversations with the traitor Wu Liangxin and his associates. They plan to take advantage of an upcoming forest enclosure in a few days to wait for someone named Hu to rescue them from prison, and then escape to the border through a secret passage under Hu's guidance. Given the prevalence of traitors and spies in this era, capturing just 1 or 2 won't solve the problem. With this thought, Qindong decides not to overthink it and quietly leaves. If necessary, he plans to find a way to relay this information to the county police after he gets out. After assessing his own strength and that of 3 Russian Alpha team members, he decides against taking action, prioritizing his own safety. Qindong quickly leaves the barren-infested valley and seeks a cave in a nearby gorge to spend the night. That evening, he repeats his earlier method, using a piece of deer entrails with a drop of spiritual spring water, placing it outside to see if it attracts any big game. However, to his disappointment, the whole night passes without attracting anything, not even a weasel. In the morning, he feeds the entrails to his 3 dogs, Dahuang. It's understandable, as large predators like tigers, black bears, and gray wolves have strong territorial instincts. The northeast tiger he hunted last night, along with 2 black bears and gray wolves, claimed this vast area as their territory. Trying to lure big game into their territory was clearly futile since they had already been killed and sent to his spiritual spring space. Other tigers and black bears from different territories won't easily intrude into this area in the short term. He decides to set traps in another location to see if he can gather more deer antlers and animals for his dog's food supply. Soon, He rides to a small lake rich in vegetation that he passed earlier. Upon arrival, he notices many animals by the lakeside, including groups of roe deer, spotted deer, sika deer, and a multitude of wild chickens and ducks. To his surprise, he also discovers a herd of yellow sheep, which typically inhabit grasslands or forest edges near grasslands. While it's unusual to see them here, it's not entirely surprising, as some herds may prefer living in forests. In addition to herbivores and birds, Chen Dong spots traces of a wolf pack and sees a marten basking on a piece of driftwood in the lake. He even catches a glimpse of a small tiger, specifically a lynx. Unfortunately, it's not the right season for lynx, marten, and sable pelts, as autumn is when their fur is at its best and most valuable. A high-quality lynx pelt can sell for 1 to 2,000, and if sold at the border black market, it could fetch several thousand. As the upper class in Russia has a keen interest in lynx pelts, although referred to as a small lake, its area spans several hundred acres, with the deepest part being over 30 meters. The lake's water comes from surrounding mountain springs and melted snow, so even in the summer, the water remains somewhat chilly. After observing the terrain, Chen Dong quickly identifies a spot to set up his spiritual spring water traps. Chapter 178. The spiritual spring water trap attracts many animals. Time to harvest. A few hundred meters east of the small lake lies a low-lying area where he pours the spiritual spring water, ensuring to fill it adequately since he has the spiritual spring space to store thousands of cubic meters of water without issue. However, he doesn't need to collect that much, as diluting the spiritual spring water too much would reduce its effectiveness in attracting animals. He chose a location a few hundred meters away from the small lake because the nearby animals would quickly catch the scent while they drink the water. Chen Dong quietly sets up animal traps and snares along their path. When he fires a few shots to scare them, many will likely be caught in the nets or step into the traps. Additionally, he plans to use his spiritual spring space ability to dig several large pits and cover them with branches and leaves, ensuring that some animals will fall into the pits. Since he aims to make a big haul, he intends to go all out. After this hunting trip, he will help sell peaches, which will take at least a week or two, leaving him no time for hunting. He can't let his aging parents handle the peach-selling business alone, especially with Su Yun pregnant and Zhou Honglian being a woman. It will surely fall to Chen Dong to figure out how to sell the peaches. He wonders how many he can sell to the nearby villagers. Taking them to the town or county market wouldn't yield much either. The key is that these fruits are irrigated with spiritual spring water, and he naturally wants to sell them at a high price. Although peaches may not fetch much, every little bit counts, especially since managing the peach crop is no easy task for his parents. Without further ado, Chen Dong starts by cutting branches and shrubs to cover the dug pits. The spiritual spring space allows him to gather soil from the ground, with each touch collecting about half a cubic meter of soil. In no time, he digs several large pits, planning to set them near the side of the lake where the spiritual spring water traps are located. Digging the pits is quick and quiet, allowing him to set up multiple traps while enough animals are drinking the spiritual spring water. However, using the spiritual spring space to dig traps consumes mental energy. He usually doesn't exhaust himself much while gathering materials, but digging traps will require a significant amount of mental energy. On the other hand, he quietly sets up animal nets and traps a few hundred meters away from the spiritual spring water traps. The setup for the nets and traps takes longer and creates more noise. After half a day of cutting branches and shrubs, he feels he's made enough progress and examines the terrain to determine where to place the nets, traps, and pits. This terrain allows him to block the escape routes effectively. Animals fleeing will likely move either up the mountain or towards the small lake. As long as he sets up traps and nets on both sides, he is sure to capture plenty of prey. After a full day of planning, Chen Dong is ready to put his plan into action. He just needs to wait for the next morning to set up the nets and traps, and then he can secretly dig the pit traps to cut off the animals' escape routes. That night, he finds a cave to rest in. While enjoying cold pig head meat, fried peanuts, and ice-cold beer, he feels quite content. He thinks to himself that he can always return to the Bear Valley to dig for ginseng later. After returning, he plans to discreetly have De Huang drop off information about the Trader Wu at the police station when he goes to the county to sell deer antlers. I still can't take credit for this. We're not far from the border here, and there are quite a few spies. What if the spy organization finds out it was me who reported it, and then tries to deal with me? Chen Dong thought to himself. He had already planned it out. When he returned to the village, he would take advantage of going to the county town to sell deer antlers and have De Huang throw the report letter into the police station. He had also thought about the content of the report letter. He would just take words from the dictionary and piece them together on a piece of paper. This was done for safety. After all, some handwriting experts can identify whether a person wrote a certain piece of writing based on their handwriting. Of course, they might not necessarily suspect Qindong, but being cautious is definitely not a bad thing. In the spirit space, the bodies of those two people were still stored there. Qindong planned to wait until the hunting was over tomorrow before sinking the bodies to the bottom of the lake. Doing it at night felt a bit creepy to think about. I wonder how Su Yun and Sister Hong Lian are doing. Hope nothing's wrong. Qindong couldn't help but think of Su Yun, Zhou Hong Lian, and Zhou Lan Xian. And Zhou Xiang Lan. A night passed without incident. Early in the morning, Qindong began to set up animal traps and dug quite a few deep pits. As dawn broke, he used the 2,000 to 3,000 cubic meters of water he collected from the lakeside last night, flowing it out like a human-shaped water pump with both hands. While he was flowing the water, he mixed in 10 drops of spirit spring water. Watching the low-lying area fill with water he had poured, Qindong felt a bit dizzy from flowing water for too long. I really can flow water, even better than Sister Hong Lian. He quickly hid away, resting his mental strength while waiting for animals to come and drink water. It wasn't long before a few roe deer discovered the situation here. Their plump heads facing this way, sniffing the air, and then they jogged over without any caution. When the roe deer reached the little pond Qindong had created, one of them lowered its head and started drinking the water. After taking a couple of sips mixed with spirit spring water, the deer stretched its neck and made a woo-woo sound, then started jumping around excitedly. It seemed quite thrilled. The other roe deer followed suit and began to drink the spirit spring water. Then, they all started making excited noises and jumping around. The attraction of the spirit spring water was indeed strong. Moreover, the place Qindong chose to set up the spirit spring water trap was very close to the small lake. The strong scent released by the spirit spring water attracted many nearby animals that were drinking, grazing, or hunting. Soon, many animals were drawn over. A group of Sika deer arrived here and collectively jumped around excitedly after drinking the spirit spring water. A group of red deer also came over and did the same after drinking. The herd of yellow sheep Qindong saw yesterday also arrived, bleating excitedly after drinking the spirit spring water. Before long, the area around the small pond became a collective outdoor party for the animals. Even a pack of over a dozen wolves, which are carnivorous animals, were attracted by the spirit spring water and drank it eagerly, filling their bellies. What surprised Qindong was that a far eastern leopard showed up. A few lynxes were also attracted. A large Siberian tiger, along with a large and 2 small bears, which Qindong had seen by the lake yesterday, all came over, drinking water like crazy. Although many of them had predator and prey relationships, they all seemed strangely harmonious in the presence of the spirit spring water, drinking as much as possible. Watching the densely packed animals around the small pond, Qindong knew it was time for him to act. He quietly dug dirt pit traps from the bushes, consecutively digging more than 20 vertical pits over 2 meters deep. It was nearly impossible for the animals to jump out once they fell in. Finally, after using too much of the spirit space's ability to collect things, Qindong felt a buzzing in his head and decided to stop. He quietly sneaked to a good position on a rock, took out his 56 semi-automatic rifle, and aimed at the Siberian tiger. Bang! He pulled the trigger. Time to harvest. These animals are the harvest. Chapter 179. Caught a far eastern leopard. With a gunshot, the Siberian tiger was hit in the head, instantly spraying blood mist, and it lay limply on the ground. One shot, one kill. With the power of the 56 semi-automatic, combined with Qindong's marksmanship, it was reasonable to kill the Siberian tiger with a single shot to the head. The Siberian tiger is a carbon-based life form. It's impossible to survive with a blown head. Hunting isn't always that difficult. With a gun in hand, superb marksmanship, and a dozen hunting dogs by his side, Qindong didn't he understand how he could get hurt in front of the animals. Bang! Qindong shot again, hitting a bear in the head. One shot to the head. It had to be dead. In front of human firearms, wild animals are that fragile. Even rhinos and elephants, when hit in the head, are basically doomed. Some animals survive simply because they haven't been hit in a vital spot. After Qindong fired 2 shots, killing a Siberian tiger and a bear, the gunfire sent the animals, who were having a party, scattering in all directions. Birds flew away, and land animals ran chaotically. Standing on the rock with his 56 semi-automatic, Qindong watched the animals flee and fired another 8 shots. Among those 8 shots, 6 hit their targets. 4 Sika deer, 1 large red deer, and one roe deer. The sounds of animals screaming in agony came from the area where he had placed the animal traps, as well as from the 20-plus dirt pit traps he had dug. Shundong quickly moved toward the area where he had set the traps, with 11 dogs following closely behind him. One trapping net covered a sick deer. Shundong collected both the net and the deer into the spirit space. Next to it, another net trapped a red deer. Collected. In total, there were 20 nets, each trapping an animal, mostly sick deer, roe deer, red deer, and yellow sheep. Shundong directly collected these into the spirit space, ready to take them out to kill later. There were also 2 nets trapping 2 yellow-bellied marmots. These marmots bared their teeth at him, and Shundong shot one in the head, looking for trouble. If you had been obedient, I could have let you 2 live a little longer. But since you bared your teeth at me, I can only send you on your way. After shooting one yellow-bellied marmot, Shundong cursed. He had a poor impression of yellow-bellied marmots. Last time, a group of them had followed him all the way and caused trouble at Wangtan. As Shundong approached a shaking net, he heard a low growl from inside. It was actually a Far Eastern leopard, with light golden fur covered in prominent black spots and rosettes. These spots were round or oval, resembling plum blossom patterns, akin to ancient coins. Which is why the Far Eastern leopard is also called the money leopard. The spots on its head were smaller and denser, with black spots covering the forehead, between the eyes, below, and on the cheeks. Seeing this netted Far Eastern leopard, Shundong was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the trapping net to catch a Far Eastern leopard. The fur of the Far Eastern leopard, although not as valuable as that of the lynx, is roughly similar in price to that of the Northeast tiger. Shundong, holding a gun, wanted to send this Far Eastern leopard on its way. But when he saw the slightly bulging belly of the leopard, along with its female characteristics, he hesitated for a moment. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand, and he directly cut open the animal trap. Since it was a pregnant female leopard, Shundong chose to let it go. This was a rule passed down through generations of hunters: do not harm pregnant animals. Of course, if an animal was accidentally caught while hunting, that didn't count. The Far Eastern leopard, sliding out from the trap, was trembling all over, looking up at Shundong in confusion, its black-lined eyes glowing, and it let out a low growl towards Shundong. Compared to its earlier fierce expression, it looked much gentler now. Woof, woof, woof. Ada and the other dogs were barking wildly around the Far Eastern leopard. However, the leopard didn't run away. Instead, it crouched down on the ground, trembling in fear, occasionally making sounds like a small kitten mewing, looking up at Shundong with a pitiful expression. This made Shundong think of Su Yun. Ada, enough. You all be quiet, Shundong told the dogs. Upon hearing his words, Ada and the other dogs stopped barking. Shundong then took out a long spoon from the spirit spring space and dripped a drop of spirit spring water into it. Don't ask why Shundong carried a long spoon. There were pots and pans in the spirit spring space too. Having a space is just that carefree. All right, here is a drop of something good. Drink it, and then hurry on your way, Shundong said, extending the spoon towards the female Far Eastern leopard. When the leopard smelled the aroma of the spirit spring water, it fixed its eyes on Shundong, then extended its tongue to lick a few times, and even continued to lick the spoon after finishing the water, purring like a cat rubbing against a familiar person. Okay, hurry and leave. Shundong raised the spoon in a threatening manner. Seeing this, the Far Eastern leopard half-crouched and moved to the side, occasionally looking back at Shundong before disappearing into the bushes. After letting go of the pregnant female leopard, Shundong collected a few more traps, catching a spotted deer, 2 roe deer, and a wild boar. The spotted deer and roe deer were directly stored in the spirit spring space, while the wild boar was shot in the head. Meow, meow, meow. Woo, woo, woo. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When Shundong reached the last trap, looking at the animals inside and hearing their sounds, he couldn't help but smile, because the animals in the trap were actually. Chapter 180. Encountering people, strike first, eliminate 2. Tiger cubs. That is, lynxes. There were actually 2 large lynxes and 3 small ones in the trap. This was a whole family wiped out. Lynxes are medium-sized felines, with sizes between domestic cats and large cats. Their fur is usually gray-brown or yellow-brown, and the 2 large and 3 small lynxes in front of him had gray-brown fur. Although lynxes are solitary animals, they can exhibit social behaviors under certain special circumstances. For example, during the breeding season, male lynxes frequently visit female nests and may even bring prey near the female or cubs, showing a family care-like behavior. It seems the male lynx was out with the female and cubs to forage, and they were all attracted by the spirit spring water, ending up in the trap together. Since they were a family, Dong decided to take them all into the spirit spring space. Letting the far eastern leopard go didn't mean he would let the lynx family go. These 3 lynxes were already quite large, not small ones. And with the high price of lynx fur, he naturally wouldn't let them escape. With the existence of the spirit spring space, he could skin these lynxes quite intact. Although the lynx fur in this season is average, it could still sell for a good amount. Next, Dong's task was to collect the trapped prey into the spirit spring space. Almost every trap had captured prey, since the traps were tied with ropes. With one end tied to trees, the captured animals had no chance of escaping. Animals like spotted deer, roe deer, yellow sheep, and elk, which were not very aggressive, were directly stored in the spirit spring space by Dong. As for wild boars and wolves, which are fierce, he simply shot them in the head. The same went for animals that fell into the dirt pits he had dug. In the more than 10 dirt pits he had dug, 8 had animals that had fallen in, with some pits containing 3 animals. Soon, all the captured prey from the traps, nets, and dirt pits were collected into the spirit spring space. Adding to that the northeast tiger he shot earlier, the bear, and several spotted deer and roe deer. He had captured over 50 animals in total. This round was a huge profit. Is hunting really that difficult? With the combination of spirit spring water and the spirit spring space, it was easy. Just as Dong had just used the spirit spring space to collect the prey in this area and planned to go to the place where he had dug 25 large pits to retrieve the trapped prey. One of the 3 dogs, Big Yellow, Big Black, and Little Yellow, barked loudly. From the sound, it was Big Black barking. While collecting the prey, Dong had instructed the 3 dogs to patrol the surroundings to see if anyone was coming, and if they spotted someone, to alert him immediately. On one hand, Dong didn't want anyone to discover his secret of using the spirit spring space to collect animals. On the other hand, encountering people in the mountains and forests often required extra caution. Yesterday, he had sent Big Yellow, Big Black, Little Yellow, and Ada, the 4 dogs, to check the surroundings for any presence of people. Within a 3-mile radius, he had basically confirmed there were no people around. He certainly didn't want to be seen hunting and using the spirit spring space to collect prey. Nor did he want someone to steal his hard-earned catch right after finishing hunting. Big Black, Big Yellow, Little Yellow, come back, Dong shouted. First, he called the 3 dogs back. Having them around would increase his safety somewhat. Then, Dong activated his heart observation mirror ability and quickly ran towards Big Black's location. He couldn't just wait for the people to come. He wasn't sure who was coming. Were they hunters? Bandits? Foreign armed personnel? Did they have good intentions? Did they bear hostility? At the same time, he couldn't let the incoming people see him. After all, he was out here hunting alone and had caught so many prey. He hadn't even filled the dirt back in the pits he dug. He first wanted to see who they were. If they had no malicious intent and saw the prey in the traps. Even if they were greedy and took 1 or 2, Dong wouldn't mind. Let them take 1 or 2. But if they were too greedy, or if he heard them plotting against him, then he would have to strike first and eliminate them, running quickly through the mountains, bushes, and varying sizes of grass. Dong soon spotted 3 people within 100 meters of his heart observation mirror range. 50 meters away on the grass, the 3 were walking towards him. Among them, one was a tall, sturdy man holding a Type 54 pistol. Next to him was a middle-aged man with a round face and big buck teeth, about 1.75 meters tall, holding a handgun in his hand. Behind him was a shorter, thin middle-aged man with a gaunt face and a small mustache, holding a Type 56 rifle with both hands, cautiously looking around. After a while, he saw the hunters over there and said, "Old Tang, Old Gua, don't act rashly. Talk to them nicely. We'll see how it goes. If we have to take action, let's do it decisively." The tall, strong man nodded, understood. "I hope they have enough supplies. We've been holed up in the mountains for 2 months. I'm starving." The middle-aged man with the big beard said coldly, "Hunting here. And they just happened to run into us. If they don't die, who will?" Bang! A gunshot sounded not far away. Then, a blood hole appeared in the head of the middle-aged man with the small mustache. "Not good. They don't follow the rules." The middle-aged man with the big beard exclaimed, his face changing drastically as he turned to find cover. But the next moment, bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded from his head. He was shot dead. Bang! 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 Several bullets hit the trees and ground near the tall man, who quickly crouched in the bushes and then shrank behind a nearby rock. sweating profusely and nervously watching ahead, not daring to make a sound. Watching his two companions get shot, the tall man was dumbfounded. They were planning to ambush the hunters and seize their supplies. Who would have thought that they would be attacked first? They had run into a black-on-black situation. The tall man, holding his handgun, hid behind the rock for over 10 minutes before cautiously sneaking away. Every move he made was observed by Qin, who was hiding in a concealed bush, watching him with a single-barrel telescope. After the tall man slipped away, Qin patted De Huang's head. De Huang, quietly follow that man. Keep your distance and see where he goes. Come back later. Having heard that they wanted to rob supplies and kill him, Qin didn't hesitate and fired first, taking out the two men. As for leaving this one man alive, he intended to let him lead him to where the others were, to see if there were more accomplices. If there were, they might be wiped out. After all, they didn't seem like good people. Chapter 181. Capture the thief first. De Huang was as clever as ever. After Qin said a couple of sentences and gestured, he happily went off to chase the tall man. As for Qin, he quickly approached the two corpses. When he took action earlier, he had been strategic. He first took out the short, thin man who was hiding behind, looking around with his Type 56 rifle. From his displayed agility, he seemed somewhat smart. And with the Type 56 rifle, his shooting skills should be decent. Naturally, he had to be eliminated first. The big bearded man was also killed, leaving the tall man behind. He was just a big oaf with not much cunning. In his rush, he definitely wouldn't think that someone, no, that a dog, was following him. A Type 54 pistol. What a good thing. I've been wanting to get a handgun, but the supply store doesn't sell them. And I didn't want to ask someone to buy it for me. Now I finally have a handgun. Qin picked up the handgun that the big bearded man had dropped on the ground, and, seeing it was a Type 54, he immediately grinned. This was truly a timely help. He found 2 magazines and over 100 rounds of ammunition on the big bearded man. With these bullets, it would be enough. Although he already had a Type 56 rifle, a Mosin-Nagant modified for hunting, and a double-barreled shotgun, which should be sufficient, handguns have their advantages. He couldn't just pull out those 3 guns anytime and anywhere. If there were people around, wouldn't they suspect him? But a handgun is different, it's compact. And he could easily explain that he was hiding it on his person. Next, he stored the bodies of the middle-aged small mustache man and the middle-aged big beard man in the Spirit Spring space. He wanted to see how many people were at the place where the tall man had gone. After dealing with them, Qin planned to eliminate them all. They should blame themselves for coming here and wanting to kill him. Moreover, Qin's intention to wipe them out was to minimize the chances of anyone finding out he was hunting here. So, they had to be eliminated. After all, they were not good people. Killing them would be considered a service to the community. Qin quickly returned to the pit trap area and fired his gun, shooting the animals that had fallen into the pit. There were more animals in this pit trap than the other side. In total, Qin collected 65. Adding the more than 50 from before, it came to about 120. Among them, there were 8 stags with antlers. The antlers of roe deer and sika deer are not worth much, but combined with the previous 15 sets of deer antlers, there were a total of 23 sets. This season is the best time for deer antlers. If it were delayed by 10 days to half a month, they would be too mature and worthless. 2 northeast tigers, 3 bears, 2 large and 1 small lynx, plus other animal meat. This hunting trip yielded at least over 40,000. This is not counting the century-old wild ginseng and other mountain ginseng. This hunting trip was a huge success. On the way back, Qin planned to pretend to hunt in a meadow about 30 miles from Chunliutuan, and then pretend to have hunted a few spotted deer there. He would have the reindeer carry the dead spotted deer back. Nearby hunters often hunt there. In such a close vicinity to the village, and with so many hunters around, no one would dare to open fire easily. If he could meet other hunters in the meadow, that would be even better. It would prove that he was indeed hunting there. First, I'll follow De Huang to see how many people are at the tall man's destination. If I can deal with them, I will. If there are experts among them, then forget it. I'll come back later and refill the pits. After storing all the prey in the Spirit Spring space, Qin patted De He and Xiao Huang on the head. De He, Xiao Huang, go follow De Huang. Then Qin summoned De Li from the Spirit Spring space. De Li had long been accustomed to appearing in one place one moment and in another the next, or from day to night in the next moment. De Li, go follow De He and them. 20 minutes later, Qin caught up to De Huang, who was still slowly following the tall man. The tall man had initially run for a while, but later switched to a fast walk, naturally slowing down. so it was normal for Dong, riding to Li, to catch up with him. Dong quietly followed behind the tall man. After about 10 minutes of quick walking, the tall man arrived at the entrance of a cave in a small valley where two men were sitting. Upon seeing the tall man arrive, one of the men with a long scar on his face smiled and said, "Old Tang, why are you back so soon? Where are Lao Wu and Lao Gua? Is it that they have shot many prey and called us to help move the prey? This group has been hiding here for 2 months, and the supplies they brought with them have long been used up. They can only rely on hunting or have killed a dozen hunters to replenish their supplies. It's about 5 or 6 miles from here to a place called Yujing Lake, where there are many animals around, making it convenient for them to hunt. Some hunters also come here to hunt, and they have killed a dozen hunters. This cave is very hidden, making it difficult for ordinary people to find it. So they have been living here relatively peacefully. Today, Lao Wu, Lao Tang, and Lao Guo went to the lakeside to hunt. Lao Wu used to be a hunter and is very experienced in hunting. There are a total of 8 of them. And the reason they are hiding here is that they have stolen over 100 pounds of gold from a gold mine storage. Now, they are hiding here mainly to avoid the external situation, and after a month or 2, when the situation outside calms down, they plan to find a way to escape from this forest to other places and live incognito. Each person can get more than 10 pounds of gold. And if they sell the gold on the black market, with the current price of gold at around $5 to $6 per gram, 1 pound of gold is about $3,000, and over 100 pounds amounts to over 300,000. Divided among them, they can each have $4,000 to $5,000, living a comfortable life. Lao Wu and Lao Gua are dead. Lao Tang, a tall and strong man, gasped. The man who had spoken earlier quickly asked after hearing Lao Tang's words, "What do you mean, Lao Tang? You said Lao Gua and Lao Wu are dead. How did they die?" "There were people hunting by the lake. We intended to take them out, but we didn't see anyone. And then we were shot at from the dark. Lao Wu and Lao Gua were shot in the head. Quick, go wake up Hao Gu. We need to avenge Lao Wu and Lao Gua." Lao Tang shouted breathlessly. In the bushes, Dong was currently aiming his gun at the cave entrance. What he needed to do now was to wait for the 3 people sleeping in the cave to come out, and then, from their conversation, find out who among them was the leader before taking him out. As the saying goes, capture the leader first. Chapter 182. Killing and Seizing the Golden Belt. Hao Gu. Hao Gu. There's trouble, there's trouble. A man shouted towards the cave. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a square face rushed out of the cave. What happened? What happened? At the same time, 2 other men also ran out of the cave. Lao Tang quickly told the square-faced middle-aged man that the 3 of them had gone to the lakeside, heard gunshots from hunting, and intended to approach the hunters to greet them and then take them out. However, they didn't even see the hunters' faces before 2 of them were shot in the head. "You didn't even see the other party?" Hao Gu asked, his eyes wide after hearing Lao Tang's words. Lao Tang nodded vigorously. "Yes, we didn't even see their faces. And Lao Wu and Lao Gua were shot in the head. They are not following the rules. We haven't done anything yet, and they opened fire." Lao Tang shook his head angrily. After hearing this, Hao Gu asked again, "How come you're unscathed?" "Hao Gu, what do you mean by that?" Lao Tang replied, "I came back alive, is that wrong? Are you thinking that if I had died, then the gold would be divided among you 5? Lao Tang was momentarily stunned, then took out his pistol angrily. Hao Gu quickly said, "Lao Tang, that is not what I meant. I meant, with their shooting accuracy. Both Lao Gua and Lao Wu were shot in the head, yet you were unharmed. Didn't they shoot at you? I suspect they deliberately missed you and followed you here, wanting to pull a black eat black on us." After hearing this, Lao Tang frowned. "They did shoot at me, but they all missed. However, as for what you said about them tracking me, I didn't notice them on the way here." Hao Gu decisively said, "No matter what. Brothers, let us quickly change places. They might be on their way here. Forget about the gold for now. Just hide it in this cave." 2 minutes later, Hao Gu and the other 5 put on their clothes and rushed out of the cave with their weapons. Watching them rush out of the cave, Dong, who had quietly followed in the bushes, decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot blew Hao Ji's head off. He had waited for them to run out of the cave and get a distance away, so even if they wanted to return, they wouldn't be able to get back to the cave. That's when Dong fired. Otherwise, he would have shot earlier. But if they hid back in the cave, he couldn't recklessly enter. Moreover, he couldn't just wait around with them. Hao Gu was somewhat clever and realized someone was tracking that big guy, so he immediately moved to a different location. However, he never expected that Dong had followed him. One could say that being too clever backfired. Hao Gu was shot in the head by Dong. Soon after, Lao Tang was also shot in the head by Dong. It was already good that he had survived this long. Next, Dong shot another person in the head. Big brother, please spare me. We have gold. If you let us go, we will give you over 100 pounds of hidden gold. A man with a pig-like face hiding behind a tree trembled and shouted. Seeing his 3 companions shot in the head, he was scared out of his wits. Not far away, another man hiding behind a rock shouted. Yes. We have over 100 pounds of gold. If you let us go, we will tell you where the gold is hidden. Otherwise, you will never find the gold. Gold. I already knew when you were talking earlier. After you entered the cave, I used my mind observation ability to check and saw you inspecting where the gold was hidden in the cave. To deal with you, I had to use my mind observation ability 3 times. You deserve to die? Even if you really hid the gold, even if I can't find it, I would still kill you. It's just 2 or 300,000. I can still earn it. In this era, gold is a controlled item, and the regulation on gold is quite strict. However, in some black markets, gold is sold for $5 to $6 per gram. If he got over 100 pounds of gold, selling it on the black market for money and doing business wouldn't be a problem. With the auditing capabilities of this era, it's very hard to trace who has how much money. As the 2 men trembled behind their cover, under the godly perspective provided by the mind observation, Dong quietly approached from behind and shot both of them in the head. Watching their heads explode in a cloud of blood, and upon closer inspection, their heads were a mess of blood and flesh. Red blood, white brain matter, slightly yellow bones. Dong didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt a strange excitement. It's not about being perverted. He simply appreciated the bloody artistry and the thrill of shooting heads. Then, Dong collected the 6 corpses into his spiritual spring space. 6 guns, 4 of which were handguns, 1 shotgun, and 1 Type 56. In addition, he found more than a dozen grenades and several hundred rounds of ammunition on them. This firepower is quite impressive. Grenades are good stuff, so he collected them first. Who knows when they might come in handy. Looking at the 8 new corpses in the spiritual spring space, along with the earlier 2, there were a total of 10 corpses. Soon, he would tie them to stones and throw them to the bottom of the lake. He then went to the cave to inspect the place where they hid the gold based on what he observed. He observed through his spiritual mirror ability that they were discussing the place where the gold was hidden. Otherwise, if he had to find it himself, it would indeed take some time. He moved several large stones that were pressing on the gold into the spiritual spring space, along with the soil and the gold itself. When he looked at the long strips of golden ingots in the spiritual spring space, Dong's eyes sparkled. Truly worthy of being the gold belt that kills and robs. This feeling of killing and seizing wealth was somewhat exhilarating. The next morning, on a high meadow about 20 to 30 miles from the village, Dong was holding a 56 rifle, watching a small group of spotted deer attracted by the spiritual spring water trap he had set, and then walked towards them. Dong decisively fired at a spotted deer with antlers. Bang! With a gunshot, the deer fell to the ground. The other deer scattered in all directions, and a few were caught in the traps he had set up just before dawn. Seeing several deer trapped, Dong smiled slightly. He could take these deer home. Chapter 183. What? Did you hunt all these deer by yourself? Yesterday evening, Dong rushed from Yujing Lake to Yangjiao Lake and quietly scouted the area, discovering 3 groups of hunters camping overnight to hunt. They set traps in places where animal herds often appeared. From a distance, Yangjiao Lake looked like a sheep's horn. Although the animal resources here were not as abundant as those at Yujing Lake, there were still several waves of herds living here. Nearby hunters had to get up early and walk briskly for most of the day to reach this place. Basically, anyone coming here would spend the night and wait to hunt, sometimes sitting for 1 or 2 days without necessarily catching anything. Wild animals were very alert. Even a slight noise would scare them away from the mountains. Dong recognized all 3 groups of hunters. 2 were from other towns, and 1 group was actually Wang Deshu and his companions from Wangtan. Growing up hunting with old Dong knew many hunters from the surrounding villages. He had figured out where they set their traps. Although their traps had some tricks, they couldn't compare to Dong, who had the advantage of the spiritual spring space. While they waited for prey after setting their traps, Dong just needed to drop a few drops of spiritual spring water to attract the animals. Dong was indeed very lucky. The first wave attracted a small group of spotted deer. Shooting a few deer would allow him to go home, where he could study new techniques with Hong Jie and visit Sister Xiang Lan for further research. Just thinking about it felt good. Bang! Facing the scattering spotted deer, Dong fired again, hitting a spotted deer with antlers. Being able to hit a target while the deer were running at high speed was not something an ordinary hunter could achieve. His hunting dogs, upon his command, split up to chase the scattered deer. As for Qindong, he quickly walked to the place where he had set the spiritual spring water trap and collected the puddle of spiritual spring water. Wouldn't it be better to water the fruit trees with this? Including the spiritual spring water traps set up yesterday at Yujing Lake. He collected the water that hadn't seeped underground into the spiritual spring space. He emphasized not wasting anything. As for the 10 corpses, he sank them to the bottom of the lake to feed the fish, making the final use of their bodies. Taking out the backpack he carried from the spiritual spring space, he approached the few spotted deer trapped in nets and snares, firing several shots to send them on their way. The nets and snares had trapped 6 spotted deer, and surprisingly, none had antlers. There were 3 females and 3 half-grown deer. However, it didn't matter. He wasn't lacking a pair of antlers. He took out his knife and bled each spotted deer. Since he was going back today, he had to skin them and take the clean meat home. He cut down 2 pairs of antlers and collected the blood in a cup. This was a good thing. Recently, when Air Mao returned, he mentioned that next time he made deer antler blood wine, he would make sure to soak more for him. As his brother-in-law had given some deer antler blood to a few leaders, and they all said it was good. So, if he made deer antler blood wine, he would give him money to soak more. Of course, Qindong wouldn't ask for money. After cutting down 2 pairs of antlers and collecting the blood, De Huang, covered in blood, ran back and whined at Qindong. De Huang, what's wrong? Didn't you go chasing deer? Did you encounter a big one? Qindong asked, puzzled. However, seeing De Huang wagging its tail and indicating for him to follow, he quickly followed. But after walking more than 100 meters, Qindong saw 6 spotted deer lying scattered on the ground, while the remaining dogs were surrounding a few deer and attacking them. Given the injuries of these deer, they wouldn't be able to escape. You guys are too ruthless, Qindong scolded. It was clear that De Huang, the queen of hunting dogs, led the pack to gather the originally scattered spotted deer together and began the hunt. Looking at the 6 spotted deer lying on the ground, 5 had antlers. He couldn't help but smile. De Huang was smart. It remembered his instruction to catch deer with antlers. Qindong took his knife and cut off the 5 pairs of antlers, again taking out a large cup from the spiritual spring space to collect the blood. The spotted deer surrounded by hunting dogs eventually fell one by one. Qindong didn't stop them, since the deer were already injured. It would be hard for them to survive in the mountains, so it was better to send them on their way. Just as Qindong was contemplating whether to collect so many deer carcasses into the spiritual spring space, he heard the barking of hunting dogs not far away. After hesitating for a moment, he thought, forget it, let these people help carry the deer home. This way, he could explain how he hunted so many deer. And with so many pairs of antlers, he would have a legitimate reason to take them out and sell them. Since someone was coming, Qindong didn't need to use the spiritual spring space to collect these deer carcasses. Although sharing some deer meat with them made Qindong somewhat unhappy, upon reflection, he realized he wasn't short on deer meat. Originally, he hunted here intentionally for them to see, to serve as evidence, so they could testify about his hunting success. This way, it was equivalent to having witnesses. The reason Qindong was so cautious was mainly due to the pressure from Lu Xiangnan and the forces behind her. Of course, they might look down on him, but Qindong preferred to be safe than sorry. He wasn't afraid of what Lu Xiangnan would do. He just needed to do his own thing without needing to be afraid. If he truly feared her, he could simply move to the county town. Even without Lu Xiangnan's presence, Qindong should still be prepared and take precautions. Initially, he thought he would catch a few deer, process them himself, and let Li and Shaoli carry them back. But now, there were a total of 22 deer of various sizes. With people arriving, he couldn't carry them all by himself, so he sought their help to carry the deer back, while giving them some deer meat in return. By taking out some deer meat, he could have them testify for him and also have a legitimate reason to sell so many antlers, allowing him to earn a decent amount of money for his family. It's just a little sacrifice of deer meat. There are plenty of valuable goods in the Spirit Spring space, so I can't say I'm heartbroken. Wow, man. How many of you surrounded this area to hunt so many deer? A middle-aged man, from a distance, saw Qindong using a knife to bleed a spotted deer, then looked at the chaotic scene of so many deer carcasses on the ground, and said in disbelief. There were 4 of them in total, accompanied by 8 hunting dogs. The man speaking was named Yang Dakuan, a hunter from Daong Village in Sheikh Township. Qindong smiled. Brother Dakuan, I'm from Chunlu Village in Dafeng Town. My father is Chun Laoshu. I've seen you a few times when I was out hunting with my dad. I came here to hunt alone, with plenty of dogs, nets, and traps. I was lucky to stumble upon this group of deer. He introduced himself first to avoid being bullied. If they dared to have bad intentions, Chendong would blow their heads off. What? You mean you hunted all these deer by yourself? Yang Dakuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The other three companions also showed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 184. A great harvest on the way home. The four of them were stunned. They had been squatting here for 3 days without catching anything big, but Chendong, alone, had managed to find a herd of spotted deer. The key point was that he caught so many all by himself. Chendong's explanation was reasonable. He had 11 hunting dogs, set up nets and traps, and the deer just happened to come to where he had set his traps. It made sense to catch so many deer. In the process, they also learned that 2 large reindeer were raised by Chendong. Xiaowu, you've inherited your father's hunting skills. To set the nets so accurately right on the path where the deer came. Yang Dakuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Glancing at the 7 or 8 sets of deer antlers placed aside, his eyes unable to hide his envy. Chendong smiled. I was just lucky. I came over from the old forest last night and didn't catch much. I thought I'd try my luck here for a couple of days. But I didn't expect to have such good fortune. Brother Dakuan, I've caught so many deer, I can't carry them all back by myself. Could you help me carry these deer back? I definitely won't let you guys run this trip for free. After we get back, I'll share some deer meat with you. Hearing this, Yang Dakuan's eyes brightened, and his face broke into a beaming smile. Sure, no problem helping you carry them back. But with so many deer, just 4 of us can't carry them all. How about this? He continued. I know there are a few people near Wang Village close to your area, and our group from Shay Township is nearby too. They've been squatting around here hunting. I've encountered them before, and we agreed that if anything happens, we would shoot signal flares and rush over to help each other. Hunting in the old forest hasn't been safe lately. There have been a lot of bandits around. In the neighboring county, some hunters were killed by bandits in the old forest. You have quite a bit of courage to venture into the old forest alone. Regarding Yang Dakuan's mention of recent bandit attacks on hunters, Chendong said he had just heard about it. Bandits killing hunters? The 8 people I killed should also count as bandits, right? He had Yang Dakuan fire a signal flare to call other hunters over. Yang Dakuan shot the flare, and while they were dissecting the spotted deer, 2 more groups arrived one after another, totaling 9 people. When they learned that Chendong had single-handedly hunted 22 spotted deer, each one showed an expression of disbelief. Some of them had been guarding this area for 3 or 4 days and hadn't caught a single big game. Chendong had come last night and caught so many spotted deer by this morning. It was simply a feast granted by the mountain lord. Upon hearing that Chendong needed their help to carry the deer meat back, they all agreed. Chendong considered that they would help carry the meat back, and each person would get 15 pounds of deer meat. They happily agreed. They had to agree. They had been waiting for 2 or 3 days without catching anything. The price of spotted deer meat in the market was even higher than pork, and some people said it was very nourishing. So getting 15 pounds of spotted deer meat was worth a good sum. It should be noted that ordinary workers only earned about 40 to 50 a month. However, Wang Deshu and his 5 companions said they didn't want the deer meat and would just help carry it back as an apology to Chendong. The others learned some things from Wang Deshu and understood why they wanted to apologize to Chendong. They didn't want deer meat. And Chendong thought for a moment that he should give them some travel expenses, 5 pounds each, since they couldn't just run 30 miles for free. Logically, it would have been reasonable for Chendong not to give them any meat, but who told him to be kind? They didn't want that much meat. So Chendong was too lazy to give them more. Soon, the 22 spotted deer were all dissected. Some intestines and lungs were hung on trees as offerings to the mountain lord. The other innards, which weren't worth much, were given to the dogs for a good meal. And the deer skins were not stripped off to make them easier to carry. The 14 of them averaged 1.5 spotted deer each, carrying their respective belongings and heading towards Chunlu village, with each person carrying around 140 to 150 pounds. Additionally, Dolly and Xiaoli were also carrying quite a bit of deer meat. An adult male spotted deer can weigh up to 300 pounds, while an adult female can weigh up to 200 pounds. Among these 22 spotted deer, 8 were adults. As for the deer antlers that Chendong had cut off, although they were quite valuable, no one mentioned wanting them, not even the deer whip or deer eggs. After all, these items were precious. Chendong asking them to help carry the meat and then dividing it when they got home was already quite generous. If someone were to ask for the antlers or the whip, that would be really shameless. Xiaowu has been in the mountains for 3 or 4 days. Why hasn't he come back yet? In the afternoon, While working in the orchard, the old lady murmured to the old man. The old man replied irritably, "What are you mumbling about? Since he went into the old forest, it's definitely going to take him several days to come back. Just stop worrying." The old lady huffed, "How can I not worry?" The family of the second son said they heard from people in other villages that there have been a lot of bandits in the old forest lately, and many hunters from other counties have gone into the old forest to hunt and were killed by bandits. After hearing this, the old man stomped his foot and said loudly, "Tian Xiaozui, why are you bringing this up? Our Xiao Wu went into the old forest to hunt, and you bring this up? Can't you think of something good? Understand the taboo?" Really? Seeing the old man fuming, the old lady realized she had said something she shouldn't have due to worry and quickly nodded with a furrowed brow. "I won't say it anymore. I won't say it anymore." The old man, still in a bad mood, added, "What you just said, don't let Xiao Yun hear about it. And also, warn the family of the second son not to say these things in front of Xiao Yun. She's pregnant. What if she gets scared? I know you're worried about Xiao Wu, but with his skills and wits, he'll definitely be fine. So stop worrying unnecessarily. This is how we make a living. You know it. When I went into the mountains, you worried every day, right? I used to stay in the mountains for 10 or 15 days. That was common." The old man vented a lot to the old lady. The old lady waved her hand and shook her head. I understand. I won't think about it anymore. As for the family of the second son, I'll go talk to her and let her know not to say these things to Xiao Yun. She really wanted to say that every time you went into the mountains before, I was always very worried. Watching my mother walk out of the orchard, my father took out a half-burned cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and wore a worried expression. Wasn't he worried about Qindong too? At Qindong's home, Su Yun was sitting in front of the sewing machine, but because she recalled what her second sister-in-law said not long ago, she became somewhat distracted and pricked her finger with the sewing needle. The pain made her grimace, and tears flowed down her face, mixed with deep concern. At that moment, Su Yun saw a dog appear at the door of the room. Staring at the dog, she was momentarily stunned, and the next moment, a wave of joy surged in her heart. She quickly stood up and walked outside. Chapter 185 Qindong. "Wife, why are you crying? I'm fine, right? Why is De Huang back? Did Qindong come back?" Just then, Zhou Honglian, who was at home, saw De Huang squatting at the door, wagging his tail and looking at Su Yun, which made her feel delighted. Su Yun, standing up, nodded. "Qindong should be back. De Huang is so clever. He must have come to deliver the news." Her face was filled with joy as she wiped her tears and smiled, then walked outside. Zhou Honglian laughed. Holding her hand, "Xiao Yun, walk slowly and watch your step. I told you, don't listen to what the second sister-in-law says. Qindong is so capable. He must be fine, so don't overthink it." Half an hour ago, when the second sister-in-law was looking for Su Yun to sew something, she mentioned hearing from someone that there had been trouble with wild boars in the old forest recently, and several hunters from the neighboring county had been killed by them. Then she added that Qindong was so clever that he would definitely be fine. Zhou Honglian, who happened to overhear this, immediately scolded Liang Fong, saying what nonsense she was talking. If she knew Qindong was fine, why say such things? Wasn't that just scaring Su Yun? Besides, Qindong had been hunting for a few days, and she came over to talk about wild boars killing hunters in the mountains. What was that if not intentionally cursing Qindong? Liang Fong also scolded Zhou Honglian, saying she had killed her own husband. And how could she have the face to stay here? Did she want to seduce Qindong? Zhou Honglian was very rude and argued back. She knew that Su Yun's personality would never allow her to argue with Liang Fong, so she had to step in. Su Yun wiped her tears and nodded. I'm not overthinking." After saying that, she walked toward the door. Zhou Honglian shook her head and smiled behind her. In this matter, Su Yun's words were not sincere. In fact, when Liang Fong mentioned the recent incidents of wild boars killing hunters in the mountains, she was also very worried about Qindong. Su Yun stood at the door, looking toward the mountains with hope on her face. Xiao Wu is amazing. He hunted a lot of deer, and just the antlers alone were cut off from many of them. Your family is getting rich." A man from the village, riding a bike, stopped in front of Qindong's house when he saw Su Yun looking eagerly for someone, then smiled and gave a thumbs up. Su Yun smiled. "Uncle, Xiao Wu is back. He hasn't returned home yet, so I don't know how many prey he caught. Qindong is back." She let out a sigh of relief. Hearing from the village uncle that Qindong was back and had caught many deer, Su Yun knew Qindong was fine. That was good. Xiao Wu caught more than 20 deer by himself, and even specially invited more than 10 people to help carry the deer back. Your family is really getting rich. Xiao Wu is so amazing. Not only is he smart, but he works so hard too. Xiao Yun, you will enjoy a good life in the future. The uncle smiled and gave Su Yun another thumbs up. Su Yun shook her head in disbelief. No way, did Xiao Wu really catch more than 20 deer? And he invited over 10 people to help carry them back? Zhou Honglian beside her also showed a look of disbelief. When Chun Dong said he was going into the mountains to hunt, she had expressed doubts, thinking that with Chun Dong's ability, hunting was not as good as doing business. How much could one earn from hunting? But now, Chun Dong had caught more than 20 sick deer. That was too much. How much money would that be? She felt a bit confused. Then the two women saw a man about 200 to 300 meters away at the intersection, carrying a large sick deer, surrounded by a pack of dogs, and followed by 2 large reindeer. He was quickly running toward them. Who else could it be but Chun Dong? The sight of him bouncing along made Su Yun and Zhou Honglian smile. However, as they laughed, tears also came to their eyes. Xiao Wu, why are you running so fast? Seeing Chun Dong bouncing along while carrying a large sick deer, Chun Dakuan, who was also carrying a large sick deer, couldn't help but laugh. I saw my wife waiting for me at the door. I have to hurry to her side, Chun Dong said while running, chuckling. His words made the more than 10 people behind him burst into laughter. Xiao Wu, are you that eager to see your wife? Xiao Wu, your wife will definitely be thrilled to see you caught so many deer. Xiao Wu, I didn't expect you to be such a wife enthusiast. These people had walked for nearly 8 hours to get from Yangjiao Lake to here. The mountains were rugged and difficult to traverse. Plus each of them was carrying over 100 pounds of deer meat. So naturally, they weren't walking fast. Fortunately, everyone was used to farming and working in the fields. So their bodies were strong enough to carry more than 100 pounds while walking through the mountains, even if it was tiring. Along the way, they all became familiar with each other. Even though they were carrying such heavy deer meat and were exhausted from walking, Chun Dong smiled and responded, of course. I'm eager to see my wife. I must be a wife enthusiast. Standing at the door, Su Yun, who could hear Chun Dong's words from a distance, felt like she wanted to go home and hide. What he said made her feel so shy. Meanwhile, Zhou Honglian was laughing uncontrollably beside her. Wife, how did you know I was back? Chun Dong, carrying a large sick deer, walked up to Su Yun. Su Yun's face flushed as she gently smiled. I saw Da Huang come back, so I knew you were back. Zhou Honglian chimed in. Chun Dong, Xiao Yun was just worried about you. Chun Dong shook his head and smiled at Su Yun, whose eyes were a bit wet. Wife, why are you crying? You don't need to worry about me. It's normal for hunters to be away for several days sometimes. But don't worry. This time I caught so many deer that I can sell a lot of them, so I won't be going hunting for a long time. Su Yun nodded. Okay. Chun Dong, in front of everyone, chuckled. Is it that when I'm not home, you think about me every day? Su Yun's face turned even redder. Shaking her head and pursing her lips, she quietly retorted, I didn't think about you. Her words made Yang Dakuan and the others laugh heartily as they approached. Xiao Wu, you've been talking about your wife the whole way, but your wife doesn't think about you? Haha, how embarrassing. Xiao Wu's family, you don't know? Xiao Wu has been talking about you all the way. Xiao Wu, you're putting your warm face against a cold butt. Several men began to tease Chun Dong. Chun Dong, with a playful smile, waved his hand. Dakuan, you guys don't understand. My wife is doing this on purpose. You guys don't know the couple's dynamics. Su Yun's face turned even redder. She was so shy that she couldn't take it anymore and turned to walk into the yard, secretly thinking that the head of the family had become thicker-skinned recently. After Chun Dong and the others returned home, Zhou Honglian said she would boil water for everyone to make tea. Chun Dong originally thought of going to the orchard to inform his parents that he was back, but unexpectedly, his mother seemed to have sensed something and came over. Mom, I just got back and was thinking of going to the orchard to let you and Dad know I'm safe. I didn't expect you to come over, as if you could smell it. Have you heard about how I hunted a lot of deer? Chun Dong said with a smile to his mother. Chapter 186. I hunted 22 spotted deer, and my parents were shocked. When his mother heard that Chun Dong had hunted 22 spotted deer, she was completely stunned, shaking her head like a wave drum, exclaiming, Xiao Wu, what kind of luck did you have? Su Yun and Zhou Honglian, who were nearby, were also dumbfounded. Looking at the pile of spotted deer carcasses and the many antlers that Chun Dong pulled out from the sack, they couldn't believe their eyes. Earlier, they had heard from their second uncle that Chun Dong had brought back a lot of deer, but seeing so many bloodied spotted deer carcasses and antlers was truly overwhelming. Chun Dong explained how he managed to hunt so many spotted deer, and Yang Dakuan and the others chimed in, praising Chun Dong's hunting skills. I'll go tell your father to come help divide the meat. Do these people want to have dinner with us? His mother pulled Chen Dong aside and whispered. Chen Dong replied, they said they won't eat here. It'll be too late after dinner. They want my dad to divide the meat for them, and they'll be leaving soon. Isn't 15 pounds of deer meat too much for them? There are 13 people, and the total meat adds up to 195 pounds. And 2 deer have already been given away. His mother pouted, whispering with her small eyes filled with concern. Seeing his mother calculating, Chen Dong couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Mom, they carried over 100 pounds of meat and walked nearly 30 miles through the mountains. They're exhausted. Since I agreed with them, we should stick to our word. I hunted so many deer and got so many antlers. I'm not short on the money for these 2 deer. All right, it's settled. Don't worry about it anymore. Chen Dong laughed, patting his mother's back. His mother might not be good at other things, but when it came to money matters, she was quick and clear. 13 people, 15 pounds each. Isn't that 195 pounds? A mature deer, after removing the internal organs, can yield about 100 pounds of pure meat. The math was too clear. Hearing Chen Dong say this, although his mother still felt a bit pained, she thought he was right. They wouldn't miss the money from 1 or 2 deer. As for Wang Dishu and the others, although Chen Dong said he would only give them 5 pounds of meat, he thought about it on the way and decided to give them the same, 15 pounds each. He wasn't short on this bit of meat. People leave their mark. And a good reputation is worth it. It's just a bit of meat. It's worth keeping a good name. He couldn't always have enemies on this journey. In every aspect, he had to consider human feelings and affairs. His decision made Yang Dakuan and the others praise Chen Dong, saying he was righteous. Sister Honglian, don't tell Chen Dong about the argument with the second sister-in-law, so he doesn't get angry and confront her, Su Yin quietly said to Zhou Honglian, who was boiling water in the kitchen. Zhou Honglian nodded. Yes, I won't tell Chen Dong. We can handle these family matters ourselves. We shouldn't let Chen Dong worry about them. He's already had a tough time hunting outside. Su Yin added, Sister Honglian, don't misunderstand. I'm not blaming you for arguing with the second sister-in-law. Actually, you were right to argue with her. I wouldn't even know how to argue with her. Zhou Honglian laughed and waved her hand. Xiao Yun, I know. If there's an argument, just let me handle it. When Chen Dong isn't home, you can take charge of the big matters. I'll follow your lead. Su Yun quickly shook her head. Let's discuss family matters together and do our best not to let Chen Dong worry. It's not about who commands whom. Soon, his mother called his father over. When his father heard that Chen Dong had caught 22 spotted deer this morning while setting traps, he was initially skeptical. But after confirming with his mother, he exclaimed, My little Wu has inherited my legacy as the hunting king of Dafeng Town. His mother scolded him for a moment, saying, What do you mean, inheriting the legacy of the hunting king? You're not dead. What legacy is there to inherit? His father stubbornly replied that a woman wouldn't understand the terminology of the political world, and sometimes what was said in the political arena shouldn't be taken literally, but should be interpreted. When his father arrived at Chen Dong's home and saw the pile of spotted deer carcasses and many antlers on the ground, he was somewhat dumbfounded. He had hunted this many animals before while hunting with others, but from Yang Dakuan and the other hunters' accounts. He learned that Chen Dong had single-handedly set traps and hunted so many spotted deer. This was equivalent to one person hunting this many animals. Hearing the neighbors praise Chen Dong for being capable and strong, his father's face beamed with joy. Soon, his father finished dividing the deer meat for Yang Dakuan and the others, giving each person 15 pounds of deer meat. And then he also gave them an extra 2 to 3 pounds of byproducts. In total, he divided 2 deer, 1 large and 1 small. There were also 20 deer that had been processed and skinned. All these deer added up to about 17 to 1,800 pounds of meat. Since they had caught so much deer meat, although it wouldn't spoil in 2 or 3 days when placed in the cellar, it would lose freshness. And it wasn't very realistic to sell it all at once. Of course, there were ways to handle it. The excess meat could be made into jerky or marinated meat and stored in the cellar. His father even went to the village to promote the sale of the meat, wanting to see how much could be sold there before heading to nearby villages. The goal was to sell as much as possible. Many people from the village came to buy deer meat at 8 yuan per pound, and those who bought more than 2 pounds received an extra half a pound of byproducts. Items like deer hearts, deer livers, and deer intestines were all good things. In the yard, his parents were busy helping to sell meat, and many people from the village came to buy. Some bought 2 pounds, some 3, and some 5 pounds. Others exchanged for corn flour or grain coupons. In short, they aimed to sell as much meat as possible. In Chinlu village, they sold a total of 150 pounds of meat. looking at a pile of grain coupons, corn, flour, and other items. Even someone directly exchanged fertilizer used for farming for money, while the cash received was only about 40 to 50 yuan. This left Qindong feeling a bit helpless. Selling things in the countryside during this era was like this. People would barter goods, and of course, since it was a trade, prices would be squeezed a bit because the seller would also need to find a way to sell the goods after the exchange, which takes time. His elder sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law, as well as 2 older nephews, came to help after hearing the news. Last time, Qindong had scolded the second sister-in-law, Liang Fong, but under his mother's mediation, they hadn't reached a point of never speaking to each other again. Liang Fong had been very obedient during this time. Today, seeing that Qindong had hunted so many spotted deer, she had a complex expression of envy, jealousy, and a desire to take advantage. They needed to reserve 700 to 800 pounds of fresh meat for sale, while the remaining 1,000 pounds, along with the byproducts, would all be made into marinated meat. Making marinated meat could keep it for many more days, and it would sell well at the market. Although Qindong planned to go to the county supply and marketing cooperative to sell the antlers tomorrow, he thought about taking a few hundred pounds of deer meat to see if the cooperative would buy it. If not, he would sell it at the county market. Good things are fine, but with so much deer meat, if the supply and marketing cooperative collects it, and they can't sell it, it will be a problem. As for a few bottles of deer antler blood, my father has already poured it into a large wine vat and added more than 10 pounds of white liquor to preserve it. Otherwise, once the deer antler blood solidifies, it won't be possible to make deer antler blood wine. Xiao Wu, the eldest, the second, you all get busy first. I'm going to deliver some meat to the village chief. My father greeted a few people with a smile while carrying 5 or 6 pounds of sick deer meat. Seeing my father going to deliver deer meat to the village chief, my mother huffed and said, Chapter 187. Sister Honglian. Come on, who's afraid of who? Delivering things to the village chief again. Look at how far you've gone. Xiao Wu, let me tell you. Your father has already delivered things to the village chief 3 times while you were hunting in the mountains. More than he treats his own daughter, my mother huffed angrily. Licking butts actually means flattering. Qindong could clearly feel a strong sense of jealousy in his mother's words. He also knew that his father was an official addict, simply flattering to try to get ahead. His father sternly said, What do you know, woman? I'm delivering food to the village chief, hoping that if there are any favorable policies in the future, he will think of us first. His mother huffed, What national policies? He's just a village chief, not a bureaucrat. What national policies? Qindong laughed and said, Mom, my dad is striving for progress. Besides, it's just a little something. What is there to feel sorry about? The village chief came from the city to lead our village and contribute to our development. What is wrong with my dad giving him a bit more? Qindong really wanted to say, Dad, well done. Keep it up. You're really my dad. Knowing I want to cling to Lu Xiangnan's thigh, and you're personally taking action. If you can get along well with the village chief, how far can I be from clinging to that thigh? His father nodded. Xiao Wu was right. The village chief came a long way to be our leader and work for our benefit. What's wrong with me sending him a bit more? You have no idea about the intricacies of this. While he was speaking, he looked at Qindong with a proud gaze. My Xiao Wu is such a good son. I'm doing this for you. In a year or 2, I'll introduce you to the village committee as a village official. If village chief Lu gets promoted later, you might have a chance to ride on his coattails and then enter the bureaucracy. Although I can't become a real official, if I can raise an official from our Qin family, my ancestors will surely praise me. Zhang Shui, what do you know as a woman? Qindong never expected that his father's intention was to pave the way for his career. Qindong thought his father was just being overly ambitious at his age, trying to strive for progress. Xiao Wu, when I deliver the deer meat to the village chief, I'll say you asked me to, his father said. His mother interjected angrily. If you want to send it, just say you want to send it. Why say it's from Xiao Wu? Really? Qindong shook his head and smiled at his mother. Mom, it's fine. Don't keep bringing this up. Whether it's me or him sending it. It doesn't matter. We're all family. What is the difference? His father retorted angrily. You don't understand these matters, woman. This is just me doing a favor for our Xiao Wu. After his father left, his mother, along with his sisters-in-law and Su Yun, began cleaning the deer meat and entrails outside. His father had borrowed several large pots from an elder in the village who managed the collective property and had bought all the stewing spices and salt from the village's sales point. In the evening, they planned to marinate about 1,000 pounds of deer meat and entrails. In the kitchen, Sister Honglian was starting the fire. There were 2 smaller sika deer in the pot, which Dong had suggested to stew. Tomorrow when he goes to the county town, he would bring some for his second sister, eldest sister, Ermao, and Ermao's husband to share. Hearing there would be deer meat to share, the second sister worked enthusiastically and sweet-talked Dong, calling him Xiao Wu sweetly. Dong ignored the flattery from his second sister. Out of respect for his parents and older brother, he didn't argue with her. No matter how she acted, he had Su Yun on his side. Dong had already decided that if she continued, he would definitely slap her face. Dong entered the kitchen and saw Zhou Honglian tending the fire. He raised an eyebrow, grinned mischievously, and whispered, "Sister Honglian, are you thinking of me?" Saying that, he reached out and playfully touched her. Zhou Honglian quickly pushed his hand away and whispered, "Dong, are you crazy? Your mother and your sisters-in-law are outside." Then she huffed, "I'm not thinking of you." Dong reached out again, touching her and grinning, "Aren't they outside? I've missed you so much these days that I can't sleep." Zhou Honglian, annoyed, whispered back, "Dong, stop messing around. If your mother and sisters-in-law find out, how will you explain?" Feeling Dong's touches, she felt uneasy, as if little bugs were crawling on her, and her body felt hot. Dong grinned and whispered, "It's fine. I'm watching. They're busy outside. So it's unlikely they'll come in. If they find out about us, so be it. You've been living at my house for so long anyway." His hands were still mischievously on Zhou Honglian's body. This feeling was a bit thrilling. Seeing Dong acting like this, Zhou Honglian didn't push his hand away anymore. If Dong wasn't afraid, what was she afraid of? She let him continue touching her. "We definitely can't let your parents or sisters-in-law know about us. Xiaoyan is still pregnant. If your mother comes to scold you, Xiaoyan might get anxious. And what if something goes wrong? I know you want to give me a name, even if it's not a formal one. But it's not the right time yet," Zhou Honglian said seriously, and she even took Dong's hand and placed it on her body. Although Dong was intentionally taking advantage of her, the one being taken advantage of felt quite comfortable. Hearing Zhou Honglian say this, and her proactive behavior, Dong couldn't help but smirk internally. Sister is really bold. However, saying he wasn't afraid of their parents finding out about his relationship with Zhou Honglian was the truth. Zhou Honglian had been living in their house for so long. If their parents suspected anything, it was only natural. Especially if Zhou Honglian were to get pregnant in the next month or two. When her belly grew, the villagers would suspect something without their parents even having to. If Zhou Honglian really got pregnant then, Dong would definitely reveal their identities to avoid others gossiping. Dong told her to get ready because he wanted to have a good spar with her that night. Zhou Honglian trembled slightly and stubbornly said, "Come on. I'm afraid of you." This made Dong grin and say, "You better not cry tonight." Zhou Honglian sensed a strong threatening tone in Dong's words. One could foresee that the night would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. "Director Chun, your Xiao Wu is so impressive. He hunted 22 sika deer by himself? He is really amazing." Old Chun brought a few pounds of venison and then mentioned that Dong had hunted 22 sika deer all by himself. Lu Xiangnan found it hard to believe and exclaimed, Chapter 188. Zhou Xianglan buys meat. "No problem. The meat will be compensated later." One person hunted 22 sika deer. Although Lu Xiangnan did not understand hunting, he knew it was very difficult for one person to shoot that many deer. After all, sika deer are fast. Even if one person had a rifle and hit every shot, how could they shoot 22 times without the other deer running away? Old Chun explained how Dong set traps and waited for the deer, and with the help of 11 hunting dogs, he managed to hunt down 22 sika deer. As for how the deer were brought back, it was the hunters from the Sheephorn Lake area who were also hunting at the time that helped carry them back. My little Wu has a talent for hunting. He was able to spot the location of the deer herd right under the noses of the other three groups, showing great insight. Otherwise, if he hadn't predicted where the deer would appear, even his traps would have been useless. Back when I hunted in the production team, I once shot more than 10 sika deer by myself, but unexpectedly, little Wu was even better than me. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. As the later waves crashed down on the shore, Old Chin used every word he could think of to express this. When talking about Dong, Old Chin's face couldn't hide his pride. Previously, he and Chun Xiaozue worried every day about Dong's carefree attitude and lack of seriousness. Now, Dong was sensible and capable, becoming a source of pride for the elderly couple. Nowadays, whenever Dong's name came up in the village, who wouldn't give a thumbs up? These past few days, he had praised Dong in front of Lu Xiangnan quite a bit, highlighting how Dong had hunted many big deer and earned a lot of money. Lu Xiangnan smiled and corrected Old Chun, saying, "Director Chun, It should be the blue is more beautiful than the blue. Old Chen nodded and smiled in agreement. Yes, 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 that's exactly what I meant. But I couldn't think of the phrase. Village chief, take this deer meat, chop it up with Dolly Girl to make dumplings and buns. It will be delicious. After saying that, he turned and walked out, with Lu Xiangnan following behind, saying, Director Chen, let me pay you. Old Chen waved his hand without looking back. What money? Our family still has nearly 2,000 pounds of meat. We're not short on this little bit of meat. Just enjoy it. When I finish marinating the meat tonight, I'll bring you some marinated deer meat tomorrow so you can taste it. It's just as good as marinated beef, and deer meat is very nourishing. After finishing, he walked quickly like a whirlwind, not wanting Lu Xiangnan to give him money. In the past 2 instances, when he brought food to Lu Xiangnan, she had given him money. This time, he had learned to be clever, dropping off the goods and leaving without letting her refuse. Yesterday, when Old Chun brought her wild vegetable buns, Lu Xiangnan had said no, asking why he was so enthusiastic towards her. Old Chun explained that it wasn't easy for a girl like her to come all the way here to be the village chief. Plus, Lu Xiangnan looked very much like his late eldest daughter. When he spoke of his eldest daughter, Old Chun was filled with emotion. Their first child was a daughter, but she died at the age of 5 during the Japanese bombardment before they were driven out. Watching Old Chun's back, Lu Xiangnan couldn't help but shake her head and smile. This Old Chun is really too enthusiastic. Dolly, how about we make dumplings with this venison? You know what? I really want to try what sika deer meat filling dumplings taste like. Next time I go to the supply and marketing cooperative, I'll buy something for Old Chun to return the favor. Chun Dong is indeed quite impressive. He managed to hunt this many sika deer in one trip. Selling the meat alone must earn a lot of money, right? Plus, there are so many antlers. This trip could easily earn him a few thousand yuan. She roughly calculated in her mind how much money Chun Dong must have made from hunting so many sika deer and then shook her head, feeling a bit incredulous as she exclaimed, The money he earned from this hunt is more than what I've made in 10 years of work. Old Chun had sent her some food these past few days, and she felt it would be impolite to keep refusing. The key was that Old Chun didn't even give her a chance to refuse. Even when she tried to give him money, he got anxious. It wouldn't be right to eat without paying. So Lu Xiangnan thought that when she goes to the supply and marketing cooperative in the future, she would buy something of similar value for Old Chun as a return gift. She definitely couldn't take things from the common people without giving something back. As for corruption and bribery, that was out of the question. She was just a village chief. What could she have to do with such things? The villagers were very warm towards her, and she felt quite touched. Wang Dali nodded. Venison is really tasty. It has a similar texture to beef. Luck played a major role in how he managed to hunt so many sika deer. The 3 other hunting groups had been waiting for 3 days without seeing any deer. But he had just arrived and spotted a herd after only 1 night of waiting. That was indeed good luck. Of course, his hunting skills must also be decent. Being able to spot the deer among several groups shows both luck and skill. That's how hunting goes. Sometimes you don't catch anything for a year. But when you do, you can eat for 3 years. After returning home, Dad hitched up their mule cart, loaded over 300 pounds of deer meat along with dozens of pounds of other goods, and took advantage of the remaining 2 or 3 hours of daylight to visit several nearby villages to see how much he could sell. When they left, they had a cart full of meat, and by the time it was dark, they returned with a cart full of goods, including cornmeal, wheat flour, soybeans, pine nuts, and hazelnuts. They sold over 200 pounds of meat, leaving less than 100 pounds remaining, and gave away dozens of pounds of other goods to those who bought meat. Swapping fresh meat for these storable items was also fine. Sister-in-law, why are you home so late? Come try 2 pounds of venison. I just got back from hunting this afternoon and got quite a bit of sika deer meat. It's fresh. While hurrying with the mule cart, Dong saw Zhou Xianglan riding her bike with a flashlight and immediately greeted her with a smile. Upon hearing it was Dong, Zhou Xianglan stopped on the path. Okay, give me 2 pounds of venison for the kids to try. Seeing Dong had returned filled her with joy. She had been a bit worried while he was away for a few days. Dong cut off a large piece, estimating it to be over 2 pounds. In the dark, it was hard to weigh it exactly, so she figured it must be more than 2 pounds and told him to just take 2 pounds of money. In front of Dad, he obviously couldn't give Zhou Xianglan meat for free, so it didn't matter. He would let her pay for it now, and he would return the meat later. Of course, Zhou Xianglan wouldn't dare to not pay Dong in front of Old Chun. After Zhou Xianglan took the meat and rode away on her bike, Dad said to Dong with displeasure, You, kid, Gave her so much meat for just 2 pounds of money. What are you talking about, Dad? You're overthinking it. Chen Dong retorted unhappily. Dad snorted, what are you talking about? You've had dealings with the Dongqing family before, and now you're giving her this much meat. What if Xiaoyan finds out and thinks too much? And if others in the village find out, they'll definitely think more about it. We live in a village. People's words can be quite fearsome. Chen Dong shook his head. I don't have anything with my sister-in-law. If anyone dares to spread rumors about me, I'll deal with them. Little Wu, you're too young. In the future, you need to win people over with virtue. Dad advised earnestly. He regarded Chen Dong as the successor to his fruit tree planting director, hoping that he could follow Lu Xiangnan in the future and see if he could eventually work his way into the government. Lu Xiangnan, with her way of speaking and acting, clearly seemed to be a leader sent down from above. Just a little thought. And one could tell that it was definitely not simple for a woman to be parachuted into Chun Liutuan as the village head. He had 3 sons and 4 grandsons. His eldest and second sons were getting older, and the grandsons were still young. So whether the old Chen family would have someone to enter the government in the future depended on Chen Dong. Chen Jun worked in the forest farm, which made him half a public servant, while Chen Liang was at the county repair factory, also a public servant. However, in the eyes of the old man, only working in government agencies was something to bring honor to the family, even though the chances were slim. Yet, nearing 70, with 1 foot in the grave, he wanted to do his best for his son in the few years he had left. There hadn't been opportunities before, and Chen Dong had been carefree and not diligent in making money. Now that Chen Dong had grown up, it was time for him to strive for progress. Chen Dong didn't want to enter the government, so his father had to think of ways to help him. Working in the government requires a political review. If Chen Dong had rumors with other women in the village, it would be very bad for his future development. My fist is virtue. To subdue them is to win them over with virtue. Chen Dong raised his fist. Then, he faced his father, who wanted to tighten his belt. When he was selling meat to Zhou Xianglan earlier, he had whispered to her about meeting at the old place tomorrow morning, which startled Zhou Xianglan, making her shiver all over. She didn't expect Chen Dong to be so bold as to say such things in front of his father. However, when Chen Dong mentioned meeting at the old place tomorrow morning, her heart instantly felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching for more. Last time, Chen Dong had played a new trick with her. Although she scolded him as a beast, she wanted to try again. A few minutes later, as they just arrived home, Chen Dong heard Liang Fong arguing with someone in a sharp tone. Is this your home? Why are you meddling? I'm not taking your things. What does it have to do with you? You're really nosy. Xiao Wu has hunted so many deer. What's wrong with me taking a bit? What did I say? I just said there are many mountain bandits lately, and quite a few hunters from the neighboring county have been killed by them. I didn't say anything about Xiao Wu. Zhou Honglian's voice came back, just as defiantly. This isn't my home, but Su Yun is my good sister. I can't stand you bullying her. The old lady already gave you 10 jin of meat, and now you're thinking of taking a deer whip back. Although deer whips aren't as expensive as deer antlers, they can still sell for a good price. Chen Dong had hunted quite a few deer, but those were earned through his hard work. Isn't it wrong for others to sell for a bit more? Whose money comes from the wind? Why did you say in front of Xiao Yun during the day that there are many mountain bandits, and that quite a few hunters have died? Even if you didn't mean anything else, won't Xiao Yun think too much if she hears that? She's pregnant now. Isn't that scaring her? With Chen Dong's hearing, even from over 100 meters away, he could catch the gist of their argument as he hurried forward. Hearing their quarrel ignited a bit of anger in Chen Dong. That wretched woman Liang Fong. As Chen Dong entered the yard, the two who had been arguing fiercely suddenly fell silent. Liang Fong then played the victim, saying, Xiao Wu, you're just in time. Let me tell you, this widow living in your house is treating your home like her own place to make a scene. She actually dared to scold me. Slap. Chen Dong slapped Liang Fong across the face. The slap left Liang Fong stunned. After regaining her senses, she covered her stinging face and sharply questioned Chen Dong. Xiao Wu, how dare you hit me? Slap. Chen Dong slapped her again. What's wrong with hitting you? Just now, when I went out with our father to sell meat, someone told me what you said in front of Xiao Yun this afternoon. What do you mean by talking to Xiao Yun like that? Aren't you scaring her? I told you before not to say anything to Xiao Yun, and not to bully her. Didn't you listen? Get out of my house and don't come back. Chen Dong pointed coldly towards the door. The aura he exuded made Liang Fong too scared to speak. Chen Dong said this simply because he didn't want to shift the blame onto Zhou Honglian. As for Liang Fong thinking someone had told on her, that was her business. Given Liang Fong's big mouth, she must have told someone about her argument with Zhou Honglian in the afternoon. If Chen Dong hadn't overheard their argument, he wouldn't have known that Liang Fong actually said such things to Su Yun, regardless of whether she intended to scare Su Yun. The fact that she said those words would definitely make Su Yun think too much. Remembering how Su Yun had looked with tears in her eyes when he returned, Chen Dong initially thought she was just missing him, compounded by his worries from being away for a few days. Now it seemed that it was likely due to Liang Fong's words that had worried her. Xiao Wu, don't be so impulsive. Let us talk things over calmly. Don't just listen to what others say. You should ask your second sister-in-law what happened. His elder sister-in-law Zhao Huilan quickly stepped forward to grab Chen Dong's hand, speaking to him impatiently. Meanwhile, Zhou Honglian and Su Yun, realizing what was happening, frowned and stepped forward. They hadn't wanted Chen Dong to know about this troubling matter to avoid worrying him. But how did he find out? Zhou Honglian first gestured for Su Yun not to move, saying she would handle it, then stepped forward to Chen Dong. Chen Dong, don't be angry. It's really not a big deal. But Liang Fong, gritting her teeth, angrily spoke up, you hypocritical little widow. Who else could it be but you saying that? Liang Fong glared at Zhou Honglian with wide eyes, coldly. Zhou Honglian was not one to back down, retorting directly. This matter really isn't something I said. I dare to swear here, if I told anyone about it, I'd have a bad end. You blabbed about it to others. And they told Chen Dong. What does that have to do with me? Chen Dong, I just argued with that Liang because she wanted to take a deer whip. I didn't let her, and then she started arguing with me. She didn't believe she was in the wrong in this matter and was sure that Chen Dong would stand by her side. Chen Dong waved his hand dismissively at Liang Fong, saying impatiently, as for how I found out, it wasn't sister Honglian who told me. As for who told me, you can guess for yourself. You still want to take a deer whip? Do you think your face is big enough? Are you trying to bully Xiao Yin just because my mother isn't here? What does it matter if Sister Honglian is living in my house? Hurry up and get out. No need to be polite with Liang Fong. She's using the recent incidents of bandits killing people in the old forest to scare Su Yun. She wants to take advantage today? Before, I let her off for the sake of our parents, but now she's doing this again. I want to be polite. Zhou Honglian's vow made Chen Dong's lips twitch slightly. Sister Honglian, why do you need to make such an oath? However, I know about this matter. Even though it was mentioned by Sister Honglian, it wasn't specifically said to me. Moreover, I overheard it. Oh heavens, such an oath can't hold. Liang Fong covered her burning face and glared at Chen Dong with a fierce expression, saying, Fine. Xiao Wu, now that you have money, you don't take me seriously anymore. I regret being so good to you in the past. Chen Dong retorted angrily. How have you been good to me? It's not that I don't take you seriously because I have money, but because you've gone too far. Liang Fong, infuriated by Chen Dong's response, covered her face and left with a harsh remark. Chen Dong intentionally provoked her, saying, I can easily sell those 8 pieces of deer antler for 5 or 6,000. And with all this meat, I can make a total profit of 5 or 6,000. I'll be waiting. Liang Fong, materialistic and snobbish, couldn't help but feel explosive jealousy hearing how much money Chen Dong was making. Her father encountered Liang Fong crying at the door and asked what had happened. She tearfully told him to ask his precious son. After her father entered and inquired about the situation, he angrily took out his belt to hit Chen Dong, saying that even if his second sister-in-law was wrong, it wasn't right for him, as a brother-in-law, to slap her. However, Su Yin stepped forward and said that it was partly her fault for telling some things to her second sister-in-law, which led to a fight between Hong Lian and the second sister-in-law. As for the second sister-in-law, wanting to take a bundle of deer tails, she should agree since a bundle of deer tails isn't worth much. If the second sister-in-law wants to give it to her, that's fine. Hearing this, her father waved his hand and said it wasn't Su Yun's fault, but that the second sister-in-law liked to take advantage of others too much. Chen Dong's temper was quick, and while it was okay to scold the second sister-in-law, hitting was a different matter. Listening to Su Yun, Chen Dong felt her words had a hint of insincerity. With Su Yun, his pregnant daughter-in-law, speaking up, their father didn't hit Chen Dong, but only shook his head and sighed, saying Chen Dong's temper was sometimes too explosive. Why should he be so fierce with family? Chen Dong argued that it wasn't his temper, but that Liang Fong deserved a beating. He then mentioned Liang Fong's recent claim about a killer in the mountains, where several hunters from the neighboring county had been killed. Wasn't that just to scare Su Yin? Now she was trying to take advantage of him by sneaking away a bundle of deer tails. Hearing this, her father nodded helplessly, agreeing that the second family had indeed gone too far, but that it was wrong for Chen Dong to hit someone. You wait, just you wait. I'll make you pay for this. Liang Fong thought angrily as she left Chen Dong's house, holding a grudge against both Chen Dong and Liang Meifong. However, thinking about how Chen Dong had hunted so many deer and cut so much deer antler that could be sold for a lot of money made her mindset explode. She cursed Chen Dong in her heart, wishing that the next time he went hunting, he would be targeted by the killer and killed. It must have been the Dahu family who told Xiao Wu, that bastard, about her fight with this little widow. Her mouth is the biggest. Liang Fong wanted to find out who had told Chen Dong and give them a good scolding. In the afternoon, she had told several women in the village about her argument with Zhou Honglian, using the opportunity to smear Honglian's reputation. Among these women, the Dahe family had the biggest mouth. With this thought, Liang Fong, who had just been scolded by Chen Dong and was filled with pent-up anger, headed straight for the Dahe family. That evening, after dinner, Chen Dong was at home helping to prepare marinated meat. In the yard, there were 5 large pots, the kind with a diameter of 1.5 meters, used for cooking large quantities of food during the production team days. Now that it wasn't a communal meal day, the pots had been borrowed from the village's collective equipment shed by his father. After all, making 1,000 jin of marinated deer meat plus 1 or 200 jin of offal wouldn't fit in a regular pot. The firewood used was from fruit tree branches and dried wood from the orchard. The smoke from the fire had a faint fruity aroma. If this were in the future, it would definitely be called fruitwood braised meat. The yard was filled with a delicious, rich meat smell, which even wafted through most of the village. A dozen dogs lay in a row on the ground, occasionally looking at Chen Dong, who was cooking the marinated meat, while Chen Dong was tending the fire. He vaguely heard women arguing in the village. The voice was very familiar. It was Liang Fong. Besides Liang Fong, it seemed several other women were also arguing with her. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Dong's expression became a bit strange. If he guessed correctly, after Liang Fong had been slapped twice by him and scolded, she must have been fuming and went to find the woman who told him about the incident, leading to a fierce argument. After all, in Liang Fong's view, if that woman hadn't told Chen Dong about it, how could he have come home and slapped her so hard? Chen Dong knew that Liang Fong, who loved to gossip, would definitely tell others about her argument with Zhou Honglian and take the opportunity to slander her. However, Liang Fong could never have imagined that Chen Dong knew about this because he had overheard their argument due to his keen hearing, and then he had intentionally claimed he heard it from someone else. On one hand, he wanted to clear Zhou Honglian's name and not let her bear the brunt of this matter. On the other hand, he also thought that Liang Fong, with her big mouth, would definitely spread the news, and when she argued with others, he could let them fight it out, using them to turn against Liang Fong. Did they really think Chen Dong of Chen Liutuan was easy to mess with? Chen Dong thought to himself, and the next moment, he couldn't help but facepalm, realizing he was starting to accept the identity of Chen Liutuan's little. This was giving him a headache. Just then, his mother, holding a flashlight, walked into the yard. And under the dim light of the flashlight, she approached Chen Dong with a stern expression, holding a small wooden stick. Chapter 191. Chen Dong. Did they really think Chen Dong of Chen Liutuan was easy to mess with? Seeing his mother coming with a flashlight in one hand and a small stick in the other, her face, lined with wrinkles and having prominent cheekbones, looked fierce under the dim light, reminding Chen Dong of the image of a double-barreled old lady. His mother was here to settle the score with him. Sure enough, after quickly walking over, she raised the small wooden stick to hit Chen Dong and said sternly, "Xiao Wu, you little rascal, look at the mess you've made. It's one thing to scold your second sister-in-law, but why did you hit her?" Chen Dong jumped up, dodging to a spot 2 meters away, and quickly raised his hands, saying, "Mom, please don't be anxious. Let me explain first. Can you listen to me? If you don't give me a proper explanation, just wait and see." She was very angry. Zhao Huilan, who was helping out, came forward to stop her. Chen Dong gestured to Su Yun, who looked worried, and Zhou Honglian, reassuring them and signaling that he would handle his mother. Then, Chen Dong explained how Liang Fong had told Su Yun about a killer in the mountains, that several hunters from the neighboring county had been killed, and that this was just to scare Su Yun. He also mentioned how Liang Fong, after returning from the orchard, intended to take away a bundle of deer tails and had made comments about Zhou Honglian living in his house. "Mom, tell me, should I have hit her?" She was deliberately trying to scare Xiao Yun, who's pregnant. What does it have to do with her that Honglian lives in my house? She was still thinking about taking advantage. A deer whip costs dozens. How could she dare to take it? Chen Dong said angrily, "Speak facts and reason to me." The old lady nodded angrily, her face dark. "The second family is indeed very wrong, but you don't need to hit her. How can you?" as a younger uncle. Hit your own sister-in-law? Do you think that's right? Saying this, the old lady took small steps, raising a wooden stick to hit Qindong. Qindong hurriedly jogged away, saying as he ran, "Mom, can you please be reasonable? You also said that the second sister-in-law should be punished. She bullied my wife. So what's wrong with me hitting her? Just because she bullied my wife, I can't hit her? Can you please be reasonable?" The old lady raised the small wooden stick, fiercely saying, "I won't be reasonable. I just think you hitting your second sister-in-law is wrong." Qindong replied, "All right. There's no reasoning with women at all." Just as the old lady was about to chase Qindong with the stick, a few women's voices arguing came from outside the courtyard. Then, 5 women came in, cursing at each other. The courtyard was bright enough to see what was happening, as several large pots of meat were being stewed, and a few small fire basins were burning. The fire was large enough, and when the kerosene in the basin was running low, they just needed to pour in some more kerosene. Essentially, it was a large kerosene lamp. Under the firelight, Qindong could see who had come. It was the second sister-in-law and 4 other women. The second sister-in-law's hair was a mess. Her face was swollen like a steamed bun, and there were blood marks on her arms and face. Even her shirt had 2 places that looked torn. Besides the second sister-in-law, the other 4 women also had bruises on their faces and torn clothes. It was clear that after they started arguing, a fierce fight broke out. "Xiao Wu, tell me, who told you about your second sister-in-law arguing with Sister Xiaoyan today?" "Your second sister-in-law came to us, saying that someone was gossiping, which led to her being slapped by you," said a woman with short hair and a sharp voice. Another middle-aged woman with a braid pointed angrily and said, "That's right. Xiao Wu, tell us who told you this." "Your second sister-in-law came to my house and said I told you these things, which caused her to be slapped by you." "Who told you this? I must tear her mouth apart." "Xiao Wu, who told you this? I didn't tell you anything. I can swear to that," another woman said in frustration. Listening to their words, Qindong understood that Liang Fong had come to confront them, asking who had told them to say those things to him. Then they started arguing and fighting. Looking at Liang Fong and the 4 women, Qindong wanted to say that they were truly a match made in heaven. These 5 were notorious gossipers in the village. When they got together, they often stirred up rumors. Qindong said sternly, "As for who told me, I can't tell you, or wouldn't that be betraying them? Given my status in the village, having a few informants is normal, right? I can only tell you that the person who told me this matter is not one of you 4, but someone else. In the future, you can say whatever you want about others, but don't talk about me. As soon as you say anything about me, my informants will let me know immediately. Don't blame me for being rude then. I think you should know that I mean what I say. Do you really think the little of Chunlu village, am easy to mess with?" Qindong snorted coldly. The title of little of Chunlu village was quite something. Accepting it was fine. He naturally noticed that many villagers were watching the commotion outside the courtyard. With a quick thought, he planned to use this incident to establish some authority in the village, so that those who secretly talked about him and would later gossip about Zhou Honglian and Zhou Xianglan would think twice. He decided to give them a warning first. Qindong's words frightened many of the onlookers, causing some to show nervous expressions, and many began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 192. Qindong, my dad is awesome. Xiao Wu is truly worthy of being the little of Chunlu village. He has actually planted several informants in our village. Xiao Wu is indeed someone who can accomplish great things. I watched him grow up and always knew he would succeed. In the future, don't talk behind his back about what Xiao Wu is doing. He knows everything happening in our village. I never spoke ill of Xiao Wu. Thinking back, no wonder Xiao Wu knew that Accountant Chun wanted to find someone to take him down. It turns out he has informants in the village. I think even if Qin Sanming is not killed by Qindong, he will definitely be brought down by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu must have a lot of evidence against him. No wonder Xiao Wu can catch so many prey. With his brains, who else would make money? The onlookers whispered among themselves. Qindong's words made them feel a sense of unease, as if they were being watched. Those who had spoken ill of Qindong behind his back couldn't help showing nervous expressions, thinking everyone was Qindong's informant. Moreover, Qindong publicly stated he was the little of Chunlu village, which somewhat confirmed past events, such as how he obtained the orchard's contracting rights from Qin Sanming and the incident where Qindong killed Qin Sanming. Also, the matter of Qin Zhenglin attempting to contact others for illicit dealings was likely informed to him by his informants. If that were the case, in the eyes of many villagers, Qindong was indeed an unfathomable man. Qindong's words seemingly cleared the suspicion from the women who came to question him, but it made their accusations even more intense. Dahai's family, you have the biggest mouth. It must be you who told someone else about this. And that's how it got to Xiao Wu. Liang Fong shouted at one woman. That woman pointed back at Liang Fong and retorted, Liang Fong, stop talking nonsense. Maybe you told someone else about this. Xiao Wu, let me tell you, your second sister-in-law is not a good person. She has often spoken ill of you, saying you are having an affair with Sister Xiao Yun, and she spends all day at your house. Also, she said you and Dong Cheng's family will definitely rekindle old flames. The other two women chimed in with similar comments about how the second sister-in-law spoke ill of him and smeared his reputation. Listening to what these women said, the old lady was furious, pointing at Liang Fong and trembling with anger. Look at what you've done, second family. It's no wonder Xiao Wu hit you. You deserved it. Although the old lady was very angry about Chun Dong hitting the second sister-in-law, hearing that Liang Fong had been speaking so many ill words about Chun Dong behind his back made her even angrier. Just when the argument was at its peak, the village chief, Lu Xiangnan, and her sidekick, Wang Dali, arrived to mediate. However, even when Lu Xiangnan came to intervene, these women showed her no respect. But Chun Dong's words made them stop arguing, telling them to take their quarrel home, and that the village chief was there. How could they not give her face? Not giving the village chief face was equivalent to not giving him face, and they shouldn't blame him for being rude. He knew many things from his informants. If they continued to make a scene, he wouldn't mind revealing some things for everyone to hear. Hearing Chun Dong's words, the women almost simultaneously stopped arguing. They are afraid that Chun Dong will reveal some things about them in front of everyone. Although some of them don't have any issues, there's no guarantee that what Chun Dong says won't make them the target of ridicule in the village. Comrade Chun Dong, hitting women is wrong. After everyone dispersed, Lu Xiangnan shook his head and said to him after understanding the situation from Chun Dong. Before Chun Dong could speak, his father, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, helped explain for Chun Dong. Village chief, you can't blame Xiao Wu entirely. Mainly, Error's family went too far. Xiao Wu was just angry to protect his wife and his sister Xiao Yun. As a man, if he can't protect his woman, what kind of man is he? While speaking, his father winked at Chun Dong, urging him to cooperate with what he was saying. Xiao Wu, you little rascal, your dad is paving the way for you. Chun Dong then straightened his face and said seriously, Village chief, my wife is pregnant and was scared by my second sister-in-law. Moreover, she spread rumors about my sister. As a man, I have the responsibility to protect them. Dad, ever since you became the director of fruit tree cultivation, your intelligence has clearly been online. You even know to use this kind of reasoning to help me explain. I can't leave a bad impression if I want to hug Lu Xiangnan's thigh. Lu Xiangnan shook her head and smiled. Well, I really shouldn't interfere in your family matters. As the saying goes, a clear official can't settle family disputes. I just think hitting people isn't good. His father quickly interjected. Village chief, don't say that. I know you care about our family just like I do. I don't regard you as an outsider, and you treat us as family. Otherwise, why would you bother with disputes in the village? Xiao Wu, you should treat the village chief as family from now on. In the future, if there are tasks in the village that require everyone's cooperation, you should step up and say a few words to encourage everyone to cooperate with the village chief. Chun Dong thought, he really wanted to say, Dad, if it weren't for my wife, I would have thought you were trying to introduce the village chief to me as a wife. You're just a little fruit tree cultivation director, and this flattery is too obvious. Okay, in the future, if there are tasks in the village that need everyone's cooperation, I'll step up and say a few words. I believe the people in the village will still give me some face. Chun Dong nodded seriously and smiled. Lu Xiangnan laughed and said, Comrade Chun Dong, that's settled. When there are work arrangements in the future, you need to motivate everyone well. She couldn't mobilize her family's resources, but she could still get help from the villagers. She knew Chun Dong's influence among the villagers. His words were much more effective than hers as the village chief. As a person from the bureaucratic world, she naturally wouldn't refuse opportunities to work more easily without cheating. Chun Dong nodded. No problem, no problem. Lu Dainey, isn't this a chance for you to actively let me hug your thigh? After Lu Xiangnan left, his father seriously said, Xiao Wu, have you noticed that village chief Lu is not simple? Chun Dong was a bit surprised. Dad, how did you find out? Wow, Lao Chen, you have an eye for this. Because of his rebirth and having interacted with Lu Xiangnan, he knew her identity was not simple. But you, a country bumpkin who has hunted all your life, can actually see that Lu Xiangnan is extraordinary. Impressive, my dad. However, when he heard his father explain how he discovered Lu Xiangnan's identity and how to get close to her, Chun Dong really wanted to shout, Awesome, my dad. You can do this. Chapter 193 Qindong. Sister Honglian, I'm here to challenge. His father said that Lu Xiangnan, a city woman becoming a village chief, must be a candidate for leadership training from above. Otherwise, why would such a beautiful woman come all the way to their struggling village to be a village chief? It must be that the higher-ups are testing a leadership candidate's abilities by sending her down to be a village chief. A candidate for leadership must have a significant identity. His father also noticed that Wang Dali was not simple. The aura she exuded was comparable to that of many old heroes who had participated in numerous wars. Qindong wanted to say, "Dad, you have an eye for talent. But look at your good son. Do you think I resemble the past at all? Do you know that in your eyes, the capable Wang Dali, in front of your good son, is like a small Carlemy?" His father also said that he used Qindong's deceased elder sister as an excuse, claiming that Lu Xiangnan looked very much like his deceased sister. And then he got close to Lu Xiangnan, treating her as family. No matter what happens in the future, having a relative who is a leadership candidate in the family is always beneficial. His father's clever move made Qindong exclaim, "Awesome, my dad. Your operation is 666. Using my deceased sister as an excuse to bring our family closer to Lu Dani and let her treat us as family. This operation is clever. You have great wisdom. You've just recognized a big sister with a significant background. A real sister, not just a figurative one. Xiao Wu, you should help the village chief with her work in the future. When the time comes, it may bring great benefits to our Laochen family." His father patted Qindong's shoulder seriously. When Qindong heard these words, he felt that his father seemed wise despite his age. He could deduce Lu Xiangnan's extraordinary identity just from her becoming a village chief. That's a bit of wisdom, albeit not much. Then, fabricating that his deceased sister looked a lot like Lu Xiangnan was somewhat shameless. However, it was already commendable that his father was considering so much for the family. Qindong is someone who cares for his wife. For his wife, he even fought with his second sister-in-law. Although hitting women is not good, I think it's reasonable for him to do so to protect his wife. After returning to the village committee dormitory, Lu Xiangnan smiled and said, "I actually dislike men who hit women. But I can't dislike Qindong for hitting his second sister-in-law. After all, a man who hits his second sister-in-law to protect his wife is, at the very least, brave and not the kind to let his wife suffer because of his sister-in-law." Wang Dali nodded. What he did is indeed not wrong. Although he hit his second sister-in-law, he ensured that his wife didn't suffer. Men like him are indeed rare. If it were another man, he would just mediate, scold his second sister-in-law a bit, and then ask his wife to endure the injustice. On this matter, she had a good impression of Qindong. When it was nearly midnight, the 5 big pots of marinated deer meat were ready. Tomorrow morning, Qindong would drive the mule cart to the county town to see if he could sell them. After all, with so much meat, it wouldn't do to not sell it, and he couldn't eat it all himself. After his parents left, Qindong returned to the bedroom. Seeing him come in, Su Yun was the first to speak. "Husband, I originally told Sister Honglian about the argument with my second sister-in-law, without wanting you to know. So I wouldn't add to your worries. I didn't expect you to hear about it from someone else. Today, it escalated so much. Actually, Sister Honglian and I agreed that we could handle it ourselves." Under the oil lamp, Su Yun's face turned slightly red, and she spoke with self-reproach. Qindong stepped forward and rubbed her face, smiling. "Wife, I know you and Sister Honglian can handle this matter well, but since I know about it, I definitely can't ignore it. My woman isn't someone who can be bullied by anyone. As for the situation getting worse, you don't need to worry too much about that. At most, we just won't have any contact with my second sister-in-law in the future." Hearing Qindong's words, Su Yun's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. Qindong held her close and kissed her forehead, saying, "Wife, don't worry too much when I go out. No matter what others say or what happens outside, I will make sure to come back safely. It's normal for us hunters to stay in the mountains for a few days. If you worry like this every time I go hunting, how can I go hunting in the future? Besides, I have so many dogs, and my marksmanship is quite good, so you don't need to worry too much. However, I probably won't go hunting in the mountains in the next couple of months. I've already had a good harvest this time, and I can't expect to have such good luck every time. Plus, the peaches in the family orchard are about to be harvested, so I have to take care of selling them. I can't let my parents wake up early and work late selling peaches." Su Yun nodded and softly replied, "Yeah." After chatting for a while, Qindong mainly wanted to comfort Su Yun and reassure her not to overthink or worry unnecessarily. A husband should take good care of his wife, especially since she is pregnant. "Honey, why don't you go find Sister Honglian? You haven't seen her for a few days." Su Yun gently pushed Qindong. Dong hugged Su Yun, resting his legs on hers, and leaned his head into her lap, saying, "Wife, I just got back, so I have to spend time with you first." Su Yun could naturally feel Dong's desire. Looking at him leaning into her lap, she gently placed her hand on his head and playfully said, "Dear, don't be like that. I'm pregnant now, and we can't do anything. It makes me feel sorry for you to hold back like this. You should go find Sister Honglian." Dong's movements made her blush, and she felt a warm wave rush over her. Although she had said before that she was almost 5 months pregnant and the doctor said everything was fine, Dong was still worried about her and the baby. His concern touched her, as he was genuinely considering her and the baby. Dong finally lifted his head and kissed Su Yun, saying, "Wife, I'm going to find Sister Honglian now. After you give birth, I will definitely make it up to you, just like the other day with Sister Honglian at the stove." When Dong mentioned being at the stove with Zhou Honglian, he noticed Su Yun secretly glancing at him, and from her flushed cheeks and watery eyes, he could tell she was moved. Hearing Dong say that, Su Yun quickly covered her head with the quilt, instinctively twisting her hips, and shyly shook her head. "I don't want that. It's too embarrassing." "Hee. You want to feel embarrassed then? I'll try to make as little noise as possible," Dong said with a mischievous smile. Of course, he wouldn't do anything with Su Yun right now. He was worried about her health and the baby, but he still needed to comfort her. Pregnant women are the most likely to overthink. He had to make sure Su Yun felt good. Su Yun poked her head out and said, "I can't hear anything if I stuff my ears with cotton, but you need to be careful when you go to the county tomorrow." After Dong left, Su Yun thought about what he said, and her heart couldn't help but yearn. "Sister Honglian, I'm here for our appointment." Upon arriving at Zhou Honglian's room, Dong grinned mischievously. Zhou Honglian, lying on the bed, laughed flirtatiously, lightly brushing her long hair aside, raising her beautiful eyes with a provocative tone. "Come on. Who is afraid of who? Hee, she is really bold." Chapter 194, Zhou Honglian. "I'm willing to let you bully me for a lifetime." Around 2 in the morning, after the excitement ended, Dong showcased his exceptional riding skills. With his head resting on Dong's arm, Zhou Honglian turned to look at him, her delicate hand drawing circles on his chest. "Dong, I originally agreed with Su Yun not to tell you about not wanting to argue with my second sister-in-law. I didn't expect you to keep it so hidden, and even if spies in the village." Passion was definitely present. In the end, she lost the challenge. Of course, she enjoyed it. After things settled down, they talked about more serious matters. Although being together was enjoyable, there needed to be some serious discussions and business at hand. Dong wrapped his arms around Zhou Honglian and smiled. "Otherwise, I have to be well informed about what is happening in our village. In business, it's essential to have your own cards, so when the other party makes a move, you have something to counter with. Preparing for the unexpected is crucial, even though sometimes these preparations may not be used. But you can't be caught off guard at a critical moment. Only if you have enough cards in hand can you remain invincible when facing challenges." He imparted his wisdom to Zhou Honglian. "Just deceive and coax?" Zhou Honglian asked with a smile. "So what other plans do you have in our village?" Dong raised an eyebrow and shook his head with a smile. "I definitely have other plans, but I want to tell you what they are." Zhou Honglian replied. "Is this the principle of never revealing your trump cards to others?" Dong nodded. "That's right." He felt a bit awkward saying it himself. Although he taught Zhou Honglian this, to say he had spies or arrangements in the village was completely fictional. However, that didn't stop Dong from being a good teacher and guiding Zhou Honglian. He hoped that this eager student would learn enough to become outstanding in the future. If she became skilled in business, Dong could become a hands-off manager. As for Zhou Honglian betraying him, although it was unlikely, if it really happened, Dong would be ruthless. After experiencing so much in his past life, even if he had deep feelings for someone, if they betrayed him, he wouldn't lack the necessary cold-bloodedness. His strength didn't come from being a savvy businessman or having deep schemes, but from his spiritual space. This was his greatest trump card. For Dong, he couldn't just keep his women by his side, making them nothing more than hard-working rural women. That wouldn't be meaningful at all. "Dong, you shouldn't hit your second sister-in-law. I can handle her. As long as I'm here, she won't bully Su Yun. So when you go out again, just rest assured. I will definitely protect Su Yun from being bullied." Zhou Honglian playfully teased Dong. Dong's ability to know about the conflict with his second sister-in-law, without her telling him, made him appear even more impressive in her eyes. Although Dong had written a lot about business and interpersonal relationships in his notes, today's performance made what he taught her feel tangible, rather than just theoretical. Zhou Honglian was greatly touched. Qindong wanted to say, "Sister, actually I learned about this from you." Qindong's hands were not idle, and if he didn't clarify, he wouldn't be able to just watch them get bullied without taking action, right? If he didn't know, it wouldn't matter. But knowing meant he had to do something. "You follow me. I won't let you suffer." Zhou Honglian spat with irritation. "How could you say that? I'm still in pain here." She reached out to touch her body, feigning a look of deep sorrow. Qindong's big hand was again misbehaving, and he chuckled mischievously. "That's different, because you can only be bullied by me. If someone else bullies you, that's not acceptable." Zhou Honglian giggled, her charming peach blossom eyes glistening with mist as she looked at Qindong. Then she leaned over him and whispered in his ear, "Qindong, the way you slapped your second sister-in-law was really cool. I don't know about Xiao Yun, but I'm willing to let you bully me for a lifetime, as long as you don't mind me." After saying this, Zhou Honglian reached out. Chapter 195, Zhou Shenglan. What should I do if I don't have money to buy meat? For Zhou Honglian, what moved her was not how capable Qindong was, but that he was willing to lower his head even with such abilities. Choosing to offend his parents and second brother just to deal with his own second sister-in-law, simply because they were being bullied. This sense of security was overwhelming. A man like this was naturally worth her lifelong commitment. For Qindong, it was only natural to stand up for his woman when she was bullied and deal with those who bullied her. If it weren't for Liang Fong being his second sister-in-law, it wouldn't have just been a couple of slaps. It would have been a more serious matter. Perhaps in this era, a man standing up to protect his woman, especially in northeast China, was considered quite incredible. After all, during this time, there was still a serious preference for sons over daughters, and women's status in the family was very low. Qindong didn't care about these things. He just did what he thought was right without worrying too much about others' opinions. A night passed without a word. Despite Zhou Honglian causing a ruckus all night, she still got up early to make breakfast for Qindong and Su Yun. Today, Qindong had to go to the county to sell deer antlers, marinated venison, and several hundred pounds of fresh meat stored in the cellar. Even if the price was low, they had to find a way to sell it. The weather was getting hot by noon, and short sleeves were already out. The meat couldn't be stored in the cellar for long. They would see how much could be sold today. Dad also told Qindong that after arriving in the county, he should first visit his eldest sister's house and ask his brother-in-law to get some ice from the food factory to keep the venison as fresh as possible. Others didn't have this condition, but his brother-in-law was the director of the food factory, so getting some big ice blocks wouldn't be difficult. However, Dad reminded Qindong that when he went to get ice, he should give a few pounds of venison to the person in charge of managing the ice. Although his brother-in-law was the production workshop director and could easily get a few blocks of ice with a word, one still needed to maintain proper social etiquette. Qindong kept the deer whip and deer eggs, telling Dad to help process them. These could be made into dried goods to sell in the future or used to make wine as gifts to build relationships. Some high-ranking officials liked this sort of thing. Upon hearing what Qindong said, Dad praised him for thinking things through but couldn't help but scold him for hitting his second sister-in-law. Doing so would definitely cause problems between him and his second brother. With his second sister-in-law's character, she would surely go to find his second brother and cause trouble, leading to his second brother confronting Qindong, which would harm their brotherly relationship. Qindong confidently replied to Dad that he couldn't just let his wife be bullied by someone else's wife. If his second brother thought that way, then what about their brotherly bond? Dad was so angry he puffed out his cheeks, and Qindong told him not to worry about it. He would handle it well with his second brother. Qindong actually wanted to say that his second brother probably wanted to be with his first love now. Wouldn't it be better to change his sister-in-law? Jia Honglian, you go ahead and cook. I'm going to take the dog for a walk. Qindong went to the kitchen and saw Zhou Honglian, who was wearing an apron and short sleeves, busy at the stove. He immediately hugged her from behind, his hands wandering. Zhou Honglian twisted her body and mumbled, go on, don't make a fuss in the morning. I'm cooking." After a night of tossing and turning, she was a bit scared in the kitchen in the morning. Qindong kissed her, and Zhou Honglian also proactively kissed him back. Watching Qindong being surrounded by a group of dogs as he went out, Zhou Honglian muttered to herself, "What a beast. I wonder how he and Lanxin are doing now. Since they are good sisters, they should stick together. At least it can help me deflect some of the firepower. If this beast stays at home all day, I might not be able to bear it." She sensed that there was something going on between Qindong and Zhou Lanxin. Only Su Yun, being a bit naive, didn't realize that her younger sister might have already developed feelings for Qindong. Zhou Honglian certainly wouldn't refuse Zhou Lanxin following Qindong. Perhaps there was a bit of wicked fun in her heart. Since they were good sisters from the same place, if they both followed the same man, then there wouldn't be any other thoughts. Sharing blessings and facing difficulties together was quite nice. Moreover, she was the woman who had no status in Qindong's life. Meow as dawn broke. Qindong arrived near the old locust tree in Nanhua and called out 3 times, meow. Then, not far away, he heard 3 meows, unmistakably from a little female cat. Soon, a dark head peeked out from the bushes. A woman wearing a black flower hairpin and a morning black belt on her shoulder poked her head out. It was none other than Zhou Xianglan. Sister-in-law, hee, Qindong whispered. Xiao Wu, hee, Zhou Xianglan responded softly. They then held hands and walked toward their old meeting place in the cave. An hour later, Zhou Xianglan put on the black hairpin in front of Qindong and stuffed the morning white cloth that was originally tied around her waist into her pocket. She was quite playful. Just now, she had specifically tied the morning cloth around her waist. Qindong didn't he expect her to be so bold and joked. Aren't you afraid your brother will crawl out of the grave in anger? Zhou Xianglan pointed at Qindong's forehead and spat. Even if your brother crawls out of the grave, the first thing he will do is find you. What is there to be afraid of? Qindong grabbed her and laughed. Sister-in-law, you're really naughty. Zhou Xianglan laughed. If I weren't naughty, how would you have fallen for me? Qindong exclaimed that she was right. During this time, they talked about some things happening in the village. Zhou Xianglan told Qindong that she was now the village accountant, earning 15 yuan a month. When she said this, there was a hint of pride on her face. Qindong smiled and said he would let accountant Zhou take care of him in the village. Xiao Wu, I have to go now. Meow Meow should be waking up soon. Zhou Xianglan kissed Qindong and said. Qindong replied, all right, I'll also head out. I need to catch the mule cart to the county to sell meat. Sister Xianglan, wait for me at the door later. I'll bring you some marinated venison to taste. Zhou Xianglan ran her fingers through her hair, spread her hands, and laughed. I don't have money to buy meat. What should I do? Then she leaned close to Qindong's ear and said with a smile. How about meat as payment? Qindong nodded eagerly. Definitely, definitely. After Zhou Xianglan left, Qindong also came out of the cave, called over to Huang and to He, and then took out 56 half from the spiritual spring space, popping off 3 shots into the sky. 1 shot to drive away spirits. 1 shot to celebrate. 1 shot to bring wealth. Brother Doncheng, you just go well. Sister-in-law will take good care of you. Qindong said to himself with a sly smile. Zhou Xianglan. This little widow was a bit naughtier than Honglian. However, he liked all of them. Chunhua, Xiahe, Xiaoxiang, and Dongmei. Soon, after finishing breakfast, Qindong drove the mule cart away from Qinlutan, heading straight for the county town. When passing by Zhou Xianglan's house, he directly handed her a large piece of deer leg meat. Qindong had seen Zhou Xianglan's 5-year-old daughter, Meow Meow, who was very cute. He even stuffed a piece of deer meat into her mouth, and as she happily ate, she mumbled a thank you to him. Qindong thought to himself, you call me uncle now, I won't mind, but in the future, you have to call me godfather. Just as he drove the mule cart out of Qinlutan and reached Wangtuan, someone blocked his way. Xiao Wu, are you taking a cart full of meat to the county town to sell? Wang Dishu stepped forward with a smile and said to Qindong, I smell the delicious aroma from far away. Give me a few pounds. My wife is visiting her family today, and I want to bring some venison to my father-in-law to stew. I can't make it taste like this. Qindong nodded and smiled. Sure, take a few pounds. I'll give you a discount. Wang Dishu ordered 6 pounds, and Qindong sold it to him at 12 cents a pound. Considering that he had carried the deer meat back from the mountains for 20 to 30 miles yesterday. Of course, Qindong had originally promised to give them 5 pounds of meat, but after returning, he ended up giving them 15 pounds of meat along with some offal. On one hand, he didn't mind a few pounds of meat. On the other hand, he had to consider the social dynamics. Seeing Wang Dishu waiting for him early in the morning to buy meat was also a way to support his first business of the day and ensure a good start. After Wang Dishu bought the meat, several people from Wangtuan who had helped carry the meat back from the mountains also came to buy. Some even bought as much as 15 pounds. Then, seeing them buy meat, many people from Wangtuan also came to buy his marinated venison, allowing him to sell over 300 pounds of fresh and marinated meat before leaving Wangtuan. The leather pouch holding the money was already filled with a small stack of colorful bills, as well as a bundle of grain coupons. Since he was going to the county town to sell meat, he told the buyers in Wangtuan that he would only accept cash and grain coupons, and could not accept other items for the time being. After all, he couldn't drag a cart full of things to the county town, and besides, he already had a cart full of meat. From what some people in Wangtuan said to him, Qindong roughly understood why so many people were buying his meat. Mainly, there had been continuous trouble for him from Wangtuan. A few days ago, Wang Chonglin and his group were arrested, and everyone in Wangtuan knew why they were caught. They had tried to find someone to ambush Qindong while he was entering the mountains. It was all because they wanted to take revenge for Wang Changha, who had been killed by wolves at home. Many people from Wangtuan even secretly applauded his death. Wang Changha had done many bad things in their village. But out of concern for local ties, no one had spoken ill of him. They were afraid that if they reported him to the police, he and his family would retaliate. Many people in Wangtuan could only feel angry but silent towards Wang Changha. His death was considered retribution. Wang Chonglin and his group actually wanted to take revenge on Qindong and ambush him. Additionally, there was the incident where Qindong had come to the rescue when Wang Kuanyu publicly harassed his sister-in-law. The people of Wangtuan even wanted to help him, but in the end, Qindong scolded those people awake and did not report them to the police. If he had reported them, many of those who were watching and supporting at the time would have been labeled as accomplices to a crime. Qindong had earned a lot of goodwill from many people. Therefore, considering all factors, many people from Wangtuan felt a certain awkward guilt towards Qindong. As Qindong drove a large cart of venison and thought that it might not sell out completely in the county town, some people bought more meat than they otherwise would have. Understanding the dynamics, Qindong smiled as he left Wangtuan, saying, "That's why social connections can sometimes be useful, especially among rural people in the mountains. Sometimes their feelings are written on their faces. They are very simple, yet also quite wild and direct." Just as Qindong had thought, as soon as he left Wangtuan, a group of people gathered around the large stone mill in Wangtuan, discussing him. The marinated venison that Xiao Wu made is quite tasty. Venison is very nourishing. We can't afford deer antlers, deer tendons, or deer eggs. But eating some venison is good too. Yes, the flavor of his venison is really great. But he's so lucky. Dishu said yesterday that Xiao Wu alone set traps and caught dogs and managed to hunt 22 deer. Good people have good fortune. The mountain god must be looking out for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch so many deer. Indeed, good people have good fortune. I think Xiao Wu is quite nice. Many people from our village have been looking to target him lately, yet he hasn't shown any disdain towards us. Yes, Xiao Wu is quite righteous. Dishu said that they originally apologized to him and said they didn't need any venison since they helped carry it back. But Xiao Wu insisted on giving them 5 pounds, and in the end, he gave each of them 15 pounds. He really does things generously. He is indeed quite generous. When his sister-in-law was harassed by Kuan Yu in public, if he had reported it to the police, many people from our village would have been sentenced. I heard his good friend is in the police, yet Xiao Wu never mentioned it. Chonglin and his group are really useless. Wang Changha's death was deserved. And now they want to take revenge for him. Now they've been caught, and even if they don't get shot, they'll probably spend 10 or 8 years in prison. Yes, those idiots must be out of their minds to play this game. They got what they deserved. A little over 2 hours later, around 9 in the morning, Qindong arrived at the county town. With so much venison, it was normal for his father to have him drive the mule cart into the county town. Qindong never thought about going to the county town empty-handed. Once there, he would have to unload the meat from the cart anyway. After all, it was over 1,000 pounds of meat, not just a couple hundred. First, he arrived at his older sister Chen Chunhua's home, letting the dogs De Huang and De He keep an eye on the mule cart, mainly watching over the meat on it. He then took a total of over 10 pounds of fresh and marinated meat upstairs. As for the 8 pairs of deer antlers, Qindong had put them in a sack to carry upstairs. Those were valuable items, and he certainly wouldn't leave them outside. The deer antlers had been exchanged for a heavier weight. Since he was going to sell them, he might as well sell as much as possible. After all, the word was already out. Xiao Wu, no way. You went hunting in the mountains a few days ago and actually caught so many deer, 22? When Chen Chunhua saw her brother, she warmly welcomed him into the house. Upon hearing Qindong say he had hunted 22 deer the day before, she shook her head in disbelief. When Qindong showed her the 8 pairs of deer antlers wrapped in a sack and tied with straw rope, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and cover her head, asking for more updates, rewards, and 5-star reviews. She had been writing for so long and had hardly ever asked for anything. Chapter 197. The eldest sister is like a mother. Upon hearing how Qindong hunted 22 deer, Chen Chunhua smiled and exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, it's like the mountain god is feeding you. People have been guarding for 2 or 3 days without getting anything, and you went for just 1 day and found the deer herd. 22 deer can easily sell for 1 or 2,000, and you also have 8 pairs of deer antlers. Generally, in a group of sika deer, it's already quite good to have a few deer with antlers, but the group you encountered actually had 8 deer with antlers. You hit the jackpot. The money you made from this hunting trip is more than what your brother-in-law has earned in 10 years. Dad has been hunting his whole life, and Chin Chunhua, when she was young, naturally went hunting with him, so she knows a thing or two about it. Indeed, even if you manage to find a group of sika deer, and even if you set nets, traps, or even hunt with dogs, to catch 8 deer with antlers at once is quite difficult. First of all, it's hard to find so many deer with such large antlers in one group. Secondly, figuring out how to catch them is also a challenging task. Chen Dong chuckled. Whether the mountain god blessed me or not, I don't know, but I did have some luck. As for how I managed to catch 8 deer with antlers, sis, don't underestimate my marksmanship. I'm quite good at it. Next, Chen Dong mentioned that Dad wanted to get some large ice blocks from the food factory to keep the meat fresh and cool. Chen Chunhua naturally agreed and took Chen Dong to the food factory. Xiao Wu, you have to take good care of the deer antlers. Don't let them break, or the price will drop, Chen Chunhua reminded as she carried the sack containing the deer antlers. Chen Dong smiled and said, Sis, you can rest assured about that. I know what I'm doing. He indeed had many pairs of antlers that broke because the deer struggled after being shot, causing some antlers to snap. The antlers at this season are very tender and brittle, making them easy to break. Although broken antlers are still effective medicinally, they fetch a significantly lower price compared to whole antlers. However, when selling deer antler medicinal materials, they have to be sliced thinly, which makes the whole thing quite frustrating. Chen Dong told his sister that Dad had prepared a lot of deer blood wine, and they should bring a few jars for both of them, and the same for the second sister. In addition, Dad also helped to prepare deer whip and deer eggs, and they would each get a pair for making wine, which is good for health. He hadn't gone to the second sister's place yet. He planned to visit her on the way back in the afternoon since her place required a detour. Upon hearing about the deer blood wine, the eldest sister's eyes lit up. She mentioned that the deer blood wine he sent last time was given to several leaders by her brother-in-law, and they all praised it. The eldest sister said that if Dad had made more, she would buy some to gift to the leaders to build relationships. Chen Dong smiled and said the effects had to be good because the deer blood he used was collected right after the antlers were harvested, when the medicinal effects are the strongest. This was not like the market fraudsters who used deer blood to pretend it was deer antler blood for making wine. Xiao Wu, why are you selling meat by yourself? Don't you want your sister-in-law to come along? Chen Chunhua teased Chen Dong with a smile. Chen Dong shook his head and laughed, saying, She's at home helping Mom and Dad with the orchard work. Besides, if I brought her to the county to sell meat, people in the village would definitely talk. Since Zhou Honglian didn't want their relationship to be exposed for now, Chen Dong also couldn't just go ahead and say anything. After all, he had to consider Su Yun's side, mainly concerning their parents. Zhou Honglian initially said she would accompany Chen Dong to the county, but given Su Yun's big belly, it wasn't appropriate. Their parents were busy with the orchard work and were already exhausted, so it was best not to trouble them. As for Zhou Honglian, if she followed Chen Dong to sell meat, others would definitely gossip. Chen Dong insisted he was fine going to the county to sell meat by himself. It wasn't a lot of meat, and once they got to the county, his sister would definitely help him sell it. He definitely couldn't let Zhou Honglian come along because he was still planning for a second passionate encounter with his sister-in-law. How could he take his sister-in-law along? Chen Chunhua retorted, You're worried about what others might say? Your sister-in-law has been living in your house all this time. She heard that Su Yun's sister's land was rented out to Uncle Yu for farming, and she was helping their parents in the orchard. But living in his house all the time wasn't quite right. No one was gossiping now, but surely they would later. Chen Dong asked, Sis, did the second sister tell you all this? Chen Chunhua shook her head. Don't worry about who told me. I just think you should pay attention to the impact. After all, Su Yun's belly is already so big. Listening to Chen Chunhua, Chen Dong nodded. An older sister is like a mother. She took care of him a lot when they were young. He wanted to say, Sis, would I tell you that it was Su Yun who urged me to have a close relationship with my sister-in-law? As for the incident where he slapped the second sister twice last night, he decided not to tell Chen Chunhua. If he did, she would definitely pull his ear and question him about it. Chen Dong understood his older sister very well. She had some qualities like their mother. After Su Yun's miscarriage and subsequent death, when his sister learned about the specifics, she beat Chen Dong with a stick several times, scolding him for being so grown up, yet knowing nothing and causing such harm to Su Yun and her sister. Although he was encouraged by their mother and the second sister, as a man, Didn't he have any opinions of his own? He had already started a family. Couldn't he make decisions about family matters? He couldn't just do whatever their mother said. If it weren't for him, would Su Yun and her sister have had this outcome? Would her child have been miscarried? His sister scolded him harshly. However, when Chun Dong was severely injured by Zhou Lanxin's brother and hospitalized, it was also his eldest and second sisters who took turns caring for him. Chapter 198. If the country's money isn't earned by you, it won't be earned by others. How can the country develop? Xiao Wu, let me first ask around in our community to see how much meat we can sell. The more we can sell, the better. Later, I'll take you to a few other government housing communities to find some people I know to help promote it. But Xiao Wu, when you talk to others, just say that you caught all these deer with several people, and don't flaunt the deer antlers. In the village, there was no way around it. Those few people helped you carry back the deer meat, so they spread the word about you catching so many deer alone. But in the government offices, don't show off too much. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. Seeing you make so much money will definitely make others envious. On the way downstairs, the eldest sister kept reminding him, and her nagging was definitely on par with their mother's. However, Qindong didn't mind at all. Having such an elder sister was really nice. Qinjia, your brother is so handsome. Is he married? Should I introduce a pretty match for him at the office? Forget about matchmaking. He got married last year, and his wife is about to give birth. Xiaohe, want to try some venison? Let me tell you, venison is very nourishing and even has beautifying effects. Chunhua, your brother is quite impressive. He managed to catch so many sick deer. Being a hunter pays better than working in the office. He caught them with several people, not just by himself. Hunting relies on luck. It's a gamble. And 9 times out of 10, you come back empty-handed. If he could catch this many every time, who would still work in the office? My brother is the youngest. So Mom and Dad kept him around. All of them were caught yesterday. Look how fresh the meat is. Fresh meat is 1 yuan per jing, and marinated meat is 1 yuan 50 per jing. It's definitely more expensive than pork. Venison has a good chew and is very nourishing. You know about deer antlers, right? A pair of deer antlers costs several hundred, and venison is also from the deer, with nutritional value that pork can't compare to. Braised meat is definitely a bit expensive. For every pound of meat braised, getting 7 ounces out of it is already pretty good. Plus, there's the labor and ingredient costs. If you buy more than 5 pounds, you get half a pound for free, and if you buy over 10 pounds, you get a whole pound for free. In the food factory community, the older sister tirelessly talks to people passing by or strolling around the neighborhood, enthusiastically introducing the details about venison. In no time, over 100 pounds of fresh and braised meat were sold. Then, she shouted a few times from the dormitory buildings in the community. Soon, many housewives came down. It didn't take long before over 200 pounds of meat were sold. One woman directly bought 30 pounds, saying she was worried about what delicious food to bring to her family. And bringing back some venison would be great since city folks rarely get to eat such fresh wild game. The reason so many people were buying venison was also partly because Chun Chuanhua's husband, Guo Chonglin, is the director of the production workshop at the food factory. Buying venison from Chun Chuanhua's brother is also a way to get on Guo Chonglin's good side. Perhaps Guo Chonglin doesn't know about this, but in terms of human relationships, it's multifaceted. Sometimes it's not that the other party doesn't know, and thus they won't act. Xiao Wu, how's it going? Your sister is impressive, huh? I won't even need to ask your brother-in-law for ice. By then, I'll sell all this venison for you. Over 1,000 pounds of meat looks like a lot. But if it really gets sold properly, it won't be enough. Let's move to the next government community. Once we sell enough, I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell the antlers for cash. The older sister, carrying a trendy handbag, waved at Qindong with a proud smile, and then pushed her pink lady's bike. Qindong said, Sister, thank you. I appreciate you worrying about me like this. Qin Shunhua rolled her eyes at Qindong and scolded him. Xiao Wu, what are you saying? As your sister, isn't it my duty to help you? Thus, Qin Shunhua took Qindong to sell venison at several nearby government employee dormitories, starting by finding a few housewives from families of known government leaders, then getting them to help sell the venison. Of course, Qin Shunhua gave each of them a few pounds of venison, using what she said to Qindong to give them some benefits, so they would be more dedicated to helping sell the venison. It also served to introduce Qindong to them. In the future, if Qindong encountered them in the county town and needed help, they would certainly step in to assist. This was also a way for Qindong to expand his network. Qindong said, Yes. When the peaches from my family are ready, I might be able to use them to sell peaches to the people in the government. The older sister was quite dedicated to her work. By noon, There were still just over 200 pounds of meat left unsold. Shindong said to stop selling for now and take the antlers to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell. Then he would visit Ermao and Ermao's brother-in-law, if necessary. He would have Ermao deliver some venison to Director Lin of the police department. Hearing that Shindong knew Director Lin of the county police department, the older sister was quite surprised. Shindong then smiled and said, I don't know Director Lin, but I know his daughter. She's a colleague of Ermao. And I've seen her a few times, so I guess we're friends. If he gives some venison to Lin Hongxing, won't she take the venison home? Isn't that a roundabout way of getting to know Director Lin? The older sister agreed and told Shindong to find a time to mention it to Ermao, suggesting that Ermao bring Lin Hongxing over to her house for a meal. This way, her brother-in-law Guochang Lin could also get to know Lin Hongxing, which would help him expand his network. Perhaps in the future, when something comes up, it could be useful. Shindong agreed, promising to mention it to Ermao another day. That's how interpersonal relationships work. A friend's friend is also a friend. Soon, after arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, the director, Xiao Dafei, happened to be there. Upon seeing Shindong, who brought 8 pairs of well-preserved antlers, Xiao Dafei smiled and said, Xiao Chun, you're impressive. You managed to catch so many deer again. These 8 pairs of antlers are top quality. I won't shortchange you on the price. Your brother is quite a hunter. Xiao Dafei added with a smile directed at Qin Chunhua. Qin Chunhua laughed and replied, These are from several of my brother's friends. How could he catch so many deer alone? You don't know how fast deer can run. Then she quietly said to Xiao Dafei, Director Xiao, could you make a proper invoice for my brother to get a little more? Of course, your share won't be less. Hearing this, Xiao Dafei quickly nodded with a smile. Got it, I understand. Hunting isn't easy for your brother. He deserves to earn a bit more. If someone else were to sell these antlers, they definitely wouldn't fetch this price. Let's weigh them and see how much they are. Soon, the weight of the 8 pairs of antlers was determined to be a total of 22 pounds and 5 ounces. On average, each pair weighs 2.5 pounds, which is already quite heavy. The price was set at 3 yuan and 8 jiao per ounce. The total came to 8,561 yuan and 4 jiao. However, 2 invoices were created, one showing a purchase price of 3 yuan and 1 jiao per ounce, and the other at 3 yuan and 8 jiao. The difference between the 2 invoices was 7 jiao. The supply and marketing cooperative bought the antlers at 3 yuan and 8 jiao per ounce. And after giving Qin Chunhua 8,561 yuan and 4 jiao, she quietly slipped Xiao Dafei 300 yuan as a kickback after informing Qindong. I deliberately told Xiao Dafei to make a proper invoice. In fact, the lower-priced invoice was for you to show to your so-called hunting partners. If you really had hunting partners, it would mean you could earn an extra 7 jiao per ounce. Xiao Dafei giving the top price is expected, and giving him a little kickback is justified. After all, because he offered the top price, you earned over 1,000 yuan more. Qin Chunhua explained the operation to Qindong. After all, the money belongs to the state, and the goods are good. With this connection, we can naturally earn more. If we didn't have this connection, Xiao Dafei wouldn't dare to casually issue such invoices. If you don't earn the state's money, he doesn't earn it either. How can the country develop? Qin Chunhua said to Qindong with a smile. Qindong nodded and chuckled, saying, Yes, yes. He naturally understood this kind of maneuvering. As long as he could earn more money, it was fine. If it were at the price from last time, he would have earned over 1,000 yuan more this time. 8,500 yuan. Adding the 1,400 or so earned from selling meat. It was almost 10,000. Qin Chunhua advised Qindong to take the lower-priced invoice to Su Yun and keep the extra money for himself. A man shouldn't be without his own private stash. After all, if any urgent matters arise, he can't keep asking his wife for money, right? The fact that Qin Chunhua could consider this for Qindong undoubtedly showed her care as a sister. Only parents and a true sister would say such things about allowing their brother to keep a private stash. Qindong wanted to give Qin Chunhua 500 yuan as thanks for all her help today and for negotiating such a high price for him. However, Qin Chunhua refused, saying it was her duty as a sister. She couldn't just ask for money because her brother earned it, could she? If Qindong could earn big money, she, as his sister, would be happier than anyone. However, after Qindong insisted, Qin Chunhua finally accepted 200 yuan, saying that if she didn't accept it, how would he ask her for help in the future? Qin Chunhua went to cook, while Qindong said he would visit the police station to find Ermao and give him the venison. By noon, he planned to go to her house for a meal and invite his sister-in-law along. He would give some of the 200 pounds of venison to Ermao, then some to his brother-in-law. If they couldn't finish it, it could also be a gift, and the rest would go to his second sister's side. Having made so much money from selling the antlers, plus the profits from the venison, exceeded Chen Dong's expectations. The remaining 200 pounds of meat didn't matter much to him. Soon, he arrived at the police station. He asked a familiar police officer about Air Mao. But when he heard that Air Mao was not at the police station due to some business, Chen Dong couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 199, Lin Hongxing. Then I must have taken a great advantage. Minggu, is Chun Guoli and my brother-in-law Jiang Aigua at the City People's Hospital? After hearing from the police officer, he met at the police station that Air Mao and Jiang Aigua went to the City People's Hospital a couple of days ago. Chen Dong was somewhat surprised. The police officer named Minggu nodded. Yes, I heard that Chun Guoli's father is sick and is currently at the City People's Hospital. So he and Captain Jiang went to accompany him a couple of days ago. Thank you, Minggu, Chen Dong immediately said. Minggu shook his head and smiled. What are you thanking me for? We're not outsiders. Chen Dong could naturally hear that he wanted to get closer to him. Just based on Chen Dong calling Jiang Aigua brother-in-law, it was worth Minggu taking the initiative to get closer. Recently, Jiang Aigua had made significant contributions, especially after breaking a major tomb robbery case that the city's leaders were paying close attention to. Jiang Aigua's promotion was a sure thing. And since Chen Dong called Jiang Aigua brother-in-law, Jiang Aigua had also told some police officers that if Chen Dong encountered any issues in the future, they should help his younger brother out. Minggu, could you call Lin Hongxing over for me? I need to talk to her about something. Sorry to trouble you. Chen Dong smiled. Since Air Mao and Jiang Aigua were not around, he couldn't deliver the deer meat to them, so he would give some to Lin Hongxing instead. Originally, he came to find Air Mao, partly to deliver meat, and partly to give to Huang some tasks. To let it recognize the way to the police station at night, and quietly drop off the letter where the big traitor was hiding. Since he had been reborn, and now encountered such matters, Chen Dong naturally wanted to make some contributions to the country. With Da Huang around, he didn't need to show up and could still resolve this issue and deliver the letter to the police station. Air Mao's father, Chen Dachuan, was in the hospital in the city. Chen Dong didn't think for long and made a decisive decision to go to the black market tomorrow. Then he asked Da Huang to send the information directly to the black market police station. The black market police station was naturally more efficient and effective. As for the police station in Dai County, if they received this information, they might not be able to act immediately. Moreover, if there were spies in the county, if the infiltration was serious, it was possible that the police station wouldn't even get a chance to act before the spies found out about the news. It wasn't that Chen Dong underestimated the confidentiality of county government agencies. However, in the counties under the black market, which were not far from the border, it was quite normal for spies from Russia and other countries to infiltrate. Smaller counties might be more seriously infiltrated. Therefore, since he was going to the black market, he might as well directly pass this information to the black market police station. Chen Dong naturally wanted the country to catch this traitor. However, from what he heard in their conversation, he knew they wouldn't change places and were waiting for someone with the surname who to pick them up, then take advantage of the chaos during the upcoming logging operation to escape. There was still time, but if they changed locations, then Chen Dong couldn't do anything. Even if he told the national security now, there wouldn't be much that could be done. Minggu quickly smiled and said, I'll go call her now. Chen Dong, you don't need to be so polite. It's no trouble at all. Chen Dong was actually quite familiar with the police chief's daughter. This had to be noted. Soon, Lin Hongxing, dressed in a sharp police uniform and wearing a police hat, walked over. Like Air Mao, she had already been promoted. Chen Dong, I heard from Zhao Dongming that you were looking for Chen Guoli. He went to the city the day before yesterday. I heard that his father had health issues. Lin Hongxing said. Chen Dong nodded. A few days ago, I went hunting in the mountains and caught quite a bit of game. I originally planned to come to the county today to deliver some deer meat to him and you, but unexpectedly, he wasn't around. However, it's fine. I'll get him his share of deer meat later. I asked Minggu to call you over because I wanted to give you some deer meat. He naturally couldn't say that he originally intended to give the deer meat to Air Mao, but since Air Mao wasn't there, he was giving it to her instead. That would be too silly to say. You were still thinking of giving me deer meat. Lin Hongxing smiled lightly. Chen Dong nodded and smiled. Of course. Last time we were on the way back from the black market, I told you that when I caught a big one, I would bring you some to try. Air Mao is out of luck. I'll give you his share. He and Lin Hongxing had met a few times, even fighting against some thugs together last time at the black market. On the way back, he had also talked with Lin Hongxing a bit. They could be considered friends. Chen Dong had told her that when he caught big game, he would bring her some wild delicacies to try. Then I must be taking a great advantage. Lin Hongxing smiled. Seeing her smiling, Qindong thought to himself that Miss Lin was just like Air Mao said, always wearing a serious face. But Miss Lin looked beautiful when she smiled. Qindong certainly wouldn't think that Lin Hongxing had any special feelings for him. She was just being polite with her smile. However, when Qindong moved 2 large iron basins filled with fresh and braised meat from the mule cart and said this was the meat for her, Lin Hongxing was stunned. Chapter 200, making a pass at my sister-in-law in front of me. Qindong, all this meat is for me. This is way too much. I can't take so much. Just a few pounds would be fine, and you can sell the rest. After reacting, Lin Hongxing shook her head. Qindong smiled and said, it's not too much. This was originally for you and Air Mao. Air Mao specifically told me last time to bring more for you when I caught big game, so your relatives and friends could also try some wild delicacies. Just take this meat. I caught it myself, and it's not worth much anyway. I sold over 1,000 pounds today, if you want me to sell more. I can't do it. While it's fresh, you can share it with your family. If this weather continues, in a couple of days, the meat will spoil. Share it with your family. Deer meat tastes similar to beef and has great nutritional benefits. Originally, the fresh meat was placed on a plastic sheet on the mule cart, and the braised meat was put into several large basins. But this is too much. Lin Hongxing looked at the 2 large basins of meat, feeling somewhat confused. Seeing Lin Hongxing like this, Qindong walked to the front of the mule cart and cracked the whip at the mule, saying, Lin Daybody, just eat it. 1 bite and you won't complain. I'm leaving. After Qindong drove the mule cart a short distance away, Lin Hongxing finally reacted, waving to Qindong. Qindong, don't go yet. I'll give you money. I can't take this meat without paying. Qindong replied without looking back, what money? If you pay me, then we won't be friends anymore. My sister-in-law is studying in the county, so you should go take care of her at her school more often. Watching Qindong's departing figure, Lin Hongxing couldn't help but shake her head and smile. How could such a serious person like Qindong have a childhood friend like Qin Guoli, who was always so unserious? Looking at these 2 large basins of meat, Lin Hongxing felt a bit at a loss. For Qindong, giving Lin Hongxing 2 large basins of meat was nothing. Given Lin Hongxing's identity, giving her 100 pounds of meat, and building connections, there was no harm in it. It was also quite nice to help expand the network for her brother-in-law and let her visit her sister-in-law more often. Soon, Qindong arrived at the vocational school and checked the time on his watch. It was 11:30. According to Zhou Lanxin, class would end in 15 minutes. He waited outside the classroom where Zhou Lanxin was teaching. One of the young men outside the classroom, dressed neatly and sporting a side part, seemed to be waiting for someone. Soon, it was 11:45 and a balding middle-aged man walked out of the classroom, followed by a stream of men and women. Qindong saw Zhou Lanxin, wearing the blue denim dress he made for her, with her hair in twin ponytails and holding books, walking out of the classroom. However, before Qindong could speak, the young man waiting outside approached Zhou Lanxin and said, Zhou Lanxin, how was your class this morning? Qindong's expression darkened. Was he trying to pursue his woman, who was already his sister-in-law, right in front of him? Lanxin. Qindong called out her name without hesitation. How dare he flirt with his woman in front of him? Naturally, Qindong couldn't let this slide. However, his past experiences made him unable to act recklessly like a fool. With a thought, he used the power of the Rui Pearl on Zhou Lanxin. After returning yesterday, he had used the Rui Pearl's ability on Su Yun to observe the events that would affect her emotional threshold over the next 3 days. There wasn't much happening. In 3 days, Su Yun didn't experience anything significant. He hadn't used the Rui Pearl's power today, so it was perfect to apply it to Zhou Lanxin. In his mind, he envisioned the events that would affect Zhou Lanxin's emotional threshold over the next 3 days. Tomorrow in the cafeteria, there would be stewed chicken legs, which would make her very happy, but in the end, she wouldn't be able to bring herself to eat. Upon leaving the cafeteria, she would encounter this young man with the side part, whose name he learned was Zhang Yuan. When she saw him approaching her, Zhou Lanxin would feel a bit annoyed. However, since the other party's relative was a high official in the county committee, she could only find ways to avoid Zhang Yuan. The day after tomorrow at noon, she would encounter 2 drunk men trying to block her path, which would make her very nervous, and just when she was anxious, Zhang Yuan would arrive on his bike. The day after that, in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan would come to find her with flowers, wanting to invite her to dinner at the county guest house. But Zhou Lanxin would firmly refuse and tell him that she wasn't considering romantic relationships at the moment. Zhou Lanxin's feelings for him were perfectly fine, very resolute. As for this Zhang Yuan, how dare he play the hero to deceive her? He had to be dealt with. Although Zhang Yuan had some connections due to his relative being a high-ranking official in the county committee, that was not an obstacle for Chen Dong to handle him. By observing the events that would affect Zhou Lanxin's emotional threshold in the next 3 days, Chen Dong found a compelling reason to deal with this Zhang Yuan guy. Chapter 201. Life is like a play. All depends on acting. Zhou Lanxin, who had a worried expression, turned her gaze upon hearing a familiar voice. When she saw it was Chen Dong, her face lit up with joy, and she completely ignored Zhang Yuan, walking straight towards Chen Dong, cheerfully saying, "Brother-in-law." When she called Chen Dong brother-in-law, her face couldn't help but flush slightly. Because on the surface, Chen Dong was her brother-in-law, but in reality, he was her man. Having not seen Chen Dong for several days, she felt an inexplicable joy in her heart, wishing she could immediately take him back to their rental place and discuss matters of love with him. She felt like a cat that had just tasted fish for the first time, thinking about it from time to time over the past few days. Chen Dong nodded and smiled. Yeah, Lanxin. It had been a few days since he last saw his sister-in-law, and now she seemed to have gained a bit more femininity. Well, it was he who had helped her become a true woman. When Zhang Yuan saw Zhou Lanxin greet Chen Dong and call him brother-in-law, he approached and smiled. "Hello, comrade. You are Zhou Lanxin's brother-in-law? I'm Zhang Yuan." Zhou Lanxin then said to Zhang Yuan with irritation, "Zhang Yuan, I've told you many times, stop bothering me." Her face was flushed as she spoke, her heart racing with anxiety. After all, it was a bit awkward to have her man see someone pursuing her, even though she had no interest in Zhang Yuan. But she was worried Chen Dong might overthink it. So, thinking of this made her angry at Zhang Yuan, yet also a bit nervous, as if she were guilty of something, even though she hadn't done anything. But just then, Chen Dong caught sight of it. Chen Dong looked at Zhang Yuan coldly and said, "Who are you? Why are you bothering my Lanxin? Are you looking for trouble?" Chen Dong pushed Zhang Yuan's chest with a hand, his tone unfriendly. After stepping back a bit, Zhang Yuan quickly said, "Brother-in-law, I'm Zhang Yuan." Chen Dong pushed Zhang Yuan's chest again. "Who is your brother-in-law?" Zhang Yuan was pushed back again by Chen Dong. Zhou Lanxin, frowning, nervously said, "Brother-in-law, just ignore him. He's just an annoying fly, so don't pay him any mind." She knew Zhang Yuan had some background, as a high-ranking official in the county committee was his uncle. So she was worried that Chen Dong might get angry and beat him up, which would cause trouble for Chen Dong. Zhang Yuan, suppressing his anger, forced a smile and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm Zhang Yuan. My uncle is Du Chan Yuan, the director of the county committee office. I like Zhou Lanxin." He had no choice. Since this person was Zhou Lanxin's brother-in-law, he had to be polite. If it were anyone else talking to him like this, he would have already lost his temper. "My uncle is also the director of the Public Security Bureau in our county." Chen Dong pushed Zhang Yuan's chest forcefully 2 more times, coldly saying, "I don't care who you are. If you dare to bother Lanxin again, believe it or not, I'll beat you to a pulp. You scoundrel." "My Lanxin said she's not dating right now. Why are you still pestering her?" He was using a bit too much force, causing Zhang Yuan's chest to hurt slightly. Plus, with Chen Dong's fierce demeanor, Zhang Yuan had never encountered such humiliation before, and his temper flared. He pushed Chen Dong's chest forcefully, saying, "You're her brother-in-law, not her parents. Why are you acting so tough? The country advocates for free love." After being pushed hard by Zhang Yuan, Chen Dong stumbled back 2 steps and then fell to the ground. Looking at Chen Dong on the ground, Zhang Yuan looked down at him with some disdain, thinking, "With your weak body, how dare you shout at me and threaten to beat me up? Who gave you the courage?" Sitting on the ground, Chen Dong coughed and covered his mouth, then lay back down, blood flowing from his mouth. He pointed at Zhang Yuan with a trembling hand, saying, You really hit hard. You're quite ruthless." He wanted to say, "Kid, you're done for. You've messed up big time. Without 80,000 or 100,000. I can't get up. Brother is going to show you the harsh realities of society and let you experience the traditional skills of the 21st century, staged injury." This was the tactic Chen Dong thought of in a short time. Sometimes, dealing with someone doesn't require physical confrontation. Using your brain is more effective. Chen Dong wasn't afraid of Zhang Yuan's background, but he was afraid of trouble. After all, the little sister was studying in the county, and he had to consider her. Moreover, Zhang Yuan's uncle was the director of the county committee office, which Chen Dong had to take into account. He had some connections. His brother-in-law was the captain of the Public Security Bureau, and a not-so-close friend, Lin Hongxing, had a father who was the director of the Public Security Bureau. If something really happened in the county, they could definitely help out. However, for this small matter, he naturally wouldn't need their assistance. He had various ways to deal with Zhang Yuan, and this staged injury tactic would be enough to teach him a big lesson, ensuring he wouldn't dare to pester Zhou Lanxin again. The blood he was spitting out was from the blood of a sick deer taken from the spiritual spring space, which he had placed in his mouth. How did I hit hard? I just pushed you a little. Who are you blaming? Zhang Yuan was a bit confused, speaking with a hint of mockery. Listening to him, Shundong secretly smiled, thinking, kid, you still don't realize the seriousness of the situation. He lay down on the ground and said, you, Lanxin, go report to the police. Slap. Zhou Lanxin heavily slapped Zhang Yuan's face, then kicked him in the stomach. Angrily scolding, Zhang Yuan, you bastard, you made my brother-in-law spit blood, and you're still here making sarcastic remarks. My brother-in-law is not weak, he's strong. Lying on the ground pretending to be injured, Shundong thought to himself, Lanxin, I know you know I'm strong, but at this moment, you don't need to emphasize my strength. Zhang Yuan was directly hit by Zhou Lanxin's kick and covered his groin, crying out in pain, his face turning a purplish color, indicating it hurt a lot. This little sister-in-law is too ruthless. Zhou Lanxin quickly crouched down, crying, brother-in-law, how are you? Are you okay? She was extremely flustered. From the sight of Shundong spitting blood, it was clear he was seriously injured. Of course, she was very worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that this kid hit the place I was injured while hunting. It's nothing serious, Shundong said, deliberately speaking in a halting manner. Life is like a play. Since it has come to this point, he naturally had to act convincingly. The necessary procedures must be followed. Chapter 202, Better to Crash into the Day. Next, Zhou Lanxin cried as she found a few people and got 2 motorcycles to take Shundong to the hospital. However, on the way to the hospital, Shundong had already pretended to feel much better, and then he and Zhou Lanxin first went to the police station to report the incident. Reporting was definitely necessary. Letting the police get involved in this matter, even if they can't sentence Zhang Yuan to a few years, they should at least frighten him. And Zhou Lanxin should exaggerate a bit about how Zhang Yuan had been harassing her, creating the appearance of being pursued by a rogue. He must taste the traditional techniques from the 21st century. While reporting, they happened to encounter Lin Hongxing and the police officer taking the report. Upon knowing that Lin Hongxing was Shundong's friend, assured that the case would be acted upon immediately and that they would severely punish the rogue. After leaving the police station, they finally went to the hospital for an examination. Lin Hongxing followed along. Her status was quite significant, and the hospital quickly conducted the examination. According to the hospital's evaluation, there were no major issues, but there were some minor problems, advising Shundong on what to pay attention to. As for the fact that he spat blood after being hit hard, it was likely due to hitting a pressure point or an old injury, causing some capillaries to react, which was considered normal. Some people even spit blood out of anger. This was not uncommon. Listening to the hospital's explanation, Shundong thought, this is the hospital's standard procedure. Even a normal body can have some minor issues after examination. Shundong never intended to pretend to be seriously injured. After all, he was planning to visit the black market the next day. In the eyes of others, he was publicly beaten by Zhang Yuan. Thus, Zhang Yuan would definitely have to spend a few days in the police station. As for Zhou Lanxin hitting him, it was also because he hit Shundong first. And Zhou Lanxin acted out of anger. He believed Zhou Lanxin's report about Zhang Yuan harassing her. Even if she did hit him, the police would likely lean towards her during the judgment. A woman being harassed hitting a rogue. What is the problem with that? Xiaowu, are you okay? Around 12:30, Shundong's older sister, Qin Chunhua, still wearing an apron, rushed in front of Shundong, wiping her tears. Looking panicked after hearing about Shundong's injury and hospital examination from a pretty police officer named Lin Hongxing. She was cooking when Lin Hongxing knocked on her door, informing her about Shundong's situation. At that moment, the older sister was stunned. She even cried out of anxiety. She quickly rode over to the hospital on the motorcycle that Lin Hongxing had used. Sis, I'm fine. Shundong quickly held Chun Chunhua's hand, who was still wiping tears. I'm really sorry for scaring you, but I can't stand seeing that kid harassing Zhou Lanxin. I can't tolerate other men bothering my woman. I also observed that my sister-in-law didn't exhibit any extreme emotions over the next 3 days. Otherwise, I would have had to take that kid's life. Although Shundong said he was fine, his sister still looked very worried until she asked the hospital doctor and confirmed that Shundong was all right. Only then did her heart settle. Lin Hongxing came to tell Shundong that Zhang Yuan had been caught and was currently being interrogated at the police station, asking Shundong and Zhou Lanxin to come in to record some evidence. The older sister insisted that they must severely punish this kid for harassing Zhou Lanqin and hitting someone. Zhou Lanqin mentioned that Zhang Yuan's uncle was the director of the county committee office. The older sister suddenly felt a bit intimidated, muttering that even if his uncle was the county director, it was no excuse for him to act like a rogue and hit someone. Lin Hongxing, with a serious face, said she would keep an eye on this case and would definitely seek justice for Qindong. Qindong was pleased. The 2 big bowls of meat he sent over had taken effect, right? No one could refuse the temptation of meat. 1 bowl wasn't enough. 2 bowls would definitely work. Sis, it's fine. I'm really okay. You don't need to worry too much. Let us go to your house to eat now. Qindong first said to Qin Shunhua, then turned to Lin Hongxing and invited her. You've been busy all afternoon and haven't eaten yet. Why don't we all go to my sister's house for a meal? In this era, as long as it's not a life-threatening illness, hospitals wouldn't keep patients for observation. On one hand, hospitals in this era weren't profit-driven, unlike in the future, where even a cold or fever could lead to a hospital stay of 10 days or more. On the other hand, hospital wards were tight. How could there be enough beds for those with minor injuries or illnesses? He let Lin Hongxing tell his sister about his hospital stay, actually taking the opportunity to introduce Lin Hongxing to her. What started as a hospital stay due to injury turned into a networking opportunity. Lin Hongxing said she still had work to do and would visit Qindong's sister's house another time. Xiao Wu, be careful walking. Take good care of your injury these days. The daughter of Director Lin really is beautiful. Next time, you should bring Air Mao and her along to my house for dinner. The older sister chattered all the way, comparable to their mother. Zhou Lanqin already knew that Qindong was in the county to sell venison and deer antlers. She didn't ask how much Qindong sold them for, thinking that if she did, it might make him think she was after money. The older sister also didn't mention how much Qindong made from selling deer antlers and meat. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing their meal, Qindong said he wanted to go to the police station, but after leaving his sister's house, he mischievously smiled at Zhou Lanqin and said, Lanqin, how about we go to your place first, and then go to the police station? Seeing Qindong's mischievous smile, Zhou Lanqin blushed and worriedly said, brother-in-law, why don't we postpone it? You were injured today. Qindong shook his head, looking serious. What postponing? Better to crash into the day than to delay it. Today is just fine. This little injury is nothing. Hunters, who doesn't have a few injuries? 2 hours later, after the passion was over, during this time, Zhou Lanqin heard that a man's hands could be very helpful to a woman in that regard. Hearing Zhou Lanqin say that, Qindong couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this a coincidence? His mastery of Xingyi Quan was not for nothing. Chapter 203. Lanqin, what are you doing? With a series of thuds, Zhou Lanqin ended up begging for mercy. Thinking back to the situation since she returned yesterday afternoon, dealing with 3 women was no easy task. A man must find a way to ensure everyone gets their fair share. Fortunately, Qindong had the strength to handle it. Brother Wu, I really have nothing to do with that Zhang Yuan. It's all because he keeps pestering me, and I haven't really paid attention to him. I've told him several times not to bother me, but he insists on it. It's my fault that you ended up spitting blood because of him. Zhou Lanqin hugged Qindong, her face showing guilt. Her big watery eyes looked at him. If I don't, I might as well not go to school. Thinking about how Qindong had spat blood because of her, and with her relationship with him, she felt very sorry for Qindong whenever other men pestered her. Although Qindong was not just hers, she couldn't do anything to betray him. Of course, even though she had not done anything wrong to Qindong, the feeling was still unpleasant. Just now, she had asked Qindong if he was angry today because of that Zhang Yuan. Qindong said he was a bit angry. After all, his woman was being pursued publicly by another man, which naturally made him unhappy. This was why she spoke to him like that. While feeling guilty, she also felt a bit happy because at least Qindong cared about her. Qindong's hands were not idle on her body. This matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to feel guilty. I spat blood because that kid pushed me at just the right spot, where I was already injured from hunting. Otherwise, even if he hit me a few times, I wouldn't have spat blood. I trust you, so don't overthink it. You should continue with your studies. I support you in doing what you want. Aren't you thinking about signing up for the college entrance exam and then going to university? I think that's pretty good. If you only go to night school, you can only get into some factories at best. And it takes many years to become a regular employee. Without a higher education, it's very troublesome to transition from rural to urban status. Going to university will make it easier to find a job later on. If you go to night school, you'll learn some skills and can go to some technical units. But because of the education issue, it's very strict to become a regular employee, and transitioning from rural to urban status is quite complicated. It was now late May, 2 months away from the college entrance exam. In this era, the exam was in mid-July. According to regulations, the qualification test for the college entrance exam was conducted in April. Only those who passed the qualification test in mid-July could take the official college entrance exam. The college entrance exam in this era was open to the entire society, unlike later when one had to be registered in the education system. Even if people from society participated in the exam, they still needed to be registered in the education system. Since the college entrance exam in this era was open to the entire society, the candidates had varying abilities. The first stage was mainly to filter out those with significantly lower abilities, such as those with only elementary or middle school education who still wanted to participate in the exam. Wasn't that a waste of college entrance exam resources? They could also take the exam, and the registration for the first phase qualification test was happening these days. Zhou Lanxin said she wanted to try the college entrance exam too. Brother Wu, if I pass the college entrance exam and go to university, will you be willing to let me leave? Zhou Lanxin bit her lip and looked at Chen Dong seriously. Chen Dong kissed her and smiled. I won't be willing. But I have to support you. I can't keep you tied to me for your whole life. As for you wanting to see more of the outside world and not wanting to be with me anymore, I would be sad, but I can only let you go. If you want to be with me, I will treat you well, but if you don't want to be with me anymore, just tell me, and you can leave. Regarding matters of the heart, Chen Dong did not want to overthink. For example, with Zhou Lanxin, he followed her, but he could not keep her by his side forever. It was meaningless. If someone really wanted to leave, they couldn't be held back. If someone truly wanted to leave, he wouldn't hold them back. However, whether it was you or your sister Honglian, if you really wanted to leave me in the future, I wouldn't hold you back. But if you want to leave, just say you want to go. Don't play with betrayal. I can't stand that. If it really comes to that, I will never let you go. Chen Dong said very seriously. Zhou Lanxin hugged Chen Dong voluntarily, her head twisting in his arms. Brother Wu, I won't leave you, nor will I betray you. I just want to rely on my own efforts to help you in the future so that you, Sister Yun, and Sister Honglian can all live good lives. Just like that, Zhou Lanxin decided to sign up for the college entrance exam. Thinking about how Zhou Lanxin might really become a university student in the future, that would be pretty good. It would also mean he was going to college too. Zhou Lanxin said that if she really got into university, she would also go to a nearby city, making it convenient for Chen Dong to visit her, and she could easily come to see him too. Chen Dong laughed and said there was no need for that. Recently, he had earned some money from hunting, and perhaps he would live in a big city in the future. He couldn't possibly hunt for a lifetime. As for doing business, who can say what the future holds? He just wanted to live well for now and wait for Su Yun to give birth to the child. This was his first child. In his past life, this daughter had a miscarriage, and Su Yun committed suicide. It was a regret he felt deeply. Lanxin, what are you doing? Looking at Zhou Lanxin, who was not dressed and was doing some strange movements, Chen Dong curiously asked. Zhou Lanxin's face turned slightly red. I saw this in a book, and it can help avoid pregnancy. Now that Sister Yun is pregnant, if Sister Honglian gets pregnant too in a while, and if I get pregnant again. Sister Yun, she quickly added, Brother Wu, if you want me to get pregnant now, I can do that too. Chen Dong's forehead was covered in black lines. Where did this little sister learn all these strange things? Could these strange movements really prevent pregnancy? Soon, they arrived at the police station to investigate the evidence regarding Zhang Yuan pushing Chen Dong to the point of spitting blood and Zhang Yuan harassing Zhou Lanxin. However, as soon as they arrived, they encountered two police officers that Chen Dong recognized, along with a couple in their 50s. The woman spoke up. She was Zhang Yuan's mother. Jiang Fengyi. This comrade, my son really didn't mean to hurt you. Please don't be angry. We will compensate you as we should. And this young lady, my son likes you and pursued you. But during the pursuit, he said he didn't do anything out of line. There was no behavior of harassing you. Our family can be considered an intellectual family, and my son wouldn't do things like a street thug. Jiang Fengyi said with a worried expression to both Chen Dong and Zhou Lanxin. Chapter 204. Men's matters should be borne by men. Chen Dong signaled Zhou Lanxin not to speak, then said to Jiang Fengyi in a displeased manner, I say, Comrade Jiang, just because you say he didn't do anything out of line doesn't mean he really didn't do anything. Otherwise, how could my sister say he was harassing her? I know his uncle is a high-ranking official in the county committee, but I also have relatives working in the government. My brother-in-law is the captain of our county's police station, Jiang Aigua. Not giving them the chance to act pretentious, Chen Dong wanted to avoid too much trouble. One cannot just wait for them to use their relatives, who are leaders in the county committee, to pressure him. Isn't that degrading? So, we need to block their possible paths. As for the relationship with Lin Hongxing's father, Lin Jianya, he wouldn't have the audacity to mention it in front of other police officers, especially since he doesn't even know Lin Jianya. We know you are good friends with Director Lin's daughter, and you hold a respectable position. Indeed, what our Xiao Yuan did was wrong, and we will compensate you, ensuring Xiao Yuan will not bother this young lady anymore. We are all respectable individuals, and if you encounter any issues in the future and need my help, I will have my brother assist you. I kindly ask both of you to show some mercy and forgive our Xiao Yuan, Jiang Fengyi said with a frown. Speaking in a conciliatory tone, Zhang Guoqiang, wearing thick glasses and serving as the deputy principal of a vocational school, pushed his glasses up and quickly added, Yes, yes. We hope you can be lenient. This young lady, aren't you attending night school at our school? Once you graduate from night school, I will introduce you to a decent job at a public institution. The couple adopted a very humble stance, discussing compensation and future job issues regarding Zhou Lanxin while incurring a favor. Qindong was naturally aware that they were afraid of framing Zhang Yuan's actions as assault combined with hooliganism. However, there are certain judgments. The key point is that Qindong is not an ordinary citizen. After learning that Zhang Yuan had been taken to the police station, they rushed over and inquired about the case with the investigating police officers. Initially, they thought it was just a simple matter of Zhang Yuan hitting an ordinary citizen and harassing an ordinary woman. Given their connections, it should have been easy to resolve. However, they did not expect the investigating police to inform them that the case was personally overseen by the police chief's daughter. Furthermore, Qindong is not an ordinary citizen. His brother-in-law is the police chief, and he has relatives working in the government. Upon hearing this, the couple, especially Jiang Fengyi, completely lost any sense of superiority and anxiously consulted Zhang Yuan's uncle, asking how to handle the situation. Assault combined with hooliganism could potentially lead to a 1 or 2-year sentence. Zhang Yuan's uncle advised them to apologize humbly, offer compensation, incur a favor, and promised that Zhang Yuan would no longer harass Zhou Lanxin. They should try this approach first. If Qindong does not agree, then they can later discuss the matter with someone close to Qindong. Forget about compensation. I don't want anything that makes it seem like I'm trying to profit from you. But you must cover my hospital checkup expenses. Qindong shook his head. Since the other party was being so accommodating, he decided not to pursue compensation, offering only a couple of hundred at most. What good would that do? The important thing was that a county committee office director owed him a favor, and most importantly, Zhang Yuan would no longer continue to harass Zhou Lanxin. Qindong's main goal was achieved. They had lowered their stance to apologize. If he insisted on putting Zhang Yuan in jail, Zhang Yuan's uncle would probably reach out to Jiang Aigua or his brother-in-law. By that time, Zhang Yuan would still be released, and it would amount to tearing their faces apart. It's better to leave some room for future encounters. The key point is that Zhang Yuan had not yet reached the point where Qindong felt the need to ruin him. If Zhang Yuan's actions were genuinely excessive and reached the point where Qindong wanted to eliminate him, he wouldn't have wasted time talking and would have found a way to deal with him directly. Lanxin, if there are any issues in the future, just tell my sister or Lin Hongxing. They will surely help you, Qindong said to Zhou Lanxin after leaving the police station. Zhou Lanxin nodded. Brother-in-law, I understand. Let me take you back to where you were staying. I should be leaving soon too. Qindong replied. Zhou Lanxin's face flushed slightly, and with a reluctant tone, she said, Qindong chuckled mischievously, leaning closer to her and whispering, when we get to your dorm, you can add an hour for me. Zhou Lanxin looked confused. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by adding an hour? Qindong wiggled his eyebrows at her. You know? Zhou Lanxin paused for a moment, then playfully punched Qindong, spitting out, brother-in-law, you are so bad. You are so naughty now, but I like it, he. After adding an hour, Zhou Lanxin was noticeably happier than when Qindong initially said he was leaving. In Qindong's view, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved with Zhou Lanxin. If there was, just add an hour. If 1 hour wasn't enough, then add 2. After giving some instructions, he left on the mule cart. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and he had to take a slight detour to visit his second sister's house to deliver a few dozen pounds of venison. He gave Zhou Lanxin a few pounds of marinated venison and then delivered 50 pounds to his eldest sister. The remaining 50 pounds were sent to his second sister. Thanks to his eldest sister's clever operation today, not only did they sell a lot of venison, but they also sold it at a good price. His eldest sister helped him secure the highest purchase price, making him over 1,000 yuan extra. So, 1 or 200 pounds of venison was not a big deal for him. Besides, why feel sorry for giving it to his sister? Watching Chun Dong disappear from view on the mule cart, Zhou Lanxin turned around to head back to her residence, wiped her tears, and silently vowed, "Brother-in-law, I will work hard in my studies, earn more money in the future, so you won't have to work so hard to take care of us three." After Qin left, she felt a bit empty inside. Especially when thinking about the time spent with Qin, it was the happiest time for her. She really wanted to go home with Qin. However, thinking of Su Yun and Zhou Honglian, she felt a bit apprehensive, as she hadn't told them about being with Qin. She didn't regret her actions. From what she knew about Su Yun, even if she was with Qin, Su Yun would agree. After all, Su Yun had accepted Zhou Honglian. She could accept another one too. Qin said he would tell Su Yun about this matter later, and she didn't need to mention it. Men's affairs should be handled by men. This moved Zhou Lanxin greatly, and she promised to behave well, feeling as if she was about to burst with happiness. Chapter 205. Sister, this girl must be taught a lesson. The reason she wanted to attend night school was initially to earn money for work in the future, so that Qin wouldn't have to struggle so much, hoping that Qin would notice her and even fall in love with her. However, plans often change. She didn't expect that she and Qin would get together so quickly. Initially, after that incident, she thought it was impossible for her and Qin to be together again. However, Qin took the initiative to approach her and accepted her. Today, Qin stood up to protect her, even getting hurt and bleeding, which deeply moved her. As for how Qin got injured, she heard him say it was from an accidental injury while hunting in the mountains a few days ago. Thinking about how Qin risked his life to earn money for the three sisters made her more determined to repay this man well in this lifetime. Earning money would allow him not to work so hard. The path ahead of her was clear. If she participated in the college entrance examination and went to university, she would definitely earn more in the future. However, this meant that she would need Qin to support her during university. In the afternoon, while handling matters with Qin, he said that if she really got into university, she wouldn't have to worry about tuition fees. He would do whatever it took to support her education. Thinking of this, Zhou Lanxin couldn't help but shed tears. "Brother-in-law, you said you can be bad sometimes and silly at other times. I will definitely not let you down." Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin hurriedly drove the mule cart to the vicinity of Hongxing Farm in Dafeng Town, right in front of his second sister's house. Normally, according to the pace of the mule Lao Bai, it wouldn't be able to run this fast. Even if Qin urged it, it wouldn't help. The mule has a stubborn temper and walks at its own pace. If you rush it, it might even kick you. However, after Qin fed it a drop of spiritual spring water, it ran so fast that it was almost comical. Lao Bai is already a 20-year-old mule. Although mules can generally live for over 30 years, and some even reach 40 or 50, a 20-year-old mule is considered quite old and cannot be compared to younger mules. However, as the saying goes, the older, the more cunning. It has become somewhat intelligent. After Qin promised to give it another drop of spiritual spring water tomorrow, it ran quickly, making Qin, who was sitting on the cart, feel a bit uncomfortable from the bumps. The three hunting dogs, Da Huang, Da He, and Xiao Huang, followed closely beside him, while 4 dogs were arranged by Qin in the orchard and at home to protect Su Yun and Zhou Honglian. The remaining 8 hunting dogs were kept in the spiritual spring space by Qin. He told his father and others to let Da Huang take them into the nearby mountains to find food for themselves. Otherwise, if he had to feed them all himself, it would cost him a lot of money. He had faith that Da Huang was smart enough to lead them into the mountains to find food without any problem. That's right, Da Huang was taking on what no dog should have to bear. Da Huang, "Master, you are more like a dog than I am." "Sister, sister, sister." After Qin stopped the mule cart, he shouted loudly to the yard. Then, his 5-year-old niece Fei Fei, who was playing in the yard, heard Qin shout and ran out with her little legs, calling out in a soft voice, "Doggy, doggy." Qin forehead was filled with black lines as he quickly picked up Fei Fei. "Fei Fei, it's not a doggy. It's your uncle, uncle." This little girl couldn't articulate well and always called her uncle a doggy. His second sister has 3 children. The first 2 are sons, and this little girl is her youngest child. "Doggy, doggy." Giggling in her pink shirt with 2 pigtails, Fei Fei tilted her head and let out a laugh at Qin, smearing her muddy hands on his face, one hand even touching his mouth. Qin immediately shook his head and laughed. "You little girl, are you doing this on purpose? Not calling me uncle properly. I was going to give you something delicious, but forget it, there's no more." Delicious, delicious. Upon hearing Chundong mention something delicious, the little girl quickly changed her expression and eagerly said. Chundong smiled and replied, then let me hear you call me uncle. Uncle, uncle. The little girl very seriously and clearly called out. Chundong. This little girl is deliberately calling him a doggy. Da Huang expressed, the little girl has good eyes. She can see at a glance that your uncle is very dog-like. At this moment, Chen Xiaohe, who was wearing an apron, came out. Upon seeing Chundong, she quickly smiled and said, Xiao Wu, you're here. Come in quickly. I've just finished cooking. You can leave after dinner. Then she quickly turned to Fei Fei and said, Fei Fei, you little rascal, go wash your hands. I haven't seen you for a while, and you got mud on you again. Look, you're even smearing it on your uncle's face. If you keep being naughty, Mom will have to spank you. Chundong. Ah, no wonder he smelled a strange odor from the mud near his mouth earlier. This little girl has such a hobby of mixing urine with mud. He suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He really wanted to say, Sister, this girl must be punished. Xiao Wu, why did you bring me so much venison? Even if you hunted a lot, you don't need to bring this much to me. Wouldn't it be better to sell it for some money? Seeing Chundong move 4 or 50 pounds of meat into her house, his second sister was a bit stunned. Then muttered. Chundong smiled and said, Sister, this is what couldn't be sold, so I gave it to you. Otherwise, why would I be willing to give you so much? Just share it. I won't be having dinner at your place. I'm going to the county to sell meat. And I just happened to pass by here to bring you this meat. I also gave a lot to the eldest sister. She helped me sell meat for most of the day, and then took me to the supply and marketing cooperative, where we sold those pieces of deer antlers for a good price. As for my own house, there's still a lot of meat left. You can eat it. And if you can't finish it, just share it. He made up an excuse so that his second sister could accept the meat. As for going to the county to sell meat and deer antlers, this wasn't a secret. Everyone in Chun Liutuan knew about it. Plus, since this was his second sister, what was there to hide from her? However, he wouldn't voluntarily mention how much money he made. There was no need to, no matter how close siblings are. They are already married and have their own families, so money matters are definitely a private matter. Chapter 206. Second sister invited second brother-in-law over Xiao Wu. You have struck it rich. You don't care about this meat anymore? Second sister said with a smile. Chundong laughed and replied, Second sister, what do you mean by striking it rich? It's just a small profit. It's not a big deal. You know, with so much meat, my husband and I won't be able to finish it at once. Second sister shook her head and laughed, then said, All right, I'll cut it into pieces and share it. Venison is a rare thing. Once the watermelons, melons, and vegetables from the farm are harvested, I'll bring a truckload over to you. Second sister clearly understood what her brother was thinking. So much meat was clearly reserved for her by Chundong. Chundong smiled and said, Sister, I heard from our mother that second brother-in-law has been promoted. Huh? He has become the deputy director of production at the farm, which is more responsible than the warehouse deputy director he originally applied for. Congratulations. Now that my brother-in-law has become the deputy director of agricultural production, your confidence in speaking has also increased, huh? You dare to load a truckload of farm produce. After he returned yesterday, their mother told him that a few days ago, second sister came over and brought a lot of vegetables grown on the farm. And their mother was quite proud to say that her brother-in-law had been promoted to deputy director of agricultural production, which was much better than the warehouse manager position he wanted. After all, the production director is responsible for real work, while the warehouse manager, to put it bluntly, is only responsible for watching the warehouse. There is simply no comparison. Second sister even told their mother that since Du Gang became the deputy director of production a few days ago, the 3 sisters-in-law from her in-laws family have been very polite when they see her. Even her mother-in-law, who rarely helps with the kids, has taken the initiative to help with the little girl these days. It's just so realistic. From their mother's mouth, he learned that second sister said Du Gang became the deputy director of production largely due to Jiang Aigua, the brother-in-law of Ermao. Jiang Aigua has relatives in the farm's leadership, and he mentioned to Ermao about Chundong's brother-in-law, Du Gang. He also knew that Du Gang was a good person, and since Ermao thought he was a good guy and had a good relationship with Chundong, he asked Du Gang for help. That's how it happened. Du Gang mentioned to Jiang Aigua that he helped him. After all, the farm has planted nearly 10,000 acres of watermelons. And your brother-in-law is now the deputy director of production. It wouldn't be too much to taste a truckload of melons, right? Second sister said confidently. Hongxing West Farm has tens of thousands of acres of agricultural land. Besides grains, there are also vegetables and fruits grown. Moreover, the developed hillside orchards also cover thousands of acres. The grains, vegetables, and fruits produced here supply several large supply and marketing cooperatives in the surrounding area. In addition, they are also sent to the city and even to the provincial capital. Shindong nodded and smiled. It's not excessive. If you don't take it and I don't take it, it will just rot in the ground. His words instantly amused the second sister. With such a large farm, it would be a simple matter for Du Gang, the deputy production director, to say he would load a cart with watermelons and vegetables. However, based on Shindong's understanding of Du Gang, he wouldn't do such a thing. Xiao Wu, your second brother-in-law became the deputy production director because Jiang Igua considered your good relationship with Ermao. Otherwise, who would voluntarily help someone they don't know well? I originally told my brother-in-law to thank Jiang Igua properly, but he said it was enough to express gratitude since we are not outsiders. However, I think that once your brother-in-law is less busy in a few days, we should properly thank him, and you can accompany him at that time. The second sister said to Shindong in a consultative tone. Shindong nodded in agreement. No problem. He was naturally clear in his mind that Jiang Igua helped his brother-in-law because he had assisted him in solving 2 major cases. Otherwise, he wouldn't go through so much trouble to help someone he wasn't familiar with get promoted. Since Shindong didn't work in the government, Jiang Igua really had no way to repay the favor. Giving money? How much could Jiang Igua, as a public security officer, have? To be blunt, after the reward for the tomb robbery case comes down, the bonus Shindong receives will be more than he has earned in these years as a public security officer. Therefore, he decided to repay the favor through those close to Shindong. Of course, he also wanted them to know that this was done by him, and that he did it all for Shindong's sake. If he is going to repay a favor, he naturally needs the other party to know. This silent repayment of favors, who would know if not said? I'm leaving, it's getting late. If I stay any longer, it will be 8 or 9 o'clock when I get back, the second sister said. Shindong hadn't even eaten and quickly said goodbye to her before hurrying away with the mule cart. It was nearly an hour's drive back to Qinliutuan, so it would be close to 8 by the time he got home. Thinking about how his brother-in-law had now become the deputy production director, and that he had also introduced Lin Hongxing to his elder sister, he hoped that his elder sister would interact more with Lin Hongxing in the future, giving his brother-in-law a chance to connect with Director Lin. Su Yin only needed to focus on her pregnancy now. Zhou Lanxin was thinking about the college entrance examination, and Zhou Honglian was living without worries. His family was much better off than in his previous life because of him. The thought of being able to make those around him better brought Shindong a great sense of accomplishment. At 7:30 in the evening, just as it was getting dark, Shindong returned home with the mule cart. As soon as he arrived at the door, he noticed someone smoking outside. Upon getting closer, he recognized it was his second brother. Seeing his second brother Qinliang, Shindong couldn't help but smile, already guessing what the matter was. He had slapped his sister-in-law twice, and then she had invited his second brother over. It was normal for his second brother to come looking for him, considering his wife had been hit, even if it was by his own younger brother. As a man, he should stand up to protect his wife. Second brother, Shindong greeted. His relationship with Qinliang wasn't as good as with his elder brother because when Shindong was young, his second brother was away studying and later worked at the county machine repair factory. Of course, it wasn't bad. His second brother treated him well. After all, he was the youngest, and the whole family doted on him. Hearing Shindong say this, his second brother threw the cigarette, but on the ground, stamped it out, and said, Xiao Wu, I heard from our parents that you went to the county to sell meat. How did it go? Chapter 207, Having Money. Things don't go awry. Shindong smiled. Not bad. My elder sister helped sell for most of the day, and we sold almost everything. Otherwise, relying on me alone would be tough. I don't have as many connections as my elder sister. When he saw the cigarette that Qinliang offered, Shindong quickly waved his hand. Brother, I don't smoke. Noticing some movement in the yard, and seeing the silhouette of his wife with a belly under the moonlight, Shindong smiled and greeted. Wife, I'm back. Let me talk to my second brother first. Oh, Su Yun replied, feeling inexplicably happy that Shindong had returned. Second brother, when did you come back today? Shindong asked. Qinliang replied, I came back in the afternoon. Xiao Wu, you've been lucky with hunting lately. Although he worked in the county, Qinliang hadn't been home for the past month due to the busy spring plowing work that required many farming machines to be repaired. The last time Qindong scolded Liang Fong, she had gone to the county to confront Qinliang, but he was too busy to deal with it. Qinliang knew what kind of personality his wife had, and this time, after Liang Fong got slapped twice and went to find Qinliang again, he realized he had to come. Although Liang Fong wasn't very capable, she was still his wife, and she had been hit by his younger brother. So he had to talk to her about it. Dong nodded. It's all right. The mountain god is generous. Second brother. If you're here to talk about my and sister-in-law's matter, I admit that I was impulsive in hitting her. But what she did was unacceptable. You can ask our mother about it, right? Without waiting for Chun Liang to ask, Dong took the initiative to say that the matter was settled. After all, it was a matter that needed to be addressed. There was no need to beat around the bush with his own brother. Chun Liang sighed and shook his head. I heard from mother that it was indeed your sister-in-law who did something quite inappropriate, but hitting her was definitely wrong. Dong replied, I was impulsive. What else could he say? He couldn't tell his second brother, I hit your wife. After all, this was his own second brother. It was nothing to say something soft. Furthermore, this wasn't really soft talk. Well, as long as you recognize your impulsiveness, if your sister-in-law insists on dragging me here to find you, just say you were impulsive. Chun Liang felt awkward being caught in the middle. On one side was his wife, and on the other was his younger brother. Plus, their mother had said it was all his wife's fault. Also, if he cared about brotherly feelings, he should privately discuss this matter with Dong without letting so many people know. It would be too embarrassing in front of the villagers, considering their family was somewhat well known in the village. Although their mother often teased their father about how he had recently become the village's fruit tree planting director and acted all high and mighty, she secretly felt quite proud. Dong nodded. Okay, I'll just say I was impulsive regarding sister-in-law. Wife, go get a few pounds of deer meat for big brother, both fresh and marinated. Su Yun's voice echoed in the yard. Oh, okay. Then Dong reached into his backpack and took out a half-broken piece of deer antler. Second brother, this is for you. As Chun Liang took the item from Dong, he couldn't see clearly what it was in the dark. This is deer antler. Xiao Wu. Such a precious thing, you should sell it. I don't want it. Chun Liang quickly shook his head, wanting to shove the deer antler back into Dong's hand. This is broken antler. It won't sell for a high price, but its medicinal value is still good. I gave a piece to big brother and saved this piece just for you. You can ask our father how to soak it, or you can slice it to give as a gift. Fresh deer antler slices are also quite rare. Yesterday, he had given a piece of broken antler to his sister-in-law, making her extremely happy. Today, with his second brother here, he decided to give him a piece of broken antler as well. Although ergue has deer antler blood wine, in terms of medicinal effect, deer antler blood wine is much stronger than deer antler wine. However, people are so vain. If you tell others about deer antler blood wine, they definitely want to believe it. But if they see the deer antler, they will definitely believe it. Ergue, just take it. Saw said last time that she would cut a few slices of deer antler for you. But I don't really believe that Saw would actually give you the deer antler slices. So I want to give it to you in person, Dong said. Hearing this, Chun Liang put the deer antler in his pants pocket, patted Dong's shoulder, and smiled. Xiao Wu. Our parents said you've grown up and are sensible now, and it really is so. Blood brothers are more reliable than wives. Su Yun came out with 2 bundles of meat tied with rope. One bundle was fresh meat, and the other was marinated meat. When Ergue saw so much meat, he said it was too much, and he didn't need that much. Dong laughed, and said Ergue could just take it. Ergue said a few simple words, then carried the 2 bundles of meat away. With these 2 bundles of meat and the deer antler, he could report back to Liang Fong. The reason I brought so much meat to Ergue is that I thought it would help him report back, Su Yun explained. Dong smiled. It's fine, just give him more. After all, he is my real brother. Wife, guess how much money I made today? How much? Under the moonlight. Su Yun squinted her eyes into a narrow slit, her face carrying a gentle smile. Her jade-like face seemed to glow. She was incredibly charming. Dong reached out and placed his hand on her slightly bulging belly, then chuckled. If you give me a kiss, I'll tell you. Then I want to ask. Anyway, you have to give me the money. Su Yun shook her head, her face showing a hint of pride. At this moment, Zhou Honglian peeked her head out from the kitchen, looking charming and smiling sweetly. Xiao Yun, if you want to kiss him, then I will. When Dong returned, she went to the kitchen to heat up food for him. They couldn't possibly wait for him to eat so late. Only after knowing that Ergue had already left did she dare to say such a thing. Su Yun stepped forward, stood on her tiptoes, and gave Dong a quick kiss on the cheek. Zhou Honglian, standing at the kitchen door, giggled, looking quite lively. Quickly tell me, how much did you sell it for? Su Yun asked with a serious face. Dong pointed to the other side of his face. You've kissed this side, so you need to kiss this side too. It needs to be balanced. You're tricking me. I won't kiss you anymore. Su Yun lightly stamped her foot and huffed, her cheeks puffing out like a goldfish. Zhou Honglian at the kitchen door laughed. If you want to kiss, then I will. Shindong nodded. All right, then I'll let Honglian Jie kiss. Su Yun quickly kissed the other side of Shindong's face and, pulling his hand, said somewhat fiercely, "Now you can tell me how much you sold it for, right?" Shindong immediately handed the bag hanging from his waist to Su Yun. "Here, take it. If I don't give it to you, you'll be almost crying from worry." Su Yun took the bag, not looking back, as if she had made a decision. Speaking fiercely, "You go find Honglian Jie tonight. I don't want to sleep with you." Shindong couldn't help but laugh behind her. "Going home to tease my silly wife." Zhou Honglian said to Su Yun. "Xiao Yun, just let me off this time." Su Yun replied fiercely. "Who told you to help him tease me? Just let him sleep with you. Let him suffer well." This sounded both fierce and timid, making Shindong laugh even more. Soon, when Su Yun looked at the bag and saw the stacks of money, there were 7 stacks in total, her eyes widened. Besides the money, she also saw the purchase receipt from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, stating that the purchase price for deer antler was 3.1 yuan per pound, totaling 22.5 jin and 3 qian, sold for 6,984 yuan. Shindong told her that this was due to her sister using connections to sell it at such a high price. So he gave 300 yuan each to his sister and the leaders of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Adding the money from selling meat, it totaled over 7,000 yuan. All this money was in the bag. He also told Su Yun about giving some deer meat to his elder sister, second sister, and Lin Hongxing. Although Su Yun didn't say much, she knew the respect that needed to be given. "With so much money, how should we spend it?" After counting the money, Su Yun asked timidly. Holding so much money made her feel unreal, even a bit scared. Mainly, this amount was just too much. "You take care of it. Think about how to spend it with Honglian Jie," Shindong said with a casual smile. Now in his spirit spring space, there was over 4,000 yuan. And besides that, there were many deer antlers, bear bile, bear paws, and wild ginseng that hadn't been sold. His assets were substantial. Having money in hand made things easier. A man should naturally have his own private savings. How to spend money in the countryside. Shindong couldn't think of how to spend it. He didn't have to worry about food and clothing. As for the housing issue, the house he lived in was built over 10 years ago. It was livable. However, the rooms were indeed a bit few. And Shindong thought about building a new house with more rooms. When Zhou Lanxin returned in the future, she would also have her own place to stay. However, thinking about Su Yun being pregnant, if he were to build a house, with her worrying about it, she would definitely be very concerned about the construction. Plus, with the orchard being so busy now, there was no time to build a new house. However, Shindong had long ago made plans regarding the house. After a while, he planned to buy a house in the county town, one with heating, so that when winter came, Su Yun would give birth to the child. Living in the county would be convenient for both adults and children. Otherwise, living in the countryside during winter, although there was a Kong, sometimes in the middle of the night, when the stove went out, the Kong would quickly become cold. Also, in winter, they could only stay indoors. And it was so cold, sometimes dropping to -30 or 40 degrees. If the adults and children caught a cold or fever, it would be quite troublesome. With this condition, living in a house in the county with electricity, water, and heating, close to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, they could buy whatever they needed. Here's 1,000 for you to keep. You often go to the county to buy dog food, bullets, and sometimes you and Ermao go out. So you need to spend some money. Honglian Jie and I will each keep 200, and as for the remaining money, I plan to deposit it all in the savings office. Together, it totals 7,800, half in demand deposits and half in 3-year time deposits. What do you think? After handing Shindong a small bundle of money, Su Yun asked in an inquiring tone. Chapter 208. Dad did a great job, actually pulling the village chief into the water. Shindong nodded. You can deposit it in the savings office, but make it all demand deposits. In this era, there were savings offices, and the interest rates were not low. Su Yun said, time deposits have much higher interest than demand deposits. A 3-year time deposit can earn quite a lot. Shindong laughed. Let us go with demand deposits. In case something happens, we can withdraw the money anytime. If it's a time deposit and we withdraw early, we'll lose quite a bit. He didn't plan to sell the items in his spirit spring space for the time being, at least not at this stage. In the future, he would help with work in the orchard, and hunting could wait until autumn. Speaking of making money from hunting, autumn was indeed the best time for hunting prey, and the prices of some animal skins were the highest in autumn. Of course, for sika deer, spring and early summer were the best times to harvest deer antlers. If he waited another 10 days to half a month, the deer antlers would grow old and turn into horns. And then he wouldn't be able to sell them at a good price. Hearing Chundong's words, Su Yun nodded. All right, then let us make all demand deposits. In front of Chundong, Su Yun handed Zhou Honglian 200 yuan and briefly mentioned how much Chundong had sold it for. As the woman of this family, Zhou Honglian naturally had the right to know how much money was made from selling. When she heard that they had received over 7,000 yuan, Zhou Honglian's mouth slightly opened in disbelief. She couldn't quite believe that Chundong had earned so much from this hunting trip. However, Chundong said that this time was just lucky, and he wasn't sure if he would have such good luck in the future. Also, he didn't plan to go hunting for a while, but instead wanted to help his parents with the orchard work. Both women expressed their understanding, and they thought it was good for Chundong to help with the orchard, as it would relieve his parents from so much hard work. During this time, his mother had been treating those learning to plant fruit trees to lunch, and they had been helping with the orchard tasks. Although his parents had much less work to do, there were still many concerns they had to deal with. Chundong helping out in the orchard was quite good. Although the two women didn't say it out loud, Chundong could tell that they were also worried about him going into the mountains to hunt. It was quite normal to think this way. Su Yun, the silly daughter-in-law, tended to overthink things. As for Zhou Honglian, her husband Jiang Daping had been injured while hunting, which eventually led to his demise. If Chundong focused on hunting to make money, Zhou Honglian might inevitably think about Jiang Daping's death sometimes. By the way, my wife, Honglian, I have something to tell you. Chundong thought about how Mao's father, Chen Dachuan, was currently hospitalized in the city, and he mentioned that he planned to visit him tomorrow morning. As for his conflict with Zhang Yuan in the county and his coughing up blood incident, he told his elder sister and Zhou Lanxin, asking them not to inform their parents or Su Yun and Zhou Honglian, so they wouldn't worry. Mao has helped us so much. You should indeed go visit his father in the city. But riding that big guy for 170 to 80 miles, won't that be very tiring? Su Yun frowned. Zhou Honglian nodded in agreement. Yes, Chundong, you might as well take the bus to the county. Riding that big guy all the way would be tiring, and the key is whether those big guys can handle such a long distance. Although there might be a queue for the bus in the county and he might not get on tomorrow, Chen Dachuan's hospitalization wasn't a new thing. Even if he was a couple of days late, it wouldn't matter. Chundong shook his head and smiled. You underestimate Dali and Xiaoli. Their stamina is not weaker than that of mules and horses. Just the two of them carried over 300 pounds of deer meat for 20 to 30 miles. It won't be a problem for them to carry me to the city. You can rest assured about this. I can just alternate riding them. Let me take a bus to the city? That's several hours on the road with so many people. Chundong shook his head and smiled. His top-notch riding skills were not for show. After the transformation from the spirit spring water, Dali and Xiaoli's endurance and speed were much better than ordinary horses and mules. The key point was that Chundong didn't want to take the bus. Being crammed in with a group of people was like being in a can. And the various strange smells on the bus made him feel nauseous. Moreover, the bus's speed was nothing compared to riding reindeer. Alternating between the two reindeer, they could easily run 60 to 70 miles in an hour if urged to run faster. Since Chundong had made up his mind, and as he said, taking Dali and Xiaoli to the city was not a problem, the two women didn't say anything further. I'm going to my parents' place to deliver the things that my elder sister and second sister asked me to bring to them. And I'll also let them know that I'm going to the city tomorrow. After dinner, Chundong picked up 2 bags and said goodbye to Su Yun and Zhou Honglian before leaving. His elder sister and second sister had brought back quite a few things for their parents. His elder sister had some sugar melons and biscuits from the food factory. His mother loved to eat sugar melons and biscuits, and of course, his elder sister had also given Chundong a share. As for the things that his second sister had sent over for their parents, they were clothes she had made for them. Soon, carrying the items, Chundong arrived at the orchard cottage. To his surprise, besides his parents, the village head Lu Xiangnan and Wang Dali were also there, and even more unexpectedly, they were sitting together with his parents having a meal. His father had done a great job, managing to invite the village head over for dinner. Chundong was quite surprised. He understood his father's intention. He deduced that Lu Xiangnan's background was not simple and wanted to get close to him for future benefits for the Qin family. It was rare for his father, who had spent his life hunting and was a rough countryman, to have such awareness. He never expected Lu Xiangnan would really accept the invitation to dinner. Having him over for dinner today could lead to future connections and possibly give Chundong a god-sister identity. Dad, Mom. Chundong first greeted his parents, then nodded to Lu Xiangnan. His father didn't ask Chundong about selling meat and deer antlers in front of Lu Xiangnan, as that would be showing off intentionally. His father had prepared a deer meat hot pot, marinated deer meat, and deer meat dumplings. From a quiet conversation he had with his mother, Qindong learned that his father had suggested to Lu Xiangnan that the dumplings made by the two women were not that tasty. So, he said he would have his mother make some dumplings for them to try that evening. His father's enthusiasm made it difficult for Lu Xiangnan to refuse, so she agreed. However, when she arrived, she found that his father had not only prepared deer meat dumplings, but also a hot pot and marinated deer meat. Since she was already there, she sat down to eat. From his mother's slightly dissatisfied tone, it was clear she was being petty over the meal again. Qindong wanted to tell his mother, "Mom, it's not that I blame Dad for saying you have long hair, but short knowledge. Your perspective is really too narrow." His mother asked Qindong how the selling of deer meat was going, and he told her about his elder sister helping him sell deer meat and finding someone to sell deer antlers at a high price. Curious, she asked how much he sold for, and Qindong didn't hide it, telling her it was around 7,000 yuan, which shocked her so much that her mouth could fit an egg, her eyes almost popping out as she shook her head, exclaiming how he made so much money. Then, she reminded Qindong not to show off to others, to keep the money safe, and if possible, save it. As the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. This was also why Qindong was not worried about telling his mother about the money. Given how concerned she was about money, she was the least likely to leak that he had money. His mother also quietly reminded Qindong not to give all the money to Su Yun and to keep some pocket money for himself. After all, how could a man not have some private money? He couldn't be asking his wife for money for everything, could he? Listening to his mother's tone, which was almost identical to his elder sister's, it was clear that like mother, like daughter. The reason his elder sister asked Xiao Dafei to create a shadowy purchase list was to help Qindong have a little more pocket money. Qindong asked his mother if his father had any private savings. His mother coldly replied, "If he dares to save private money, I'll scratch him to death." "Xiao Wu, you came at the right time. You just got back and haven't eaten yet. Stay here and have a meal with village head Lu and comrade Wang. You young people can chat together. It's better than me, an old man, trying to find something to talk about." His father smiled and invited Qindong to sit down. Qindong shook his head and smiled. "Dad, since you invited village head Lu to dinner, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to eat here, right?" His father immediately laughed and said, "What's inappropriate about it? You're all young people. Sit down and eat together. I don't have much to chat about with you anyway." Lu Xiangnan stood up jokingly and said, "Qindong, this is your home. You are the host. If you don't eat with me, do you have something against me?" She said this, and Qindong immediately sat down. As they ate and chatted, Lu Xiangnan asked Qindong about the many sika deer he hunted yesterday. Qindong explained how he managed to catch so many sika deer. But of course, he couldn't mention the spiritual spring water that lured them in. Hunting is partly about experience, but mainly it depends on luck, whether the mountain god is generous or not. Some people squatted for 2 or 3 days without success, while he went and got lucky. After taking a bite of the hot pot deer meat, Qindong smiled and told Lu Xiangnan. Chapter 209. Don't show off your wealth. Lu Xiangnan laughed and said, "Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. I heard from Uncle Chun that your luck has been quite good lately, and you've hunted quite a bit. Uncle Chin said your marksmanship is impressive, shooting a bear's head from a kilometer away." Qindong replied, "It wasn't that far, just a few hundred meters. There's no way it was a kilometer." He slightly shook his head. The distance for shooting that bear was about 600 or 700 meters. But when Qindong claimed it, he said it was 200 to 300 meters. Although he had been quite high profile with his hunting achievements recently, he preferred to keep a low profile, especially in front of Lu Xiangnan. If Lu Xiangnan recommended him to a special department, would he go or not? If his father found out and he didn't go, he would definitely say he wasn't ambitious. If he went to the special department and came back successful, wouldn't it be a blessing for the Qin family? Of course, Qindong might be overthinking it. Lu Xiangnan said, "Shooting a bear's head from 200 to 300 meters is still impressive." Nearby, his father winked at Qindong, saying, "You can't just undermine your father like that." After chatting a bit more with Lu Xiangnan, Qindong noticed that Wang Dali was quite reserved and had hardly said a few words. Lu Xiangnan praised the deer meat hot pot, saying that hot pot deer meat was just as good as lamb. The braised deer meat tasted much better than braised beef. The deer meat dumplings were delicious and made her feel blissful. She praised his mother and father for their cooking skills. His father said that Qindong's wife, Su Yun, was an even better cook and suggested that Qindong invite her over for a meal sometime. Thinking about going to the city tomorrow, Qindong asked Lu Jia, "I'm heading to the city tomorrow. Is there anything you need me to bring back for you? If you do, let me know." and I can pick it up at the supply and marketing cooperative when I return the day after tomorrow. His father, with a stern face, asked Qindong, Xiao Wu, didn't you say you were helping out in the orchard lately? Why are you going to the city again? Last time you went to the city, you stirred up some trouble. Before Qindongqing died, Air Mao forced Qindongqing to apologize to Qindong, and the incident that happened in the black market was spread around. His parents naturally knew about this. They were aware that Qindongqing had tried to beat Qindong up, and Qindong ended up taking down more than 10 of them. While it sounded relieving, his parents were worried and advised Qindong not to go to the city recently, fearing that those he had beaten might target him again. But now, Qindong was going to the city again. Qindong explained that he needed to visit Uncle Air, who was hospitalized in the city. He has helped our family so much. My second brother-in-law's promotion was also thanks to Uncle Air. His father nodded. That's right, you should go see him. Did you book a ticket at the bus station today? Qindong shook his head. I didn't book a ticket. I'll ride Dolly and Xiaoli there tomorrow. Their pace is much faster than taking the bus, and I can carry more things. You'll ride Dolly and Xiaoli to the city? They should be fine. But can you ride comfortably? His father asked with a skeptical expression. Qindong laughed and shook his head. Dad, do you underestimate my riding skills? When I went into the mountains this time, I rode Dolly for quite a distance. Since I said I would ride them to the city, I must be confident. I can tell you, I now have top-notch riding skills. I can ride horses and deer, and I can even ride on Honglian and Xianglan. His father nodded. That's fine. But if you really encounter those people you beat up last time in the city, just run away. Don't try to show off and fight them. If they have some background, you could be in serious trouble. Qindong smiled. Dad, what are the odds of that happening? The black market is so big. It's unlikely that I would run into them. You're overthinking it. His father told Qindong to continue eating with Lu Xiangnan while he went to discuss with his mother about what to bring back for his uncle and little uncle. Qindong said, I do have some things I need you to bring back. I'll write a list for you, and when you go to the supply and marketing cooperative, you can buy them for me. His father, worried about Qindong's safety, said, how about this? I'll write you a letter. If you really run into any trouble, take this letter and find someone in the city. I think they will help you. After his father walked away, Lu Xiangnan said to Qindong, listening to what I said, are you happy? Does this count as me helping you with connections? Lu Xiangnan's words undoubtedly introduced her network to Qindong. The purpose of her doing this was that her father was worried about Qindong going to the city and running into those he had previously fought. Qindong's father, by trying to build connections with Lu Xiangnan, actually succeeded. Although Qindong might not necessarily use the connections she introduced, it undoubtedly represented Lu Xiangnan's attitude. By introducing her connections this time, she would be there to help him when he encounters issues in the future. Soon, Lu Xiangnan and Wang Dali finished their meal. After sending the two women out, Qindong returned to his parents' place, where he saw his mother holding money and saying, Xiao Wu, this village chief is too polite. If she comes to eat, just let her eat. She even slipped 10 yuan under the bowl when she left. His father, with a stern face, scolded, You're saying this again? When she came, I asked you to make some dumplings with deer meat, and you looked like you were dragging your face down. It's just a meal. What is there to be stingy about? His mother immediately retorted, I wasn't dragging my face down. I was just busy all day, and suddenly you wanted to make dumplings. I just thought it was a bit of a hassle. It's just a meal. I'm not being stingy. It's been almost 10 days. I've been treating so many people to lunch every day. Today I even treated them to deer meat and deer bone soup, and no one said anything. What do I have to be stingy about? All right then, the couple started bickering again. Qindong quickly changed the subject. Mom, didn't you say you had something for me to bring to my uncle and little uncle? What do you want me to bring? Qindong wasn't worried about their bickering. They had been doing it for a lifetime. His father liked to argue, and his mother liked to be serious. His mother quickly listed what she wanted Qindong to bring to his uncle and little uncle. 2 small jars of deer antler blood wine, deer whip wine, 2 small deer skin shoulder pads, 2 wolf skin mats, some dried goods she had sun-dried, over 10 wolf canine teeth, and bear claws. There were many children in his uncle and little uncle's family, and it was said that wolf canine teeth and bear claws could ward off evil. There were also some dried meats made by his mother. Xiao Wu, tonight I'll tidy up a bit, and you can come pick it up tomorrow morning. Speaking of which, there are so many things here. Your mother has benefited from you. Otherwise, how would I have so many things to give to your uncle and little uncle? I'm currently busy with the orchard, so I can't leave for now. Anyway, you're going to the city, just take them along for me. After a few days, when the orchard isn't so busy, I'll go visit them and bring some fruits, which will save me some effort. Your mother smiled as she spoke. Mom, what do you mean by benefiting? I'm your good son, If you need anything, I definitely will give it to you. Should I go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy something for my uncle and little uncle as well? That way, when you go, you'll have face in front of your sister-in-laws, Dong said with a smile. His mother quickly waved her thin hand, shaking her head and smiling. All right. No need to buy more. These things are already quite a lot. Just the deer antler blood wine and deer whip wine are hard to come by even if you have money. These are all genuine items, worth quite a bit. And the deer skin shoulder and wolf skin mat. Ordinary people can't get these either. When I go back to my family, I'll have quite a bit of face. Your uncles live in the city, so close to the supply and marketing cooperative, they can buy whatever they want. What I'm bringing is definitely something they will cherish. As she spoke, her mother couldn't help but smile, thinking about bringing so many things back to her family, giving her the feeling of finally making it. Returning home in glory. Although her husband used to hunt, during the war years, whatever he caught was mostly used to feed the children. Later, during the collective meal system, anything caught had to be shared with the group. Every time she went back home, she could only bring some dried meat that she had saved up. Her husband had hunted all his life, but he hadn't eaten as much wild game as she had during this period. It's no wonder her mother was a bit frugal and valued money heavily. She was responsible for the family, while her husband was only responsible for hunting or earning work points. All right, I still have plenty of deer meat at home, and there are a couple of broken pieces of deer antler. Should I take them to my uncle and little uncle tomorrow? Dong asked. Although he had gone to his grandmother's house before, it was different this time. As a woman who married out, who wouldn't want to return to their family in style? How to be stylish. In this era, it's all about who brings back more things. Deer meat is fine, but not the deer antlers. Even the broken ones can be sold for some money. If that doesn't work, I can have your father slice them up for deer antler wine. When we sell the deer antler wine, we can make quite a bit of money, his mother quickly replied. When it came to money, she was very clear. Deer antlers were easy to convert to cash, and she definitely didn't want to give them away, even if it was Dong who wanted to take them. Then she reminded Dong not to show off how much money he made from hunting when he saw his uncles. Don't show off. Remember that. Dong said he understood. Chapter 210. Dad showing off his secret savings. Xiao Wu, do you think I should return the 10 yuan to the village chief? After finishing his conversation with his mother, Dad pulled Dong aside and asked quietly. Dong shook his head and smiled. Dad, no need. Since the village chief left this money, if you give it back to her, how will we invite her to our house for dinner in the future? Just keep the money. Oh, I forgot. That money is with my mother. Once it's in her hands, Dad, it's harder than climbing to the sky to get it back. Dong nodded and smiled. Hearing Dong's words, Dad clutched his chest, feeling a bit of pain. This kid hit the nail on the head. Dad said unhappily, it's just 10 yuan, as if anyone doesn't have it. Dad, what's wrong? Do you have secret savings? Dong asked with a smile. Dad raised an eyebrow, looking very pleased. Of course I do. What man doesn't have secret savings? Dong said. I don't have any. My mother said that if a man has money, he will turn bad. So men shouldn't have secret savings and must give all their money to their wives. Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. What does she know? A man can't go out without a little money to spend, right? Dad spat dismissively and shook his head. Xiao Wu, you didn't give all 7,000 yuan to Xiao Yan, did you? Dong nodded. Yeah, I gave all the money to my wife. You silly. Don't you think about saving a little for yourself? I have 20. How about I give you 10 or 8? Dad scolded, then bent down to take off his shoes. Dong was so scared that he quickly dodged a few meters away, waving his hands with a mournful face. Dad, you can't be planning to hit me just because I don't have secret savings, right? This Dad is not fair. Dad shook his head and said unhappily, I'm not going to hit you. I was just thinking of taking the money hidden under the insole out to give to you. Dong suddenly felt as if he smelled a foul odor from Dad's feet. Dad, I don't need your little secret savings. I gave Xiao Yan 7,000. But she gave me 1,000 back, saying that when I'm out, I definitely need some money. His mind was filled with the smell of feet. He was making himself uncomfortable. After hearing that Su Yun gave him 1,000, Dad was stunned. After he came to his senses, he couldn't believe it. Your wife is that good? Dong nodded seriously. Of course, my wife must be good. Isn't she much better than your wife? Dad nodded and sighed. Not just better, it's simply incomparable. The next moment, Dad reacted and spat unhappily. You little brat, my wife is your mother. Dad, here is 100 for you. Keep it safe. Before Dad could prepare to take off his belt, Dong handed 100 yuan to Dad. Looking at the money Dong handed over, Dad was momentarily stunned. Xiao Wu you. Dad, I see you're too pitiful. So I'm giving you this money, let you have some secret savings. What can you do with just 10 or 8 yuan? Dong shook his head. Once those words were out, Dong felt they were quite touching. It seemed to touch a soft spot in Dad's heart, and he kept shaking his head, looking hesitant. Dad, don't think too much. You and my mother have been living like this your whole life. Dong comforted him. Dad shook his head and sighed. Xiao Wu, keep this 100 yuan for now. If I run out of this money, I'll ask you for some later, and you can just give me 20, no need for more. You mother doesn't know how she does it. Whenever my secret savings exceed 20, she always manages to find it. Even if I hide it very carefully, she can still find it. I suspect your mother has nothing better to do and spends all day looking for my secret savings. Dong. So it turns out that once Dad's secret savings exceed 20 yuan, it triggers Mom's danger alarm. No wonder she can keep Dad in check for a lifetime. After leaving the orchard, Dong didn't go home, but went to the village committee courtyard, where Lu Xiaonan lived. When he left, she asked him to